In the quiet hours of the night, history feels different. The noises soften, the edges blur, and what remains are the shapes of people moving through a world colder and darker than the one we know. Tonight, you'll drift across 3 fronts where silence held more power than gunfire, where nations rose and fell not with fanfare, but with footsteps on empty streets, distant engines, and the thin breath of winter wind. We begin in the spring of 1940, as France trembles under a storm it cannot stop. You'll move through a world where decisions were made in whispers, and where entire armies felt the slow approach of something inevitable. A collapse not of courage, but of direction. A moment when history pivoted quietly, almost politely, into disaster. Then you'll follow the light bending across the sky. A story of radar, deception, and one engineer whose mind reshaped the air war without ever firing a shot. It's a tale of mathematics and moonlight, of screens flickering in lonely outposts, of how silence became a weapon. And finally, you'll step into the forests of Finland during the Winter War, where the cold itself became an enemy, where entire units vanished into snowstorms and the world narrowed to breath, frost, and the long patience of survival. Let the lights dim. Set the weight of the day down. Before you drift off, take a moment to subscribe, but only if stories told in whispers are your kind of thing. And if you want, tell us where you're listening from, or which image lingers with you the most. You're listening to Echoes of War. Part 1. The Fall of France. You're standing on a verge where the road forgets itself and becomes rumor. Before the sun has chosen a color, engines murmur like distant bees. The air is cold enough to nip the teeth. Metal ticks as if cooling, though the night has never been warm. A hedgerow cleaves the wind into thin papers of sound. A gear's cautious bite, a chain's private rattle, the soft fricative of rubber and grit. You breathe. It smokes out white and vanishes. Someone coughs far down the lane. Another world inhales with you. You don't know the name for this yet. You only know the way roads hold secrets, the way they tend the weight of men and machines until the weight changes them. In the ditch, damp hay smells of iron and old rain. A map, creased, thumbed, unsure of its own borders, flutters in a pocket like a caged moth. From the fields comes the neat arithmetic of larks, and behind it, a taller sum, something grinding, gathering, learning to move as one body. The first glimmer lies low, as if light were embarrassed to arrive here. It touches fence wire, turns it into a line of small suns. It brushes a bicycle leaning against a post, gives its bell the shy wink of a coin. You lift your hand, and the air lifts with it, clear, chilled, expectant. On the far lane, a motorcycle ghosts past, its rider swallowed in grey, scarf snapping like a flag of breath. It does not belong to this quiet, and so it defines it. You try to listen beyond the sounds for what makes them necessary. Beyond the motor, orders. Beyond the orders, fear with a uniform on. Fields inhale. Village chimneys breathe low and slow. Some kitchen a kilometre away learns that flour is lighter than grief and still chooses bread. Meanwhile, on some staff table, a pencil taps the edge of a river on paper, and the river, flattered, forgets that it has banks. Years later, they will give a clean name to what is still only a pressure in the lungs, a density in the morning like weather preparing to confess. They will say it was swift, as if speed were the same as destiny. They will say the gates opened as though of their own accord. They will talk about maps, about arrows that fattened as they ran, about bridges that decided which side they loved. But here, before the nouns harden, you are inside verbs, waiting, moving, smelling, listening, bracing. Wind combs the wheat into thoughts. A line of poplars keeps time with a rhythm you can't hear yet, a drumline that hasn't learned its name. Somewhere to the east, a forest thins into a road, and the road thickens into an intention. Men lace boots, tug straps, slap fenders with affection or superstition. Eyes blink more than usual. Dust makes excuses. A cloud breaks apart and reforms as if rehearsing formations no cloud should know. You step a little closer to the lane and see, in the tar's faint sheen, the sky rehearsing a different day. Blue trying on grey, grey trying on silver. A bird crosses that false sky and leaves no mark. A truck will cross and leave many. Silence rearranges itself around the knowledge of this. A church bell tests one note and decides morning is not offended by it. You could be anywhere, but you are not. You are in a place where borders are about to become verbs as well. The smell of petrol sharpens. Leather and canvas present their credentials. A field telephone warbles like a bird that learned the wrong song. Within you, something switches from wondering to knowing. Not the why, not the when, only the soon. A dog barks twice and is convinced. The road hums. Its hum grows teeth. You are standing in spring that can't admit itself. Frost holds to the ditch's shadow. Sunlight is a rumor of warmth and nothing more. On the verge, a crushed wildflower looks like a small flag that has changed sides too late. Your breath steadies. You count, not numbers, but heartbeats. There will be counting in many places today. Shells, kilometers, bridges, men. Most of the tallies will be wrong. The first truck appears as the answer to a question you didn't hear asked. Canvas, rivets, a nose that believes in itself. Behind it, another, and another. The road decides. Dust rises like an oath. Chapter 1. Maps that thought they. The dill that waited. You lay the map flat, and it refuses to be flat. It buckles at the rivers, grows hills where fingers have worn it thin, trembles at borders like a horse at a stream. On its surface, the dill is a line of blue certainty. In the world it is water, cold, with moods. Somewhere a Belgian officer runs a hand along his jaw and says the line will hold because the line must hold. In a French staff car, another finger taps Louvre, Wavre, Gemblux, beads on a rosary of intention. Men who have trained for the last war prepare to fight it again, because the last war is the only one that has ever finished. Your breath fogs in the canvas light of a command tent. Cups clink. Enamel chips confess their histories at the rim. On a field table, rulers march like small, obedient bridges across possibilities. The plan, call it the Dill Plan, wants to save Belgium by entering it. British columns will swing up. French First Army will stride east. Belgium itself will brace. If speed can be tidy, this is how. Move to meet the blow. Fix it on the line. Trade space for time in increments small enough to believe in. Outside, dawn is a pale chalk mark. Trucks idle in rows, their breath coiling low as if afraid of heights. A gun crew laughs too loudly at a small joke and then apologizes to the morning. Boots thump in twos and threes. The earth has learned to count men by their souls. A colonel lifts his head and listens past the camp, to birds, to distance, to what the distance carries. The sound he's waiting for hasn't learned to be honest yet. It comes as mutter, it will become proof. You stand over the map and feel it arguing with you. It knows what you want roads to do. It does not trust that roads agree. It knows what bridges promise under peacetime feet. It knows that forests can be solid on paper and porous in weather. Someone draws an arrow with too much confidence. The arrow thickens like a boast. The Ardennes that whispered. To the southeast, a darkness is polite enough to call itself forest. On paper, the Ardennes is a gentleman. Dense, slow, unwelcoming to haste. On the ground, it is a theatre that learned to move from backstage. quiet paths, logging tracks, gullies, long seams where rock has loosened. At dawn, trunks hold the night for a few moments longer. Under them, engines curb their pride and crawl. The breath of machines here is careful. Drivers lean forward as if gravity were a religion. Tanks listen to their own weight negotiating roots and stones. If steel can tiptoe, it does so now. In compartments tight as oaths, men smell oil, wool, damp bread, and the inside of their own fear. A staff officer, coat unbuttoned despite the chill, writes a phrase that will later sound inevitable. Concentrate, penetrate, exploit. At the time, it is only a wish with verbs attached. Trees close ranks and open them again as columns pass. From above, if above were watching, the movement would look like water finding seams in rock. Maps had called it impassable. But impassable is a matter of politeness. With enough insistence, it learns new manners. Bridges, wooden, narrow, considerate of wagons more than tanks, feel the test of tracks and decide to be brave. Sappers stand by with timbers and nerve. River names, Seamoys, Our the Meuse, lift their heads to watch. You think about the arrogance of circles drawn on paper, about how a pencil believes it can tell a ridge to be less itself. Here, modesty is the only wisdom. The forest is older than orders. It accepts them the way an elder accepts noise from children. Tolerant, then stern, then amused. Daylight climbs through branches in slices. Each slice gives a face a different age. Sedan, where banks forgot to be walls. By the time the columns find open country, the road has learned a new grammar. Nouns become momentum, adjectives become dust, conjunctions are bridges. A city whose name will come to taste of haste, Sedan, sits quiet by the Meuse, hands folded, a book open on its lap. Civilians, who have raised children and bred more often than flags, watch the river as if it can advise them. A sentry on the western bank rubs a coin between finger and thumb. It shines, then dulls, then warms to the skin again. The river on the map is a blue no. In the world, it is a blue. Convince me. At its edge men unroll boats like arguments. Artillery, somewhere back where the earth is willing to be rearranged, picks a stanza and repeats it. Shells write commas into the far bank. Smoke supplies adjectives. Fear edits. A man crouched behind a low wall thinks how strange it is that the body's oldest wish, to stay whole, can feel disloyal to the line on paper. Bridges grow in hours where masonry had needed months. Pontoons accept weight as a lesson. Somewhere a commander says, push, and the word travels like weather. Small groups cross, then larger ones. Fire learns to be late. Defenders learn how quickly a rumor becomes a fact when it walks across water. Under the span, the Meuse pretends not to notice men teaching it new meanings. From a nearby hill, you see it not as heroics but as physics. Mass finds a seam. Pressure becomes path. The river is crossed not once, but in threads that braid into a rope, and the rope, once pulled, draws the day forward on its pulley. Behind the bridgeheads, machines queue with the impatience of plans. A private with a chipped tooth smiles at nothing and everything. Joy as refusal, defiance as a kind of prayer. The sickle that bent toward the sea. Some plans are born with a tidy name and only later earn the mystery inside it. Call this one a sweep, a curve, a sickle that wishes to harvest not wheat but certainty. Once the river's far bank admits the weight, the road becomes appetite. South of the old killing fields, men move with a speed that feels impolite. Over farmland that knows plough more than tread, over crossroads that have chosen their loyalties by traffic rather than flags, the columns run. At their edges, radio voices braid and unbraid. Orders come as brief, bright sparks. Continue. Exploit. Ignore the flanks if the center can sing. Somewhere in that weave a name settles in. A general who enjoys the company of momentum, another who trusts maps less than engines. They are not the story. The story is simpler. A door that had been declared locked, then found to be merely stiff. To the north, in confidence neat enough to be fragile, infantry brace on the dill and fight with the courage of good intentions. The line holds here, buckles there, demands a price everywhere. But the story's grammar has shifted. The subject is elsewhere now, turning its claws toward the sea. At crossroads called by small names, confusion arrives dressed as certainty. Units look left for friends and find strangers. The left flank's shadow lengthens toward the coast. You sit on the fender of a halted truck and feel the engine's heat conduct into bone. Flies have learned the new geography and attend it. A runner arrives, breath slicing his tongue, delivers a note that weighs more than paper should. The driver reads it, nods once, and the truck becomes a sentence again, verb first. Civilians, whose maps were bread and water. None of this happens on an empty stage. Between the arrows move towns that have never learned to pronounce strategy. A mother folds a dress into a suitcase that is mostly photographs. A baker slams dough as if he can punch time back into shape. On roads that are supposed to serve crops and church on Sundays, prams and wagons and bicycles mingle with staff cars and scouts. Prayer mixes with petrol until both smell of grief. You pass a family standing at a fork and not choosing. They look at a signpost whose arms disagree. One toward a city that may already have become a rumor, one toward fields where a ditch might be safer than a wall. The father turns the map sideways, as if its truth might lie in a different orientation. The child, face hidden by a scarf and the care of the adults, holds a loaf, warm enough to make a theology of it. A convoy, polite, splits to pass around them like a river around an island. At a small station, a whistle commands a train to be more than steel. It obeys, but its obedience is slow. People fill carriages, then roofs, then hopes not built for this weight. Somewhere a bicycle bell rings twice as if to say, "Excuse me," to history. A cow stands in a doorway and chews as if mulling a treaty. At dusk, fields glisten with the sweat of decision. At night, the sky becomes an index of what burns. On the other side of radios. If you put your ear to the world now, you can hear the sound of decisions outrunning explanations. Wireless sets hiss like small seas. Operators cradle headphones the way midwives hold moments. Codes move through air with the oblivious grace of birds. Some are heard, some land where they must. Some arrive late and are archived by tragedy. Somewhere, across the line, a headquarters thinks the thrust is faint and the feint is thrust, and the day gets away from it like a horse that has remembered it is fast. Here, in the cab of a truck that smells of canvas promises, you watch the road unspool into late afternoon. On the verge, poppies are impertinent with red. A field gun with a chipped trail rests like a beast that has just drunk. A corporal rubs the edge of a coin, always that coin, as if polish were a spell. You fold the map. It complains, then allows itself to be smaller. In your pocket, its corners worry holes in the cloth. Paper is a patient knife. When you take it out again, the rivers have shifted by the smallest, most important margins, where bridges now live that yesterday did not, where units are no longer in their boxes, where arrows, thicker, darker, more certain, have found the coast in their future tents. Night lowers its visor. Engines idle with the soft violence of sleep held at bay. Men remove boots and find their feet. Feet remove men and find the ground. Somewhere a radio reads a new place name as if tasting it. A port, a beach, a possibility. Stars come on, indifferent and accurate. The chapter ends where the road becomes hush. You sit with the map on your knees and let the paper cool beneath your hands. Out beyond the hedgerow, a river remembers how to be only water again, just for a few hours, just until the next sentence begins. Chapter 2. The Sky That Forgot to Wait. Engines that drew on the sky. You look up before you mean to. The sound finds you first, not loud, but layered, like cloth being torn at a great distance. Engines. Many. Some nearer, some thinking about being near. The air itself seems to rehearse their arrival. It tightens, waits, and then lets go. Down here, on the roads that braid through the Ardennes and the Meuse Valley, men and machines inch north and west, a pilgrimage of belief in plans already outdated. Columns stretch like paragraphs that have lost their punctuation. Each lorry hums its own sentence. Together they make a novel of movement. The morning light is still wet on the fields. From above, if you could see yourself, you'd be only a dot between commas. A soldier, or a driver, or a messenger no one will remember by name. The engines write their own grammar on the clouds, commas of condensation, full stops of sudden dives. Every sentence ends in dust. A farmyard glints with water troughs, a mirror for fate. Horses, still trusted where petrol is scarce, shy at the unseen sound. Someone shouts, not at the sky but at luck. Luck does not listen today. The first shadows arrive like handwriting over the land. Precise, foreign, swift. You know what follows. The air turns metallic, the way it did in the last war just before the whistle of shells. Only this time it's higher, faster, personal. When the first bombs fall, they do not roar. They sigh, a long exhalation that ends in rearrangement. Grass lifts as if remembering how to fly. A convoy bends, tries to scatter, discovers there's nowhere to scatter to. Between trees, camouflage nets flicker, betrayed by movement. A truck jackknifes, spilling men who are still boys, still learning that the ground is not always loyal. Smoke climbs and learns to be a weather system. The air tastes of powdered road, of oil gone sour. You cough, and it sounds like someone else's voice. Roads that became traps. By midday, the roads stop being geography and start being evidence. Abandoned carts, bicycles twisted into question marks, boots without owners. Dust hangs so thick it becomes a curtain between moments. Every few minutes a siren loops overhead, a thread pulling panic through cloth already torn. You ride in a staff car that refuses to believe it's lost. The driver keeps the engine steady, as if steadiness itself were protection. On both sides of the road, fields burn in tidy rectangles. Barns, haystacks, a church roof that glows like confession. The map on your knee is useless now. The lines have become a prayer with no translation. A formation of bombers passes westward, neat as geometry, cruel as logic. Each one drops silver shapes that fall slower than time but faster than faith. Somewhere behind, anti-aircraft guns bark their anger, each shell a question shouted upward. The sky does not answer. It continues drawing. At a crossroads, refugees pause to let a column of tanks pass. Women clutch bundles. Men push prams with boxes instead of babies. The line between soldier and civilian dissolves into shared fear. Dust coats everything the same color. Uniforms, bread, memory. When the planes return, everyone dives for the same ditch. A child's wooden toy floats in a puddle, face down, its wheels spinning. Later, silence returns not as peace but as fatigue. You count breaths because counting people has become impossible. The road hums faintly, not from engines but from heat, as if remembering them. A single aircraft remains above, a dot pacing the blue, patient as fate. Command without gravity. Inside a chateau that smells of wax and worry, generals debate the shape of the invisible. Maps bloom across tables. Telephone wires tangle like roots seeking truth. Orders leave the room and evaporate before they reach the field. The air outside is louder than hierarchy. A radio crackles. Bridges lost, units encircled. The muse no longer a sentence but a comma. Someone whispers, counterattack. Another whispers, too late. The phrases mean the same thing now. No one mentions retreat. They call it elastic defense, as if words could stretch history back into form. You stand by the window, look out through glass that shakes with every distant explosion. The gardens are still perfectly symmetrical, as though war respects geometry. A gardener, too old to flee, waters tulips that will not notice occupation. Above, contrails intersect in deliberate mathematics. One line crosses another, and somewhere beneath, a decision hardens into loss. When dusk falls, the chateau glows with lamplight and denial. Outside, the road beyond the gate is a necklace of embers, each ember a village deciding how much of itself to remember tomorrow. The fall in slow motion. Night is no longer protection. Bombers come by sound now, guided by flares that drift like slow stars. You lie in a shallow trench and watch the sky conduct its own orchestra. White, red, green, each color meaning something to someone with a headset miles away. The ground trembles not from impact but anticipation. Each pause between raids feels like mercy testing its patience. Somewhere near, a soldier hums to himself, a lullaby for no one in particular. Another whispers a prayer he learned before he knew what surrender meant. Far off, the muse gleams where fires paint it. Bridges sag, rivers choke with debris. Doors, wheels, once alive things. A horse, riderless, drifts downstream, mane bright as phosphorus. The air smells of cordite and milk, absurdly human. When dawn finally finds the ruins, it hesitates. The sun seems unwilling to illuminate what it must inherit. Birds fly low, confused by the new topography of smoke. The first French units retreat westward through villages that no longer answer to names. Children, you glimpse them only as silhouettes, hold hands and look at the horizon as if expecting it to apologize. Above, the sky is clean again, too clean, like a sheet turned down on an empty bed. No engines, no threat, only silence so thick it feels rehearsed. You walk to what had been a house, now a pattern of bricks and memory. Through a window frame without glass, you look up. The sky stares back, blameless, empty, still. It has forgotten everything it just did. Chapter 3. The Coast That Learned to Wait. The roads that pointed to water. The roads change language long before they reach the sea. Dust turns to salt. Engines taste it first. Men cough and taste it next. Every mile west is a question answered by silence. You move with a column that is no longer an army so much as a migration. Trucks, bicycles, carts, each heavy with the kind of belongings people think will matter later. They do not. The road narrows where it meets hedges. The line of vehicles widens where hope panics. A dog runs alongside for half a kilometer and then stops, confused by its own loyalty. To the north, smoke marks towns that have forgotten their names. To the south, fields hold bodies that look like punctuation between sentences the earth is still trying to read. Somewhere in between, radios whisper about regrouping, about a line that will hold. There is always a line that will hold. But the map has become an open wound. Each new report bleeds into it. By afternoon, the first smell of tide enters the air, faint and metallic. The men notice it before they admit it. Someone says, "We're close," but his voice doesn't know if that means safety or corner. Dunkirk before the name. The town is smaller than rumour promised. Its church tower blinks between columns of smoke. Cobbled streets echo with the slap of boots and the stutter of engines that no longer believe in themselves. Somewhere, a piano plays one final chord. It might be wind through a window frame, or it might be goodbye pretending to be music. The beach is both enormous and insufficient. Sand stretches farther than courage, yet never far enough. You stand at the edge of it and see the channel lying flat as a mirror that refuses to show the future. On the horizon, ships hover like punctuation marks waiting for the sentence to end. Orders reach the sand in tatters. Hold here, form lines, destroy equipment that cannot be carried. Men obey and disobey in equal measure. A truck is driven into shallow water, its wheels still spinning as if denial could float. Artillery pieces are turned toward the sea, barrels dark as guilt. Someone laughs, a short, cracked sound that surprises even him. The Luftwaffe returns in intervals, punctual as tide. Each pass redraws the beach. Craters fill with water, water fills with men, men with silence. You help carry one to the dunes, his hand still clutching a tin of cigarettes that have lost their reason. When it's over, gulls resume their ordinary business. At night, flares hang above the surf, bleaching everything into temporary truth. The sea reflects them without judgment. Boats wait beyond the breakers, some grey and official, others absurdly small. The horizon flickers like a pulse learning to calm itself. The miracle that refused the word. Morning begins with engines. Again, always engines. But these belong to boats, not bombers. From the east they come. Trawlers, pleasure craft, lifeboats painted by hand. Each hull carries a name chosen long before war and unwilling to change it. Greta, Rescue, Our Nelly, the Skylark. They look too fragile for the task. Yet the task seems to make them stronger. You wade out until the water grips your knees. Cold. Real. It smells of rust and forgiveness. Around you, men form queues that curve with the tide. Patience becomes doctrine. Discipline becomes prayer. A destroyer looms nearer, black hull shining with salt. It cannot come close. The depth betrays it. So the smaller craft ferry men to it in shuttles, each trip a heartbeat across chaos. Voices overlap. Commands, jokes, hymns, all half swallowed by wind. From above, another raid begins. Tracer lines stitch the air. Columns freeze and then resume as if choreography could save them. A soldier near you falls forward into the surf and drifts face down, mouth open as though still explaining something. No one moves him. The tide will. When the bombers leave, the sound lingers, echoing inside skulls like aftertaste. A chaplain kneels in the sand, draws a cross that the next wave erases. Faith and sea understand each other. They both keep secrets. Hour after hour, boats come and go, each bringing absence back to England. By nightfall, the beach smells of oil, rope, and the ache of survival. You sit among men whose faces are no longer young, though morning had insisted they were. Somewhere behind, France continues to burn without audience. Those who stayed behind. Not everyone boards. Some hold positions at canals or crossroads to buy the rest a few more heartbeats. They know the sea will not remember their names. That is enough. In a farmhouse cellar near Gravelines, a captain writes one last report by candlelight. The wax pools like melted hours. He lists his men, his ammunition, his apologies. Then he folds the paper, presses it between two bricks, and exhales. Upstairs, boots trample. Voices switch languages. The candle flutters out with a sound like consent. Elsewhere, a nurse tends to the wounded who could not be moved. She hums something without melody, perhaps to remind herself that air can still be kind. Outside, footsteps recede. Inside, the drip of water from a cracked pipe becomes a clock that no one will reset. The next morning, the wind changes. It carries the smell of salt away and brings in the smell of surrender. Flags change hands. The beach, scrubbed by tide, looks innocent again. Only the footprints, thousands upon thousands, refuse to forget which way they were facing. The sea keeps its secrets. 4 days afterward, the channel keeps bringing things back. Helmets, planks, letters sealed in tin boxes. Fishermen find rifles tangled in their nets, seaweed wrapped around trigger guards like forgiveness. A boot washes ashore with sand already taking ownership of it. On the English side, trains deliver survivors to stations that smell of tea and disbelief. Some weep at the sight of home. Others stare at their hands as if they've returned with strangers' skin. One man, still damp from salt, says he cannot sleep because silence feels too loud. Another confesses he cannot stop listening for engines. From London, voices call it deliverance, miracle, proof of destiny. The men who were there simply call it enough. They remember the line of boats under the moon, the shuffle of feet in cold water, the taste of diesel on prayer. They remember waiting, not for victory, but for the sea to decide. And the sea, wise in its indifference, decided to lend itself. Just for those 9 days, just long enough for escape to rhyme with survival. Then it went back to being sea again, grey, ancient, unbothered. You stand now at low tide, years later. The sand is quiet, but if you listen closely, it hums, a low resonance between past and horizon. Wind combs the dunes into new shapes, erasing and rewriting. The gulls circle as they did before, as they always will. And in their cries, the war feels both over and unfinished. Chapter 4. The Line That Broke Backward. The city that held its breath. You arrive in a city that still insists on manners. Paris, early June, streets washed the night before, as if cleanliness could postpone consequence. Cafes set out chairs because habit is stronger than fear. The river smells of iron and lilac, stubbornly spring. Somewhere, a radio plays Debussy, his notes wandering through open windows like birds that have forgotten migration. Above the bridges, the sky has learned discretion. It glows without warmth, pretending neutrality. The air carries a sound too, even to be peace. Trucks, distant, measured, inevitable. Every street corner seems to listen for them. You walk past bookshops already half empty, shelves like ribs. A boy chalks a hopscotch grid on the pavement, skips one square marked with a cross. His mother calls him inside before she says why. Church bells ring at the wrong hour, trying to keep courage on schedule. Somewhere far south, another line breaks. Somewhere nearer, a map folds itself in resignation. At the ministry, blinds rattle in a draft that no one will admit is panic. Documents shuffle between desks like leaves, pretending they can change the season. A clerk stamps each with a neat red circle. Urgent. Nothing inside those circles will matter tomorrow. Orders written on air. In a chateau near Tours, the government still calls itself government. Telephones ring. Telephones die. Lines cut. Reconnect. Speak in static like ghosts learning diction. Generals gather around a table that groans under maps already obsolete. They argue about time, as though time were an ally that could be negotiated with. You stand in a doorway, listening. Words collide. Armistice, continuation, defensive perimeter, honor. Each falls heavier than the last. Someone mentions the lawyer as the next line. Someone else murmurs, "There are no more lines, only delays." No one disagrees aloud. Outside, rain begins, first soft, then insistent. It taps on windows like fingers demanding entrance. A young officer folds his orders into his pocket without reading them. He already knows what they say. Withdraw. Protect civilians. Burn what you must. Fire, once again, becomes policy. The corridors smell of damp paper. Typewriters rest with their keys raised. Small metallic soldiers awaiting purpose. You imagine each key bearing a letter of farewell. At dusk, a messenger on a bicycle passes a convoy headed the opposite way. He salutes no one. No one salutes back. Even gestures have grown tired. Paris without sound. When the order finally comes to declare the capital open, the words themselves seem embarrassed. Open, as if the city were a door offering welcome rather than surrender. Night before occupation. Street lamps dim. Bridges whisper to the river, promising not to remember. The metro sighs one last train through tunnels thick with breath. You walk along the Seine. The statues wear rain like armor. Some faces on posters are torn. Others look determined to remain intact. A baker kneads dough for the morning. He refuses to call it routine. A woman in a blue coat feeds pigeons with deliberate care, as though mercy still counts when measured in crumbs. At midnight, the sirens that once warned of air raids sound again, this time not to alert, but to announce. The city listens, still pretending not to understand the language of endings. Before dawn, columns approach from the northeast. Engines murmur with the confidence of inevitability. Boots strike rhythm on cobblestones polished by centuries of parade and revolution. Windows open an inch, then close again, as if light itself were treason. When morning finds the city, it does so quietly. No gunfire, no resistance, only the weight of sound withheld. Flags change on buildings with the politeness of theater set changes. A soldier pauses to photograph the Eiffel Tower, his shadow stretching across cobbles once meant for joy. Voices in the dust. Elsewhere, trains fill with people carrying smaller and smaller pieces of their lives. Southbound, westbound, any direction that feels like a way. A mother counts her children by touch. A teacher clutches a roll of attendance sheets, absurd proof that names once had order. At a wayside station, a priest blesses both sides of the platform. He has stopped asking which direction is safe. Overhead, the same sky that watched Dunkirk now watches this. It has learned patience. It has seen repetition. On a rural road, you meet a line of cavalry, horses thin, eyes wide. They move at walking pace, the past itself passing through the present. An old man doffs his hat. The officer nods but doesn't slow. Even respect has learned to economize. By evening, rumors travel faster than trains. Some say the government has fled south. Others say it will fight from Africa. Others, that the war is already over. Each rumor carries a piece of truth, but not enough to build on. They drift like leaves that have forgotten which branch was theirs. You camp by the roadside, near a field that still smells of wheat and petrol. Someone lights a cigarette. Another mutters that it's safer not to. The flame flickers, briefly honest against the dark. You stare at it until it dies of exhaustion. The surrender that whispered. June 17th. The announcement crackles over radios that have outlived their batteries. An appeal to cease fighting, an armistice to end suffering. The word suffering lands heavier than all the others. Men remove their caps. Some curse. Some simply nod, as if the inevitable has finally shown its credentials. You sit on a stone wall, the countryside humming with insects that have no interest in treaties. A boy passes with a bucket of water for refugees. He spills half, drinks the rest. Even thirst feels divided. In the towns, flags change again. Some hang limp, others flutter like reluctant confession. The air smells of dust and diesel, surrender's twin perfumes. Church bells ring once, uncertain of the hour. That night, under a pale moon, soldiers burn documents, letters, photographs. Flames lick faces, make them younger for a moment. Someone plays a harmonica. Slow, halting, almost tender. You realize it's the first music that hasn't come from engines in weeks. At midnight, the wind shifts north, carrying smoke toward the coast where waiting once meant hope. Now it means memory. After silence. Days later, Paris resumes breathing. Shops reopen in cautious imitation of life. Children, those who remained, kick stones that used to be shrapnel. A painter sets up his easel by the river, mixing grey with grey. The canvas shows water, bridge, reflection, none of them accurate. You walk past the Hotel de Ville. Flags unfamiliar flutter from its roof, their shadows crossing cobblestones like questions that will not age. An old woman sweeps her doorstep, murmuring, "At least the dust is ours." Evening drifts in with the smell of coal smoke and bread. For a moment, the city almost remembers itself. A violinist plays near Pont Neuf. The notes tremble, then settle, as if the instrument too must learn new loyalties. Above, clouds move east. Slow, unhurried, disinterested. The war has changed their names as well. You pause on the bridge, looking down at the river. It carries fragments of wood, a single shoe, the reflection of a flag you'd rather not see. The current slides on, smooth, detached, fluent in forgetting. And as night gathers, the lamps flicker one by one across the embankment. A city rehearsing how to sleep through occupation. A people learning the art of waiting without hope. A world exhaling before its next breath. Chapter 5. The Voices that Refused to Vanish. The First Whisper. It begins, as most endurance does, with a whisper, a word carried too softly to be dangerous, too stubborn to die. A leaflet slipped under a cafe saucer, a name scratched on a wall in pencil meant to fade but doesn't. Paris breathes again, but it breathes differently. Short, careful, through the teeth. Posters bloom overnight in new languages. Each corner smells of glue and fear. You walk past one and keep walking, but your eyes return. The face on the poster smiles with the confidence of occupation. Below it, someone has written a single word, none. It is small enough to be erased, large enough to matter. In the metro, conversations occur in fragments. We heard. They arrested. Keep your head down. The rails hum like nerves under the city's skin. Somewhere above, church bells ring out of habit, each note testing the air for consequence. The whisper grows by repetition, by rhythm, by need. By the time it reaches the countryside, it has learned to travel by bicycle, by rumor, by ink that dries fast. It does not yet call itself resistance. It calls itself something to do when silence hurts too much. Paper wars. You find yourself in a cellar that smells of damp and defiance. A typewriter sits on a crate, its keys polished by conviction. 3 people lean over a candle, student, printer, teacher, each breathing the same shallow air. Pages feed through the machine, one after another, warm with urgency. The words are simple. France lives. The printer inks a stencil with trembling hands. Outside, footsteps echo. No one speaks until they fade. Then the machine resumes, faster now, as though speed were armor. Bundles of pamphlets leave through back doors inside bread baskets and bicycle panniers. At dawn, they bloom across the city like a rash the occupiers cannot cure. On walls, on benches, in pockets of trams, paper replacing pride. One morning, you see a child pick up a leaflet and fold it into an airplane. It glides a few meters before landing near a soldier's boot. No one moves. Even the wind holds its breath. The soldier bends, reads the words, and kicks the paper into the gutter. The airplane wins by existing. Voices on the air. Across the channel, another kind of whisper learns to cross water. London, 1940. A small room lit by static and belief. Microphones like black tulips bloom before exiles who have not forgotten how to speak. Their French is clipped by distance, but their sentences find ears back home like raindrops finding windows. Here is London, the voice begins, calm as if reading weather. France has lost a battle, but France has not lost the war. You hear it in a shuttered apartment, volume low, curtains drawn. The sound crackles, distorts, returns. It's not perfect. Perfection would break the spell. Each word carries over hundreds of kilometers, each vowel an act of trespass. Neighbors pretend not to listen. Afterward, they all sleep a little lighter. The occupiers ban radios. People hide them behind books, inside bread ovens, under floorboards. At night, attics glow faintly blue as dials turn to forbidden frequencies. The city hums again, not with engines, but with expectation. Networks without names. The resistance does not begin with flags or leaders. It begins with errands. A loaf of bread delivered too late. A bicycle trip that detours through the post office. A farmer who leaves a barn door unlocked. Small gestures form a nervous system across the map. Messages written in milk, invisible until warmed by a candle. Passwords disguised as greetings. At train stations, women selling newspapers pass tiny notes folded into coins. You help move one such note. Address, date, nothing more. You tuck it into your sleeve, heart pounding louder than footsteps. On the bridge, soldiers smoke and laugh. They do not notice you. That is your victory. In Lyon, in Toulouse, in Marseille, the pattern repeats. Circles of trust, always too small, always large enough to matter. Some are betrayed, others endure. When one falls, two more rise in its place. Every wall has ears, so the resistance learns to speak with eyes and silence. A glance means tonight. A cough means wait. A song whistled twice means safe. Language reverts to heartbeat. The price of sound. Inevitably, the whisper is overheard. Arrests come at dawn. Boots, torches, the sound of furniture learning to protest. Paper burns, names vanish. Courage hides where even fear forgets to look. You sit in a cell that smells of lime and memory. The wall opposite bears 100 initials carved by predecessors. You add yours not out of vanity but companionship. Outside, a truck starts, stops, starts again. It will carry someone else tomorrow. In another part of the city, a train departs under cover of darkness. Windows are shuttered. Station clocks refuse to tick. A single guard looks away. Resistance survives him because he looks away. The next morning, your name is erased from the registry, but not from the air. A comrade remembers your story and tells it in code through a radio 3 countries away. Your voice, disassembled into wavelengths, still travels. Echoes through years. By 1942, the whisper has become an orchestra. Sabotage sings its percussive rhythm, rails loosened, telegraph poles severed. Leaflets conduct the melody. Radios carry harmony across static. Each act small, each act cumulative. You walk through a forest near Limoges, where the ground is soft with pine needles and secrecy. Partisans hide in the undergrowth, their tents patched with parachute silk. A fire burns low, almost polite. Someone hands you a tin cup of coffee brewed from chicory and nerve. The taste is terrible, and therefore precious. Above, planes drone toward Germany. First bombers, then later supply drops. Cylinders fall trailing silk, bringing weapons, hope, and sometimes more questions than answers. The men and women who catch them look skyward with gratitude and weariness. They know the wind can change allegiance without notice. In villages, church bells ring twice at strange hours, signals disguised as superstition. Resistance spreads like roots, unseen but relentless. Even silence begins to feel crowded. The unseen march. One night, in a safe house near the border, you listen as messages arrive by code. Dots and dashes tap through the room like rain. Someone writes them down, turns them into words, words into actions. Blow up a bridge here. Hide a pilot there. Each instruction measured, efficient, almost tender. When dawn comes, you step outside. Mist curls over the fields. The world looks newly invented. For a moment, war seems far, as if it too must rest. Then a shot rings out miles away, reminder and refrain. You look down at your hands and realize they smell of ink, smoke, and rain, the 3 elements of survival. The return of the voice. By 1943, the voice from London has multiplied. Women now speak into microphones, their tones steady, precise. Les Français parlent ex français, they begin. Then come phrases that sound like nonsense but ignite movement. The swallows will nest again. The tulips are blooming early this year. Each is a signal. Each carries weight measured in lives. Somewhere in a garret, a family listens, knowing that comprehension itself is treason. They write the phrases on scraps, memorize them, burn the scraps. Knowledge becomes ash. Ash becomes courage. When the voice ends, the room remains full of its echo. Outside, curfew whistles blow. Inside, hearts answer. The quiet that glowed. Winter again. Snow falls softly over occupied fields, covering footprints faster than they form. In the forest, resistance fighters huddle under tarpaulins, guns oiled, eyes hollow with cold. They pass around a radio the size of a lunchbox, its antenna trembling like a reed. The announcer's voice breaks through static. All the clocks are waiting. They smile. They know what it means. You realize that every act, every whispered phrase, every sheet of paper has built toward this. Not victory, not yet, but endurance as rebellion. The snow muffles everything except breath. You close your eyes and hear the heartbeat of a country learning to survive itself. When morning comes, frost outlines the trees in silver veins. A new leaflet prints its first page in a hidden room. A transmitter warms to life. A woman pedals through dawn with messages hidden in bread. The war continues, but so does the whisper, and between them lies the thin, luminous thread called hope. Chapter 6. The Turning Wind. Whispers of change. It happens first in the weather. The wind that used to come from the east now drifts the other way, softer, carrying salt and something like rumor. In cafes, people lift their heads without knowing why. The air feels restless, alert, as if it too has overheard news. You sit by a window darkened with blackout paper, a candle guttering in its glass. A man at the next table folds his newspaper twice before speaking. "They've landed somewhere," he murmurs. No one asks where. The word landed is enough to rearrange every breath in the room. For months, the sky had been a lid. Now it leaks possibility. Radio fragments hint at bombings in far cities, factories burning, generals replaced. A child asks what counteroffensive means. Her mother says it's when courage remembers its address. In the countryside, farmers notice contrails heading the wrong direction. At night, trains rumble toward borders no longer sure of their loyalties. The air smells faintly of rain and aviation fuel, a mixture the heart learns to translate as hope. The weight of waiting. Hope is not light. It is heavy with what came before. Every rumor sits beside a memory of betrayal. Every smile is measured, rationed like sugar. You walk through a village near the lawyer. Shutters still closed, but curtains flutter, tiny rebellions of fabric. A poster orders calm. Beside it, someone has drawn a small arrow pointing west. Even chalk dares again. The local priest rings the bell twice, once for vespers, once for something unnamed. No one attends the first. Everyone hears the second. In the fields, the wind combs the wheat in one direction only, toward the sea. A woman peddling home from market carries bread, onions, and a rumor that American soldiers have been seen in North Africa. The bread grows lighter with each retelling. By evening, the rumor weighs more than the loaf. Air that remembers thunder. That night, the bombers return, not theirs, ours. Engines roll overhead like distant surf. Windows tremble. Hearts answer in rhythm. From attics and fields, people watch the sky paint itself in arcs of flame. It is beautiful and unbearable. The bombs fall far away, but the sound travels home like prophecy. You stand on a hillside, coat pulled tight, eyes fixed on the flicker at the horizon. For the first time in years, the darkness belongs to someone else. It feels wrong to feel joy at destruction, but the emotion is not joy. It is release. Each explosion writes a syllable across the night. Return, return, return. In a barn nearby, a hidden radio crackles alive. Enemy loss is heavy, the voice says, clipped and foreign. Someone whispers, good, then crosses himself, unsure if faith allows that word tonight. Letters that found their way. Mail still moves, even in war. You receive a letter that has traveled through censors, through chance, through kindness. It bears a London postmark and the scent of damp ink. Inside, a few sentences from a friend thought dead. He writes of convoy nights, of salt spray frozen to railings, of courage measured in coffee and frostbite. He ends with 5 words. We are coming back soon. You read them until they blur. All over occupied Europe, such letters circulate like contraband hope. Some are forged, some intercepted, some real, none wasted. Each one adds a new color to the gray palette of waiting. Children in schools draw ships instead of landscapes. Teachers let them. Even imagination can be resistance. Shadows in uniform. The occupiers feel it too, the unease, the slipping. Their voices sharpen. Their eyes travel further before returning. Checkpoints multiply. Curfews tighten, as if darkness itself could be handcuffed. You watch a patrol march down the boulevard, boots rhythmic, expressions unreadable. One soldier glances upward when a cloud passes. For an instant, he looks like a man remembering weather from home. Then the line moves on. Propaganda posters grow larger, their smiles more desperate. They shout promises no one believes. Even the glue begins to peel before morning. The wind, meanwhile, keeps blowing west to east, carrying dust, pollen, and something intangible. The faint electric scent of change. Signals in the fields. Summer 1943. In the meadows near Chartres, haystacks double as beacons. Lanterns flash once, twice, then darken. Far above, a plane circles, unseen but certain. Parachutes bloom silently, pale flowers opening in night air. Crates land with muted thumps. Radios, rifles, chocolate, morphine. Men gather them quickly, bury silk, whisper thanks to sky and wind. You help carry one box into the woods. It is lighter than fear, but heavier than trust. Inside, packets stamped from your friends in England. The phrase feels both formal and intimate, like a handclasp through glass. Dawn finds the field empty, except for the scent of trampled grass and engine oil. From the farmhouse nearby, a rooster crows late, bewildered by secrets. Voices growing louder. By autumn, the resistance no longer whispers, it breathes in chorus. Sabotage now scheduled, messages now coded but confident. Every train derailed is a heartbeat closer to return. In Paris, leaflets no longer hide. They are handed openly, daring confiscation. Students chalk words across bridges. Liberté, bientôt. Police wash them away before noon. By evening, they reappear. Hope has discovered multiplication. You meet in a cellar where walls sweat moisture and courage. Maps sprawl across tables. Pins bloom like small red wounds. Someone says, "Next year, maybe June." No one asks, "Of what?" The air already answers. Winter between storms. Winter 1943-44 arrives brittle and suspicious. Coal runs short, ration cards thin, yet spirits thicken. In cafes, waiters hum forbidden songs beneath their breath. In factories, workers sabotage subtly. Machines that stall only when inspectors visit. Even the Seine seems to flow with more intention, dragging ice toward the ocean as if delivering a message. You write in a notebook kept hidden under floorboards. Someday this will be history, but tonight it is heartbeat. Ink freezes on the nib. Still, the sentence finishes itself. From London, the radio's rhythm changes. Fewer speeches, more silence between them. Everyone learns to hear what isn't said. Something vast is gathering breath. The promise in the wind. April 1944. The wind no longer whispers, it declares. Ships mass along foreign coasts. Pilots memorize skies by star. Even the gulls seem to migrate westward, impatient. Messages flood the air. Poems, proverbs, nonsense phrases that mean everything. The long sobs of violins, the announcer says. Every ear that hears it trembles. Every hand finds its task. You stand on a hilltop at dusk. The horizon glows faintly, not with sunset but anticipation. Beneath the wind's roar, you can almost hear engines warming far away. The war that once seemed endless now has an edge, sharp and golden. It is the sound of the turning wind, the exhale before storm, the breath before liberation. You close your eyes. The air smells of rain, salt, and distance. All across France, hearts tilt in the same direction. The waiting, at last, has begun to end. Chapter 7. The Day the Sky Opened. The dawn before. You wake to a sky that doesn't belong to June. It is heavy, grey-green, taut as canvas stretched too tight. The air smells of salt and static. Somewhere far out at sea, thunder walks on water, but it keeps time too evenly to be weather. On the Normandy coast, fishermen still mend nets by habit. The sea has moods, they say, but not intentions. This morning, though, the horizon looks deliberate. Gulls cry in patterns. Waves arrive with strange discipline, and beyond them, faint as breath, a sound gathers that has no right to come from the sea. You stand in a field above the cliffs. Mist combs the grass flat. The wind has forgotten which way is shore. It carries the same note you heard years ago in reverse. Engines, many, endless, patient. 4 days, rumors had multiplied. An invasion here, a diversion there, perhaps never. Now rumor becomes pulse. The sky ripples, low and wide. Somewhere behind the horizon, a generation exhales. The water that remembered men. At first, they appear as shadows, darker shapes moving on dark water. Then the shapes acquire edges, hulls, wakes, spray. The sea itself seems startled to bear so much purpose. Wave by wave, the line grows teeth. Inside each craft, men crouch, faces ghostly under helmets slick with salt. Some pray, some joke, some grip photographs until the edges soften. The air smells of oil, damp wool, and nerves. Someone hums a song with no words. No one asks him to stop. At 5:30, the horizon blooms. Light flares, sound arrives late, and the world rearranges itself into shock and smoke. Coastal guns answer, slow and angry. The sky writes chaos in every tense. You watch from the bluffs as landing craft crawl forward, hesitant, brave. The first touch the sand. Some do not. Men spill into surf that rises to their chests, rifles held high like small, proud flags. A few fall before they can stand. The water, once indifferent, becomes crowded with history. Somewhere a chaplain kneels in foam, his prayer drowned but not wasted. Another soldier wades ashore carrying a stretcher instead of a weapon. Bravery looks nothing like the stories promised. It looks like movement that refuses to stop. The air above. By mid-morning, the sky is an occupation of its own. Parachutes drift like pale seeds, thousands, filling the light with dissent. Each one carries a story that hasn't started yet. Villagers wake to the sight and think, for one blessed second, that it's snowing. On the fields behind the beaches, the wind makes applause through the grass. Cows run in slow confusion. Barns tremble. A farmer's wife stands at her door, a hand to her mouth, the other gripping the frame. When the first paratrooper lands in her orchard, she drops to her knees, half in prayer, half in disbelief. He smiles, mud on his teeth, and says the only French he knows. Bonjour, madame. History bows its head and keeps moving. From above, the sky finally opens. Bombers trace paths across clouds like pen strokes correcting the past. Fighters dive, rise, vanish. Silver punctuation in a long sentence of liberation. The roar is endless, but beneath it lives another sound. The low, continuous rhythm of a world beginning to turn. On the ground. The beaches earn names they never asked for. Omaha, Gold, Juneau, Sword, Utah. Names like passwords, like promises. Each one becomes a chapter written in wet sand and smoke. You walk behind a medic dragging a stretcher. The tide retreats, then returns, taking nothing it can keep. Empty helmets bob like buoys. A sergeant yells something you can't hear. His voice dissolves in the wind. You bend to help a man whose uniform is soaked with both kinds of salt. He grips your wrist hard and whispers, "Is it France?" You nod, though words feel inadequate for geography this sacred. Further inland, fields turn to crossroads, crossroads to resistance. French villagers emerge cautiously, carrying bread, wine, questions. One man kisses a sleeve patch as if it were a relic. Another points west and says, "They're still fighting there." No one stops moving. The road smells of petrol, sweat, liberation. Dust rises like incense. And through it all, the wind blows east, steady, persistent, carrying the sound of engines deeper into a continent that thought it had forgotten their meaning. The view from the other side. A German soldier, 19, watches from a trench half buried in sand. His hands shake as he reloads. The metal burns from overuse. He has not slept since Sunday. He does not hate. He fears, and the fear is older than ideology. When his gun jams, he stares at it like betrayal. Around him, comrades shout, "Die, vanish." He crawls toward the sea out of instinct, not strategy. The water receives him coldly. He looks up once, sees the sky veined with parachutes, and knows the war has changed shape forever. Later, he will be captured, handed a blanket, offered water. Someone will tell him it's over. He will not believe them, because it hasn't ended inside him yet. The long afternoon. By evening, the beaches are layered in contradiction. Triumph and wreckage, joy and grief, life and its echo. Engineers clear mines while priests give last rites. Medics stitch and bury in the same rhythm. The sea laps gently, pretending it hasn't seen a thing. You walk among the landing craft, now grounded in tide's retreat. Inside one, a helmet rests on a bench beside a cigarette tin and a folded photograph. The man it belonged to is already elsewhere, but the objects keep his place in the world. Further up the dunes, soldiers build fires from broken crates. Flames lick the twilight, defiant. Someone opens a tin of peaches and passes it around. Sweetness tastes revolutionary. Laughter comes hesitant at first, then real. Liberation has found its voice, and it sounds like breathing. Night on the shore. Darkness returns, but it's a different dark. Not occupied, not fearful. Just night, ordinary, alive. Ships flash signal lights across calm water. The reflections look like constellations reborn. Stars appear one by one, no longer enemy navigation but promise. On the far cliffs, villagers light candles in windows facing the sea. Each flame is a greeting, a thank you, a prayer. From offshore, sailors see them and whisper back through Morse and memory. You sit in the sand, boots off, feet raw, hands shaking. The surf curls close, whispering against itself. In the distance, faint bursts mark battles still raging inland. But here, the rhythm slows. Someone nearby begins to hum, an old song about home. Others join, quietly. The melody rises, simple, human. The ocean listens, and for once, does not interrupt. The first morning after. When dawn comes, it feels unfamiliar. Light touches the sand with cautious grace, as though asking permission. Smoke drifts inland. Gulls return, unafraid. The The beach is littered with remnants of both victory and cost. Helmets, rifles, letters, footprints. A corporal kneels beside a fallen comrade, removes his tags, places them neatly on the chest. Then he stands, wipes his face, and keeps walking. The living have inherited the duty of memory. Civilians appear with carts, bringing water, blankets, bread. A child offers an apple to a soldier who looks too young to eat it. They smile at each other, and the war, briefly, loses its language. You look out to see one last time. The horizon is full of ships returning for more. The sky above them is vast, rinsed clean. After years of watching it close in anger, you see it open at last. A lid lifted from a world that can finally breathe again. Chapter 8. The March Through the Wounded Land. Roads that remembered. The road stretches east, scarred and magnificent. Convoys roll through wheat fields flattened by wind and war. Dust rises behind each truck like unspoken prayers. On the ditches, wildflowers bloom again, purple, yellow, defiant. You walk among them, rifle slung low, helmet tilted back. The air smells of rain and petrol and resurrection. Every mile feels heavier than its length. Each village passed is a heartbeat returning. Children appear first, always. They run beside the trucks, waving flags sewn from bedsheets, shouting words half forgotten by use. Liberté. Liberateurs. Women lean from windows, crying without shame. Old men remove caps they hadn't dared wear in years. Dogs bark themselves hoarse with joy. The soldiers wave, embarrassed by adoration. They are tired, mud-caked, sunburned, but their faces open like doors in summer. Each smile costs something, but no one minds the debt. Along the roadsides lie the skeletons of vehicles, burned, rusted, claimed by weeds. A bicycle leans against a tree, its chain still trembling from a wind that has learned direction again. The land looks both young and ancient, wounded but awake. The wind blows east, as if tugging history toward repair. Villages that waited. In the town of St. Lo, bells ring from a church that no longer has a roof. The sound floats through open air, perfectly round, refusing pity. People gather under the tower's broken ribs. Someone brings bread. Someone else brings wine that tastes of dust and celebration. A woman steps forward with a photograph pressed to her chest. Her husband's name was written on a list, then crossed off, then rewritten. She does not ask if anyone has seen him. She only says, "Welcome," and everyone understands the rest. In another village, liberation comes not with tanks, but with a bicycle. A courier waving a flag stitched from curtains. The locals embrace him as if he were a whole army. Within an hour, the tricolor flies from the town hall again. By sunset, someone plays an accordion. By nightfall, every window glows. You sit on the curb, helmet in your lap, watching people dance on cobblestones slick with rain. The music sounds fragile but certain, like a bird singing after lightning. For a moment, you forget how far there is still to go. The faces of freedom. In Paris, posters whisper of the advance. In Lyon, in Chartres, in Reims, rumors sprint faster than couriers. The occupiers retreat like a tide too slow to hide its tracks. As the columns approach, more civilians join. Farmers on tractors, children on carts, priests on bicycles. They bring baskets, songs, and silence. The line between army and people dissolves into gratitude. You walk beside a woman carrying a loaf wrapped in linen. She offers you half. You shake your head. She insists. Bread shared becomes treaty. At a crossroads, a resistance fighter salutes. Armband red, white, blue, rifle older than his smile. He looks at the convoy, whispers, "So it's true," and disappears into the crowd before you can answer. Everywhere, hands reach out, touching sleeves, faces, disbelief. Some clap, others simply hold on, unwilling to risk this being dream. Every gesture is a thank you translated into skin. But amid the joy, shadows linger. Windows boarded, houses burned, fields where silence still holds names. Freedom steps carefully among them, barefoot and reverent. The cost beneath the celebration. In the ruins of Cannes, liberation looks like exhaustion. Streets are open wounds, walls lean in confusion. A cathedral stands roofless but unashamed, its altar still bearing a single candle unextinguished. Dust turns the sunlight gold. Pigeons circle as though counting survivors. You help clear rubble with a group of locals. Hands bleed. No one notices. Each stone lifted feels like apology. When a child finds a doll in the debris, the crowd pauses. The smallest relic resurrected. Later, you share soup made from everything and nothing. It tastes of onion, soot, and grace. Someone laughs at a joke too dark to repeat, and everyone laughs with them. Laughter, it turns out, is also a tool for rebuilding. A soldier sits apart, polishing a dented medal until it shows his reflection. He looks at it, shakes his head, pockets it again. The living have medals enough. The road to Paris. August 1944. The dust of summer clings to uniforms, to hope, to sky. Paris waits, impatient, proud, afraid to believe. Radio messages flutter like birds over rooftops. The Allies are near. Inside the city, barricades rise from cobblestones. Men and women, students and clerks, arm themselves with courage and kitchen knives. They fight not for victory but for memory, to be present when their city wakes. You march with the column entering from the west. The air thickens with gunpowder and perfume, diesel and lilies. Snipers still hide in shadows, but even bullets sound reluctant. The city roars, a sound too large for streets. Bells, hundreds, begin to ring. Notre Dame, Saint Sulpice, Montmartre, all at once, as if heaven itself has decided to make noise again. People pour from buildings, crying, shouting, singing. Flags erupt from windows. Colors return to a world that had forgotten them. A woman throws flowers from a balcony. Petals stick to sweat, to tears, to rifle barrels. Children wave branches of chestnut leaves. An old man falls to his knees, laughing like a child. When the tanks reach the Hotel de Ville, the square becomes music. Voices merge, indistinct but unanimous. You can't tell where anthem ends and weeping begins. It doesn't matter. The quiet after the roar. Night settles on a city too awake to sleep. Fireworks and gunfire confuse the stars. The Seine reflects everything, forgivingly. You walk across Pont Neuf, past couples who hold each other as if to confirm existence. Behind you, laughter and accordion chords drift over water. Ahead, the horizon glows with embers of battle still burning at the edges of liberation. In an alley, you find a woman chalking words on a wall. On lesser EUs. We got them. She underlines it twice, smiling, then vanishes into the crowd. Rain begins. Soft, merciful. Chalk dissolves, but the meaning stays. Paris exhales. Every window a lung, every lamp a heartbeat. You think of the years that led here, of whispers, roads, rivers, silence. The sound of victory, it turns out, is softer than expected. It's the shuffle of feet on familiar streets. It's bread baking again at dawn. It's the hum of trams resuming their routes. The reckoning. Days pass. Flags stay up. Euphoria thins into work. Traitors are sought. Collaborators judged. Vengeance mistaken for justice. Freedom, it seems, must learn its own discipline. You watch a woman have her hair cut in the square. Punishment for loving the wrong uniform. The crowd cheers, then quiets. A child cries without knowing why. The barber lowers his scissors. No one moves. Liberation blushes with shame. Elsewhere, trials begin. Some fair, some hurried. Paperwork replaces bullets. But mercy remains rationed. The world rebuilds itself with trembling hands. At a cafe near Montmartre, you sip coffee for the first time in years. It tastes bitter, honest, alive. A young man at the next table writes a headline, Paris free. He crosses out free, replaces it with breathing, better. Bells at dusk. Weeks later, the bells still ring, sometimes for weddings, sometimes for funerals, often just because they can. Each peal is a reminder that silence no longer rules. You walk through the Luxembourg Gardens at dusk. Leaves fall early that year, gold and red against grey statues. Children chase each other between benches where soldiers once slept. Their laughter sounds foreign and familiar at once. A breeze stirs the chestnut trees. It smells of soil and bakery air. The pigeons scatter, startled by nothing but freedom. You look up and see the sky clear and endless, as it had been once before the first engines. France is wounded, yes, but healing has its own radiance. You can feel it underfoot, in every stone warmed by sunlight that no longer hides. Chapter 9. The Shadows Left Behind. The morning after peace. You wake to quiet, not the quiet of fear or expectation, but the fragile hush that follows applause. The city outside your window smells of bread again. Trams rattle through their old routes, ringing with self-conscious joy. People walk slower now, as if testing whether peace will hold their weight. The newspapers use the word victory in bold, black letters. It feels too heavy for the page. Underneath the headline, smaller words tremble. Reconstruction, justice, return. Each one a door not yet opened. You dress in daylight that feels unfamiliar on your skin. The mirror reflects someone older than memory, younger than forgiveness. You run a hand over your face and wonder if you survived or simply continued. On the street, a boy sells flags stitched from leftover fabric. He waves one at passing soldiers, who smile but do not stop. They have seen too much celebration already. The sound of boots still feels like weather. A woman sweeps the pavement before her shop, humming softly. The tune is old, the kind that refuses translation. The broom moves dust and history in equal measure. The war is over, but endings, like beginnings, arrive in installments. The empty places. You visit what's left of the old villages on the road from Normandy. Grass grows through cracks where homes once stood. Windows gape at sky. Chimneys rise from nothing, stubborn monuments to domestic courage. In one field, rusted helmets rest like mushrooms after rain. Names are still carved into the metal, softened by weather, half erased by forgiveness. Children pick flowers among the debris, unafraid. They turn shrapnel into toys, ruins into playgrounds. The world insists on renewal, even when it doesn't deserve it. In a nearby church, sunlight filters through holes where stained glass used to live. Dust floats like incense. You kneel, not to pray, but to listen. The silence here is articulate. It knows every name, every promise kept too late. You find a small plaque by the altar. Pour ceux qui ne sont pas revenus. For those who did not return. You trace the words with a finger. The metal is cold but steady. The air smells faintly of candle smoke and memory. Outside, wind moves through the grass like a sigh that forgot who it belonged to. The returners. Trains now bring people home, though home has become a hypothesis. At each station, embraces collapse under their own relief. A woman waits with a bouquet that wilts by noon, but she keeps waiting anyway. A child stares at a man in uniform, uncertain whether to call him father or stranger. You see them, lines of gaunt men stepping onto platforms, each one carrying silence like luggage. They blink against daylight as if it were accusation. No brass bands greet them, just the shuffle of shoes, the sobs that end too quickly. Some wear the uniforms of prisoners still. Some clutch papers stamped displaced. Some carry nothing at all. Each bears an invisible companion named absence. Cafés fill again, but conversations hesitate at the edge of memory. When someone asks, "Where were you?" the answers arrive as shrugs, deflections, smoke. Truth, after war, is rationed. You sit among them, listening. Every laugh contains static. Every silence hums with ghosts. And still, people smile, because smiling is how you convince the future to exist. The reckoning within. Justice arrives late and unsure of itself. Trials begin, uniforms replaced by suits, lies dressed as recollection. Witnesses testify in voices that crack under the weight of remembering. Some crimes find names, others vanish into paperwork. In a courtroom smelling of ink and fatigue, you watch a man deny the past with perfect grammar. He looks ordinary, almost kind. You realize evil often borrows the face of administration. Outside, crowds demand fairness louder than fairness can answer. Posters proclaim never again as if repetition were preventable by typography. But history, has good hearing. At night, you write in your journal, "We survived what we could, and punished what we recognized. The rest remains in mirrors." You close the book. Its cover feels heavier than its pages. The ghosts that stayed. They do not haunt with footsteps or moans. They haunt by resemblance. A face glimpsed on a tram. A voice behind you that sounds like someone buried in Poland, in Belgium, in France. Memory replays in flashes. An alley at dawn, a field at dusk, a pair of boots drying by fire. You learn to live beside them. They occupy corners, pauses, mirrors. Sometimes you greet them silently, as one would an old neighbor. Grief becomes conversation rather than interruption. In cafés, widows sit at tables for two, cups opposite kept full out of courtesy. At markets, old women count ration coupons out of habit, then laugh when they realize they don't need to. Children born during the occupation now run free through streets their parents still cross with caution. At night, cities hum, a low vibration of rebuilding. Crane arms rise where smokestacks once did. Factories learn to make bicycles instead of bullets. Every hammer blow is both creation and confession. But beneath the noise, the shadows remain, quiet and patient, as if waiting to see what humans will do with peace. The letters unsent. In a drawer, You keep letters never posted. One to a comrade lost at Sedan. One to a woman whose name you can no longer say aloud. One to yourself, written in 1940, promising survival. You read them sometimes, lips moving without sound. Ink has faded to the color of smoke. The paper smells of dust and hands long gone. You wonder what language forgiveness truly speaks, if it's spoken at all, or just lived quietly until it becomes invisible. You fold the letters, return them to their envelope, close the drawer softly. Even silence deserves privacy. A new dawn. Years pass without asking permission. Cities fill, children grow, photographs fade. The war becomes a subject, then a memory, then a museum. But mornings still hold that same hesitant light, the one that asks, "Will you do better?" You stand once more by the river, same bank, different century. The water glitters with indifference. Across it, construction cranes swing like metronomes of progress. A tram bell rings, clear and mundane. You smile, because the ordinary, after everything, is miraculous. Tourists walk by, unaware that the stones beneath their feet remember the sound of tanks. A couple kisses under the bridge where soldiers once hid. The world is forgetful by design. That is how it heals. But you remember, and remembering, you choose gentleness. That, you realize, is the only victory worth repeating. The wind returns. At dusk, a breeze rises from the west. It smells of seaweed and steel, like the morning of invasion long ago. But this time, the sound it carries is laughter from a riverside cafe, the clink of glasses, the low hum of music. The same wind that once bore war now ferries life. You close your eyes and listen. Engines are gone. Only bicycles. Only breath. Only the murmur of a city unafraid to sleep. Above, the first stars appear, cautious at first, then confident. Light where there used to be flame. Peace, you think, isn't silence. It's the ability to hear wind again. Epilogue. The fields remembered. Morning comes slowly, as if afraid to disturb what's finally still. Mist rests on the meadows where tanks once crawled. The wind moves through grass that has learned to forget the weight of boots. Somewhere a bird tries a note, hesitates, and then continues. The sky approves. You walk along a path that used to be a road. Its gravel has softened into earth again. Moss has filled the cracks. Where shells once fell, daisies bloom without ceremony. The air tastes of rain, soil, and distant bells. Sounds the living take for granted. Sounds the dead might have dreamed of. A farmhouse rebuilt in the valley stands half-painted, half-proud. Children chase each other around a well, shouting in accents too young to know war. Their laughter carries lightly over the hills. The sound of innocence inheriting ruins. In their play, no sides exist. Only the sun, and the simple desire to stay in its warmth a little longer. You pause beside a hedgerow. Its branches have swallowed bits of metal. Shrapnel turned to relics. Rust woven into bark. Nature, it seems, knows how to keep memories quiet. A butterfly lands on one twisted fragment, its wings the color of surrender flags. You breathe, and the air does not recoil. Down the slope, a river runs where the Meuse once trembled under bombardment. Now it moves gently, unaware it was ever asked to divide nations or carry grief. Its surface mirrors the sky, and in that mirror you glimpse a world that remembers without bleeding. A shepherd crosses the field, dog at his heel. He nods when he sees you, not out of recognition, but kinship. All who walk here share something unspoken. Perhaps it's gratitude, perhaps it's apology, perhaps it's the simple relief that the world, for all its cruelty, still allows mourning. You reach a small stone monument by the roadside, names etched in neat lines, each followed by a year that ended too soon. Someone has left a wildflower in the crack between stones, its petals trembling in the breeze. You kneel, not because you knew them, but because you know what silence costs. The wind passes over you, a slow benediction of air and time. Evening gathers softly. Light folds itself along the hills, turning fields gold one last time before letting them sleep. The world hums in its quiet rhythm, the buzz of bees, the creak of wooden fences, the almost audible sigh of history settling back into soil. You think of those who never returned, of those who did but never fully arrived. You think of how memory endures not as pain, but as texture, in the weight of stone, in the angle of light on ruined walls, in the pause before laughter at a table. A single bell rings from a church far away. It sounds neither sorrowful nor proud, just certain, the kind of sound that keeps time for the living. Night deepens. The sky glows faintly where distant towns have remembered electricity. You lie back in the grass and look up. Stars slide into focus, familiar as they were before the first siren. Somewhere among them, the echoes of engines, cries, and prayers have thinned to whispers too faint for the ear, but not for the heart. Peace is not the absence of sound. It is the moment when wind through leaves becomes music again. It is the quiet between one generation's story and the next. It is the space where names rest without needing to be spoken aloud. You close your eyes. The earth feels steady beneath you. The war that once shook it has fallen into memory. But memory, if held gently, becomes something else. A guide, a warning, a hymn. And somewhere beyond the hills, a train passes, its rhythm slow, forgiving, carrying people home in all directions. You listen until the sound fades, until even the rails stop trembling. Then you breathe once more, deeply, and let the world continue without you. Aftermath. The roads that remember. The engines are gone now. The dust has settled into the ditches, and the wind, having nothing left to chase, curls into itself and sleeps. The road lies open, bare and exhausted, its skin marked by tracks that lead in every direction but home. You walk along it slowly, boots crunching in the quiet, the smell of burnt petrol still clinging to the air. It is June 1940. The fields bloom as if the world has decided not to notice. The villages stand half awake, shutters drawn, doors tilted on their hinges, windows holding onto smoke. A bicycle rests against a wall, its wheels warped by heat. A loaf of bread cools in an oven that no one will open. Everywhere, the small evidence of life pauses mid-gesture. The invasion passed through here like weather, brief, loud, and strangely impersonal. What remains is not ruin so much as rearrangement, order without meaning, silence without rest. You reach a crossroads. The signpost has been twisted to point nowhere, its arrows stripped of names. A child's marble lies in the dust beside a cartridge case, one bright, one spent. The sky is gentle now, a pale contradiction to what it has seen. And yet, in this stillness, you can still hear the rhythm that broke it. Treads, engines, shouts, metal. Memory moves at its own speed. It refuses to surrender to silence. The French called it the drôle de guerre, the strange war. Quiet until it wasn't. And when the storm came, it came too quickly for courage to keep up. Planes carved their signatures into the clouds. Columns of armor wrote sentences across the land faster than words could catch them. The old defenses cracked not from weakness, but from disbelief. No one expected speed to have such conviction. You stop beside a field where wheat bends evenly, untroubled by ghosts. But the soil remembers the weight of tanks, the brief tremor of surrender. Farmers will plow this ground again, but the blade will strike metal for years. Every harvest will lift the past in small handfuls. Shell fragments, medals, buttons, bones. The war will end one day, but the earth will keep retelling it. You pass a farmhouse half collapsed. A clock still hangs above the hearth, its hands fused together at the moment the blast came. On the table lies a cup, upright, unbroken, full of dust. You think about the people who lived here, the sound of their mourning, the way the floorboards creaked before boots made them tremble. The blitzkrieg was never just strategy. It was disbelief made visible. It was motion turned against the human capacity to prepare. In Paris, the flags changed overnight. Cafés poured the same coffee under different orders. The city learned to whisper, to keep its rhythm even as the tune changed. Resistance would come later, quiet at first, like frost on glass. But for now, across fields and boulevards, France was a country caught mid-breath. You pause by a river. Its surface reflects the sky with unsettling accuracy, blue pretending to be peace. Bridges arch like questions that no one dares answer. A single boot drifts in the shallows, the leather softening, surrendering to time. War always ends this way, not with an explosion, but with the slow resumption of small sounds. Water, wind, footsteps. The living finding their way back into the day. They will rebuild, of course. That is what people do. They will plant flowers beside burned tanks. They will repaint shutters and rename squares. They will teach their children the geography of loss in words simple enough to survive translation. And decades later, tourists will drive these same roads and remark on how peaceful everything looks. They will not know how much silence had to be trained to behave this well. The sun lowers behind a line of poplars, tall and watchful. Shadows lengthen across the road, the same road that once carried armies, now carrying nothing but light. You stand there a while, feeling the hum of the earth return to its old rhythm. It is not triumph. It is not even peace. It is something quieter. Endurance, perhaps, or grace. The kind that refuses to vanish, even after everything else has. The story you just heard leaves behind a Europe collapsing in real time, a world where speed overwhelmed preparation. Now we turn to a very different battlefield, one made of light, angles, and the silence between pulses. Let your breathing slow as we move into the realm of radar, where battles were measured not in explosions, but in echoes. A war where one engineer's quiet brilliance helped defend a nation in darkness. Settle in. The next chapter unfolds in flickers and whispers. Part 2. The Radar Deception. How one engineer fooled the Nazis. The night sky is alive with static. Somewhere above the North Sea, waves of radio pulse through cloud and darkness. Invisible, endless, indifferent. They touch wings, clouds, the cold surface of the water, and return changed. To most, it is only noise. To one man, it is language. You hear it before you see anything. A low hum, almost like breathing through metal. Then the faint sweep of a green line across a circular screen, the phosphorescent afterglow fading, pulsing again. In this quiet room, buried beneath layers of wartime secrecy, a handful of men stare at the glowing circle as if it were an oracle. Each blip that flares and vanishes could mean a life, or a ghost. R.V. Jones adjusts a dial by a fraction of a millimeter. The sound shifts, a whisper, a tremor, then steadiness. Around him, air smells of ozone, ink, and cigarette ash. Somewhere above ground, bombers drone toward targets he will never see. But here, in the stillness between transmissions, he listens to war itself breathing through the ether. You might think that war is fought with weapons, but it isn't. Not always. Sometimes it's fought in silence, in the patience to listen, in the courage to deceive. Outside, London's blackout holds the city in its arms. Street lights are covered. Windows are sealed with tape. The only light left belongs to rooms like this. Intelligence offices, radar huts, laboratories where the air hums with voltage and exhaustion. Every heartbeat of electricity feels like hope distilled into frequency. On another coast, far across the channel, German radar operators sit before their own glowing screens. They, too, are listening. They, too, are afraid of the silence between signals. One of them leans closer, taps his earpiece, and frowns. There are too many echoes tonight. Too many returns. As if the sky itself were fragmenting into hundreds of phantom wings. But that confusion has been designed. And the man who designed it sits now in this dim British room, his eyes steady, his mind measuring distance and deceit in the same breath. R.V. Jones never fired a gun in this war. He preferred wires to rifles, waves to walls. His battlefield was made of equations, frequencies, and fear. He was the man who taught Britain how to hide in plain sight, and how to blind the enemy with his own reflection. The first time he saw a radar screen, he thought it looked like a heartbeat, a pulse against the dark. He said once that the war was a contest of perception. Whoever could see without being seen would survive. And so he began his quiet campaign, to make the enemy see what wasn't there, and miss what was. You can imagine him there, thin, sharp-eyed, a mind moving faster than words. He scribbles notes in the margin of a report. They believe what the machine tells them. He underlines it twice. That sentence will become his weapon. The hum deepens as the radar warms. In another room, a Morse key clicks. In another, someone counts seconds between echoes. The night is full of listening. If you stepped outside now, into the cold English air, you'd hear almost nothing. Just the sea wind and faintly, the tremor of engines somewhere far away. Yet the world beneath that silence is alive with invisible movement. Signals bouncing from metal wings, interference blooming like flowers across a radio band. The war is happening in frequencies, not flames. And still, somewhere deep in that calm, Jones hears possibility. He imagines a sky filled with phantoms, planes made of echo and light. He imagines German operators staring at their screens, watching impossible formations appear, vanish, appear again. Confusion becomes a weapon sharper than steel. He calls it the trick. But it will soon have another name: Operation Window. Chapter 1: The Mind in the Shadows. The day begins not with sunlight, but with paper. Stacks of it. Grey folders marked most secret, edges curled from damp London air. Somewhere in Whitehall's maze of corridors, footsteps echo like distant rainfall. A typewriter stops, starts again, stops. The war has turned information into oxygen. Everyone is breathing it as fast as they can. You stand in the doorway of an office that smells of dust and tea leaves. A clock ticks too loudly on the wall. The man at the desk does not look up right away. He is bent over a report covered in handwritten calculations, as if the margin itself might yield an answer the page refuses to give. That man is Reginald Victor Jones, 27 years old, Oxford physicist, quick-witted, slightly impatient, the kind of mind that listens faster than people can speak. When he finally looks up, his expression is mild, almost shy. But the eyes betray something else, a brightness that rarely blinks. He did not ask for war. Few scientists do. Yet when the first Luftwaffe bombs fell on Warsaw, and Europe's lights began to go out one by one, Jones understood that science would not remain neutral. Equations would be drafted into service. Curiosity would become a kind of weapon. Recruitment by curiosity. It started with a telegram from the Air Ministry. Someone in intelligence had read his doctoral work on infrared detection and thought, perhaps this young man might hear what others miss. They needed a physicist who could think like a spy. Jones arrived carrying a briefcase full of notebooks and no clear orders. Within days, he found himself in meetings where generals talked about mystery beams the Germans might be using to guide their bombers to British cities. The newspapers called them death rays. The panic was almost electrical. He listened, took notes, and said quietly, "If there is a beam, we will find its frequency. If there isn't, we'll find the fear that invented it." The room fell silent. The general in charge smiled for the first time that week. The job was his. From that moment, Jones became the nerve between science and subterfuge. He would spend the next 5 years trying to understand not only German technology but German thinking, to anticipate invention through empathy. You can picture him late at night, bent over a wireless set, headphones pressed tight, a cigarette burning down to paper ash. Every faint click and hiss might be the start of a pattern. He listens, rewinds the spool, listens again. The war is in the background. The sound in his ears is the war itself, stripped of noise. Echoes from the enemy. By 1940, radar was no longer rumor. The RAF's chain-home towers lined Britain's coasts like metal reeds, each humming with invisible vision. But across the Channel, the Germans had their own systems. Freya for early warning, Würzburg for precision tracking. To Jones, these names were not threats but invitations. He began collecting fragments, intercepted radio bursts, reconnaissance photos of strange dishes near the Frisian coast, pilot reports of sweeping lights in the sky. From these scraps, he built a mental model of the unseen battlefield. "You must learn," he told his small team, "to see with other people's equipment." And they did. They plotted imaginary lines across the map, guessed ranges, calculated pulse lengths, tested them on captured gear. Each time their numbers matched a German report, they knew they were close. One night, while analyzing a captured receiver, Jones noticed something odd. The pulse spacing matched the frequency used by British navigation aids. He leaned back, exhaled smoke, and whispered, "So, they listen to us as much as we listen to them." War had become a conversation of echoes. The battle of brains. Intelligence work rarely feels heroic. It feels like paperwork drowning in static. Yet from this monotony, small miracles appear. Jones's first triumph came during what the British press called the beam scare. Rumors spread that German bombers were guided by radio beams crossing over targets like invisible scissors. If true, the threat was deadly. If false, the panic itself could paralyze command. He proposed an experiment. A small aircraft flew at night through suspected beam paths with a receiver tuned across frequencies. When faint modulations appeared, Jones recognized the signature of a Lorenz navigation system, a civilian technology the Germans had adapted for bombing runs. Within days, his team devised a countermeasure: transmit a second, stronger signal slightly out of phase, enough to bend the German guidance by miles. Bombers meant for London dropped their loads harmlessly in fields. The newspapers never learned why. It was his first true trick. He didn't invent new power. He invented doubt. And in war, doubt is often deadlier than bullets. You might wonder what courage feels like in work like this. No trenches, no medals, only the long ache of concentration. It feels, perhaps, like staying awake while the rest of the city sleeps, because somewhere in the dark a pattern has not yet been solved. The burden of knowing. By 1941, Jones was head of scientific intelligence for the Air Ministry. The title sounded grand. The office looked like a storage closet. But from that cramped room, Britain learned what its enemies could see, hear, and believe. Every report he filed changed someone else's orders. Where bombers flew, which cities blacked out, which scientists were funded. The moral weight of each calculation pressed heavier than the hours themselves. Sometimes he walked home at dawn through empty London streets, his mind still full of echoes. Milk trucks rattled past. The smell of bread rose from unseen bakeries, and he thought how ordinary the world remained despite its danger. The trick, he told himself, was to remember that all this, light, noise, warmth, was what they were fighting to protect. In those moments, even the static in his ears sounded human. The war's technology would grow faster than anyone imagined. New frequencies, new counter-frequencies, a ladder of invention climbing into the dark. Yet at its base stood one quiet engineer who believed that understanding the enemy's mind was the first act of defense. And so, each night, while searchlights combed the clouds above Britain, R.V. Jones sat beneath their pale reflections, charting invisible constellations of sound. He could not stop the war, but he could change the way it was heard. Next would come the idea that turned sound into shadow, the illusion that would fill German radar screens with ghosts and rewrite the mathematics of fear. Chapter 2: Eyes in the Dark. Night after night, Europe became a laboratory for light that no one could see. Searchlights carved slow wounds across the clouds. Tracer rounds arced like molten threads through rain. But the real experiment, the one that would decide whether cities lived or vanished, was taking place in rooms sealed from daylight. You can almost hear it, the hum of cathode tubes warming, the faint crackle of circuits coming alive, the low mechanical heartbeat of a rotating antenna. Radar, radio detection and ranging, was still a fragile miracle, a device that could see with ears, that could turn air into glass. The first towers. In 1939, long before Jones learned its secrets, Britain had already stretched a net across its coasts. They called it Chain Home, 20 steel towers facing the sea, each bristling with wire and promise. At dawn, they looked like skeletons of forgotten cathedrals. At night, they whispered to each other across fog and tide. Operators, mostly young women, sat at their screens, tracing faint lines of green, calling out bearings with steady voices. Contact at 40 miles, moving fast, altitude increasing. Those few seconds of warning were life itself. When the sirens wailed over Dover or Hull, they were echoing the language first spoken by those invisible beams. R.V. Jones admired the system, but he also saw its vulnerability. Radar revealed, but it could also be deceived. The same physics that let Britain see the enemy could allow the enemy to see Britain. Every invention was a mirror, every advantage an invitation. He once described radar as a war fought by blind men learning to see, and he intended to make the other side blink first. The German eye. Across the Channel, another kind of light was being born. In hidden laboratories near Berlin, engineers built the Freya radar, sleek, efficient, elegant in its menace. It could detect incoming aircraft long before any observer could lift binoculars. Later came Würzburg, a smaller, more precise system, its dish turning like a listening ear toward the sky. German officers boasted that their Kammhuber line, a chain of radar zones stretching from Denmark to France, made their night defenses impregnable. Each sector had its listening post, its searchlight battery, its fighter pilot waiting for a voice in his headphones to say, "Now." In theory, it was flawless. In practice, it depended on one fragile assumption, that what appeared on the radar screen was real. You watch one of those operators now, a young man named Carl, uniform pressed, eyes tired. The room smells of ozone and tobacco. He traces his finger along a faint arc of light, believing it to be a bomber squadron. He calls the coordinates. Fighters scramble. But by the time they reach the position, there is nothing there. Only darkness, unbroken and absolute. He blames the weather, the machine, his own exhaustion. He doesn't know that the ghosts he's chasing are already part of a plan forming in the mind of a quiet English physicist across the sea. A duel of perception. For Jones, the radar war was not a matter of power but interpretation. He studied each intercepted signal like a poem written by an enemy mind. Sometimes he could tell who designed the device just from the rhythm of its pulses, an engineer's personality encoded in microseconds. When reports came in of the new Würzburg installations along the coast, Jones realized Britain's bombers were flying into a grid of invisible crosshairs. If the Allies wanted to survive, they needed to turn the enemy's certainty against him. He began experimenting with controlled interference, tiny bursts of noise broadcast at just the right moment to bend or blur a radar return. It was delicate work, like playing an instrument tuned to fear. Too strong, and the signal vanished. Too weak, and the deception failed. Each success felt like a whisper through the dark. They see what we choose to show them. Listening to the sky. In 1942, Jones visited a coastal radar post during a night raid. The wind cut cold from the channel, and the sky above was a bruise of violet and ash. Inside the bunker, a woman's voice reported contacts. 20, then 30, then gone. Jones leaned over her shoulder, watching the screen pulse with green phantoms. "Which are real?" he asked. She hesitated. "You learn to know by how they move," she said. "The real ones breathe slower." That line stayed with him. Machines could lie, but motion betrayed truth. Unless, of course, one could teach the lie to move like truth. Later, back in London, he wrote in his notebook, "If reality can be mimicked in rhythm, the eye will believe the echo." That sentence would evolve into the blueprint for Operation Window, the illusion that would flood enemy screens with lifelike ghosts. But that night, he stood for a while outside the bunker, looking toward France. The horizon flashed faintly where bombs fell on another city. The air smelled of seaweed and smoke. Somewhere out there, the enemy's own screens were glowing in answer to his. It struck him that both sides were praying to the same God, the God of reflection. The language of shadows. Radar taught humanity a new kind of literacy, reading the unseen. For centuries, war had relied on eyes. Now it relied on echoes. The shift was spiritual as much as scientific. The sky had become a book of signals, and Jones was learning to read its margins. He often compared the process to listening to music in a language you don't yet understand. The melody moves you before the meaning arrives. Each pulse, each return, carried emotion as much as information. Fear, vigilance, pride. He could hear them all. When sleep finally came, it was filled with images of rotating beams and luminous dots that refused to fade. Even in dreams, he was decoding. You stand beside him at dawn. The airfield is empty except for a single tower humming in the wind. Above it, gulls trace slow circles in the pale light. Jones looks up and says quietly, "If you want to change the war, you must first change the way the enemy sees it." He smiles, tired but certain. Behind him, the radar dish turns, a mechanical sunrise sweeping through the mist. Somewhere, far beyond its reach, the next battle of perception is already beginning. Chapter 3: The Battle for the Airwaves. The war moves to a place without maps. No trenches to draw, no front line to hold, only a shifting weather of signals, rising and falling like tide. You listen for it the way sailors once listened for reefs, ear against the hull, breath held, waiting for a change in the water's voice. Inside a low, windowless room, the air is thick with heat from valves and transformers. The radar screen pulses. The listening set ticks softly. A pencil taps, pauses, writes numbers that look like rain. The men and women here have learned to count storms they cannot see. Tonight, the storm will answer back. R.V. Jones stands with his arms folded, head tilted, every muscle arranged for patience. He believes what the machine is saying, but he trusts it like a stranger. The trick is never to fall in love with your instrument. Machines are faithful until fear teaches them to lie. Noise, like a new weather. Jamming begins as a rumor on the headphones, a faint, furry hiss that seems to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The operators lean closer, as if closeness could solve the signal. It grows, recedes, grows again. A tide-dragging faint returns out to sea. Jones listens with his eyes closed. Noise, he thinks, is not the opposite of information. It is a shape you must learn to read. If you can shape noise, you can shape what the enemy believes. A small transmitter waits on the bench, its casing warm, its heart steady. The trial is simple. A murmur of interference, timed like a heartbeat, placed inside the narrow lane where the enemy's certainty travels. Too blunt, and the radar wink goes dark, and a blank screen is almost as informative as a bright one. Too delicate, and the blip walks through untouched. The art is to bruise the echo just enough that it tells a different story. They key the transmitter. A line of green breathes, then wavers. Not gone, not whole, a bird with a clipped wing. In the logbook, the operator writes one word: displacement. Across the channel, a German plotter rubs at his eyes. The blips he has chased for months suddenly move not like planes, but like thoughts, lagging, stuttering, arriving a breath too early and a breath too late, as if the sky were thinking of them and then changing its mind. The first phantom. The first true phantom appears by accident, which is how many revolutions introduce themselves. A formation is expected. 12, perhaps 15. The screen shows 30. A second station reports the same. Phones ring. Voices climb. Fighter controllers send men into night's mouth. But there are no 30 planes outside, only the world as it has been taught to look. Aluminum strips will come later, the deliberate flowering of confusion. For now the ghost is born of static side lobes and a gentle push in the enemy's ear. The German operators swear they see wings. What they see is their own faith, expertly lit. Jones watches reports flow in like a river split around a stone. He says little. His team marks timings with a calm that feels like prayer. The result is small measured victory. The interception curve bends into nowhere. Fuel burns. Men return angry and confused, their night's hunter fist closing on fog. You might wonder what courage looks like when the weapon is uncertainty. It looks like this, standing in a room without windows while strangers swear at the sky, knowing that the lie you taught the air may have kept another city from burning. signatures and counter-signatures. The duel matures. What was crude becomes careful. Noise turns into handwriting. Jones teaches his people to think of the enemy's screen as a stage. Their job is lighting. A pulse here, a hush there, a gap just long enough to suggest turning. They practice reading the stylus trace like a physician reads an EKG, looking not for the signal, but for the health of the lie. Then comes the enemy's reply. Filters are tightened. Displays are narrowed to ignore the haze. A new confidence blossoms in German rooms. The sea of snow is cleaner. The blips are truer. For a week the night grows dangerous again. Jones does not argue with reality. He rotates the problem in his hands until it shows its seam. If the defenders prefer narrow, give them narrow abundance. Thin, bright points moving with the patience of real weight. If they prefer wide, give them weather. He sketches on a pad. Match their comfort. Inhabit it. Lead it away. Sometimes the countermeasure is as humble as a microphone against the roar of an engine, fed into the enemy's frequency like a rumor that grows teeth. Sometimes it is a wide shawl of quiet spread across a band until the listener is forced to unclench. Sometimes it is timing. Always timing. Illusion is tempo. German room, 2 in the morning. You stand behind a young German lieutenant who has not tasted sleep in 2 days. His fingers tremble on the grease pencil. He has learned the personalities of his machines the way a shepherd learns his dogs. Tonight, one of them is anxious, overeager. Returns scatter like thrown salt. Multiple raids, someone says. Southwest. No, south. He traces, erases, traces again. A pilot's voice cuts in. Vector. The lieutenant gives him one, then another. The sky refuses them both, polite as a closed door. Hours later, the pilot lands with fuel like dust at the bottom of a jar. He does not know the names of the men who made his night so long. He knows only that something in the world no longer behaves. The ethics of fog, a first aside. You might wonder if the fog ever feels like guilt. Jones carries the question quietly, the way one carries a letter not yet opened, to deceive in order to spare. What do we call that, if not a moral paradox? Yet the arithmetic is cruel and clear. If 100 planes are not met by fighters because the fighters were sent to argue with ghosts, then 100 crews breathe into tomorrow, and 100 cities wake to windows unshattered. He writes in his notebook, small, neat letters that look almost tender. We do not force the enemy to see what is not there. We invite him to prefer it. The difference matters to him, even if no one else will ever read the line. The orchestra grows. By now the air war is an orchestra. Every instrument has learned where to wait and where to enter. Radar sets thrum, radio beacons mutter, listening posts murmur into phones, plotters' hands dance across maps. The music leaves no room for silence. But deception thrives in music as well as in quiet. Counterpoint disguises melody. To move unseen, learn harmony. Jones maps each German station not just by location, but by temperament. This one is cautious. This one overcorrects. This one believes the last report more than the next. In meetings, he speaks of them like characters in a book. His superiors nod, half amused, wholly convinced. It is easier to outwit a machine when you name the human perched in front of it. Trials multiply. Some nights, returning crews report fewer intercepts than expected. Some nights they report more, but at distances that make no sense, at heights where defenders never arrive. In the logs, a new phrase appears, set down in understated pencil. Phantom pursuit. Across the sea, telegrams are terser. Instruments unreliable. Returns inconsistent. Suspect enemy interference. A colonel writes in the margin. How? The question will sit there a long time, patient as dust. A lesson in movement. A young operator tells Jones, "You can fake a blip, sir, but it won't walk like a plane." He studies the trace, the subtle breathing of it. Real flight is a conversation between lift and gravity, engine and weather. The lie must converse, too. He assigns a mathematician to chart the sway of truth. The tiny drift when pilots correct, the slow bowing of a turn, the way formations breathe apart and together like a sleeping chest. From these studies, a discipline emerges. The ghost that once stood still learns to meander. The smear becomes a path. The path develops a mind. On screens far away, controllers lift their chins. There, now we have you. But they do not. The night of two skies. There is a night, no different and forever different, when the map says there is one raid and the screens say there are three. The defenders split their force. One group races toward a swarm that is not there. Another climbs for height that never arrives. The third waits for an approach that has already slid 50 miles sideways. Bombs fall where planned. Not all. Never all. This is no magic, only physics tuned to doubt. But in the morning, the photographs show more roofs still whole than anyone predicted, and the crews who gather for tea are more tired than broken. In the ledger of this quiet war, the entry is written small and absolute. Time 1. Jones reads the reports without smiling. The work has no victory parade. He asks after the wounded, arranges a replacement cathode tube for a set that failed in the last hour, writes a note to a young woman whose timing on the quay saved half a squadron from pursuit. "Your ear," he writes, "is a shelter." He goes home in grey light. A milkman nods. Someone opens a shop door and sweeps the threshold as if the world were simple. He loves this hour most, when ordinary life insists on existing. The enemy adapts. Days later, the German filters tighten again. Operators are told to trust nothing without cross-check. Controllers change procedures. New instructions arrive in careful language that smells of laboratories. The duel sharpens. Jones reads a transcript and hears, beneath protocol, the soft admission that the other side has begun to understand the ground they stand upon is not ground at all but water. So he changes the current. Instead of one kind of distortion, he blends three. Instead of steady haze, he sends weather that comes in gusts. He teaches the ghost to sometimes tell the truth, because the most persuasive lie is one that takes your hand and lets you walk through a real room before it leads you down a false corridor. A quiet conclusion. The chapter ends not with triumph, but with a screen. You stand in the dark beside a woman who has worked 16 hours and will work 4 more. Her pencil floats above the glass like a small pendulum. She breathes in time with the sweep. A faint mark appears where none should be. She does not call it. She waits, listening with her eyes, remembering that truth returns in rhythm and panic arrives all at once. When it breathes again, she marks it, calm, exact, and the room moves like a hand closing around a cup. Outside, the sky is a well of ink. Somewhere inside that ink, men in aircraft trust the discipline of strangers they will never meet. R.V. Jones watches the process he has helped refine, doubt deployed like sailcloth, catching enemy wind and turning it to motion. He wants no credit and will accept none tonight. He is thinking of the next move, and the one after, and the day when ghosts will no longer be enough, when the lie must carry weight, shape, and glint like falling metal. For now, the air is full of carefully tended mistakes. On one shore, a headset hums with a storm that isn't. On the other, a screen blossoms with planes that will never land. The war has not ended. It has learned to whisper. Outside, the sea is black and patient. Waves arrive with the precision of clocks and the softness of sleep. The antenna turns. The pencil rests. The room exhales. And across two coasts, in languages that do not know each other, the same small word finds a place in two logbooks at once. Contact. Chapter 4. Operation Window. The idea arrives the way many revolutions do, as a scribble on an unremarkable scrap of paper. You imagine the room, rain ticking on the panes, a kettle sighing on a coil of wire, smoke rising in a line that refuses to bend. Jones is talking, half to himself, half to the silence. If radar sees reflections, then let us give it reflections. He draws a small rectangle, shades it lightly. Metal foil, he writes, tuned to the enemy's wavelength. It looks absurd, a handful of aluminum strips, nothing more. Yet within those few millimeters of metal hides a new dimension of war, a sky that can lie. The impossible trick. In principle, the notion is simple. Radar depends on echoes. Alter the echo and you alter belief. If one plane could scatter 1,000 tiny mirrors, each tuned to the right frequency, the enemy's screen would bloom with ghosts, entire squadrons of light where none existed. In practice, it sounds like madness. At the Air Ministry meeting, an older officer laughs softly. Tin foil? Are we to win the war with Christmas decorations? Jones only nods. Yes, if they fall at the right speed. He knows the arithmetic by heart. The German Würzburg radar transmits near 560 MHz. A strip half the wavelength long, roughly 13 inches, will shine on its screen like a mirror hung in the sky. Drop enough of them, spaced by wind, and the illusion will have rhythm, motion, mass. Someone mutters that it might also blind Britain's own radar, that the experiment could backfire. Someone else worries about moral confusion, about turning science into sleight of hand. Jones listens, expression unreadable. He thinks of the cities already burning, of the men climbing into bombers knowing how brief their odds are. He says quietly, if deception preserves the living, it is not dishonor. It is mercy made technical. The room falls silent. A colonel signs the authorization with a pen that seems heavier than ink. The code name is chosen with a small smile. Operation Window. A window through which light will never behave the same again. Cutting the sky. Factories begin cutting foil by the ton, thin ribbons of aluminum paper sandwich, trimmed to precise length, bundled in packets the size of hymn books. Each packet, when thrown from a bomber, will open like a sigh. At a test field in Yorkshire, the first bundles are released. They shimmer down through dusk, twisting, spinning, catching the dying light. On the radar screen inside the control van, the effect is instantaneous. A blossom of green fire that spreads, drifts, refuses to fade. The operator laughs out loud. It looks alive. Jones leans closer. The pattern breathes. The ghosts have lungs. He takes off his glasses and rubs his eyes. Good, he says. Now let's teach it to dance. For weeks they study the fall rate, the wind drift, the time it takes for each strip to descend through radar altitude. They learn to release packets in rhythm, a silent metronome of deceit. The air becomes choreography. In secret reports, Jones writes the phrase electronic ballet. He likes the contradiction, art made of arithmetic. The debate of conscience. By midsummer 1943, the invasion of Sicily looms, and the bombers bound for Hamburg wait on fogged airfields. Every commander knows the losses will be severe. The only untested hope is window. And still, fear clings to the order like static. What if the Germans copy it? What if the trick returns, multiplied? The Prime Minister himself hesitates. One scientist warns that to use window is to release a genie. Once the secret is seen, no radar will ever be trustworthy again. Jones replies with a calm that feels like exhaustion. They already know how to kill us in the open. Let us see if they can kill us in the dark. That night he writes a brief note to his wife, left unsent. If this works, it will be the first beautiful lie I've ever told. The night of falling light. On the evening of July 24, 1943, more than 700 Allied bombers lift from English runways toward Hamburg. Engines rumble like distant thunder rolling west to east. Each aircraft carries packets of window stacked beside the navigator's chair. At 20,000 feet, the first crew opens a hatch. The packets tumble out, burst, scatter. Ribbons whirl into the slipstream. Thousands, then millions, twisting through moonlight like a silver storm. You can picture it, a slow snowfall of mirrors, each one catching the radar beam for an instant before drifting onward. To those inside the bombers, it looks almost peaceful, a shimmer that asks nothing, harms nothing. To those watching from the ground, it looks like the end of reason. In a bunker near Hanover, a German operator stares at his scope. The entire screen blooms. No pattern, no rhythm, just a dense garden of green sparks swelling until shape itself dissolves. He wipes the glass. Multiple formations, he whispers. Another operator shakes his head. It's everywhere. The whole sky's alive. Fighters launch blindly. Controllers shout bearings into static. The air fills with echoes chasing echoes. Above them, the real bombers move inside the storm they have made, unseen, untouched. In London, Jones listens to intercepted transmissions. His pencil stops halfway through a note. He hears disbelief turned into silence. He knows then that the trick has worked. The enemy's sight has become a mirror pointed inward. For hours he sits alone, radio humming softly beside him. Outside, rain falls straight down, innocent of physics. After the storm. Morning brings the smell of wet paper and metal. Reports flood in. Losses fewer than anyone dared imagine. Photographs show smoke rising from the port, but not from the fields where cities once waited as targets. In German command rooms, technicians sweep foil from runways with brooms, collecting handfuls of what looks like snow that will not melt. They study the fragments, measure, calculate, panic. By noon, orders go out to replicate it. By nightfall, every radar war in Europe has changed shape. Jones receives congratulations he cannot quite accept. He thanks his staff, writes polite replies, then walks out into the grey afternoon. Foil drifts in puddles where someone has emptied a test crate. Thin, shining, anonymous. He picks up one strip, holds it between his fingers. It trembles in the wind like a note that will not end. He smiles, faintly. So this, he murmurs, is what truth looks like when it's folded. You might think the story ends here, in triumph, in ingenuity rewarded. But wars fought in shadows have long echoes. Once the world learns that sight itself can be fooled, nothing seen will ever again be entirely believed. Jones knows this. He feels it in the quiet between transmissions, in the way the air seems heavier after victory. The trick has saved thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, yet it has also loosened something fundamental, the belief that perception equals reality. And that is the beginning of another kind of war, the one fought inside the mind, between what is real and what is reflected. He turns off the light, leaves the lab, and steps into the drizzle. Each drop rings softly on the roof of his car, as if counting the seconds before illusion becomes doctrine, before deception becomes design. Far out at sea, the radar towers keep sweeping the horizon, their beams passing through the last scraps of foil, still descending, still falling, still shining. Chapter 5. The Night the Sky Fell Twice. It begins as routine. A pale moon rises over northern Germany, weak behind haze. In the radar huts along the coast, coffee steams in enamel cups, and men settle into another long vigil of green light. The air smells of dust, solder, and sleep withheld. Outside, nothing moves, only wind through the reeds, the far rumble of waves. Then the screens bloom. 1,000 echoes appear where the sky had been clean. They roll forward in perfect symmetry, like tidewater invading a map. At first, the operators think it must be a calibration fault. They check connections, slap gauges, tune knobs until the machines hiss like rain. But the rain does not stop. The first deluge. Karl Schneider is 23 and proud of his discipline. He believes in order, in instruments, in cause and effect. Tonight his scope pulses with chaos. Blips multiply faster than he can mark them. Every sweep of the antenna adds more. Clusters, spirals, whole constellations of motion. He calls for verification. Another station reports the same. Then another. Controllers trace the phantom swarms heading inland. Fighters scramble. Engines ignite across airfields that still smell of hay. Through the open bunker door, Karl hears the roar rising like a storm. He feels something inside him tighten, a small thread of certainty snapping. The sky of mirrors. Above the North Sea, the bombers glide within their silver storm. Strips of foil drift in moonlight, twisting slowly, endlessly. From each ribbon, radar waves scatter, bloom, return. The illusion thickens. You can almost see it from both sides at once. From below, the German night filled with ghosts, hundreds of planes overlapping, multiplying. From above, the bombers moving through their own reflection, invisible inside the brightness they've made. Inside one cockpit, a navigator looks out at the glittering fall and whispers, "It's snowing light." He doesn't know that somewhere below, men are shouting into microphones, convinced that light itself has learned to lie. Voices in the static. Radio chatter turns frantic. 40 contacts. No, 60. Altitude uncertain. Vectors 055. Cancel, cancel. Too many returns. Fighters chase ghosts until fuel runs thin. Some collide in confusion. Some never find the enemy at all. One pilot later writes in his logbook, "The sky was full of airplanes that weren't there." Karl sits with his headset pressed tight, jaw aching. The display has become a living thing, breathing faster than he can follow. He remembers training lectures about noise, about side lobes and reflections. None of it matters now. What he sees is overwhelming, a universe without gravity. When the power flickers, the room gasps. For a heartbeat the screens go black, pure mercy. Then the generators hum back to life, and the storm returns, brighter. You watch him close his eyes. The glow paints his eyelids green. In that light, he dreams of silence. The observers. Far away in London, Jones listens to the intercepted fragments. The German controller's clipped voices break, merge, fade. He does not smile. Instead, he leans forward, elbows on the desk, listening as if to a requiem he wrote by accident. He notes the time each confusion peaks, the interval between disbelief and recognition. On the chart before him, the line curves gently downward, the measure of comprehension unraveling. A colleague whispers, "They're blind." Jones shakes his head. No, they're seeing too much. The city below. Hamburg burns. From the air it looks like a hearth gone mad, red veins beneath black smoke. Yet even here, where real fire devours what illusion once protected, the echo of deception lingers. For the crews returning to England, the radar images of pursuit never appear. The hunters are lost in their own false heavens. On the ground, survivors speak later of two skies that night, one above, one below, both aflame. Hence the name whispered among pilots and engineers alike. The night the sky fell twice. The morning after. Dawn finds Carl still at his post. The storm of echoes has thinned to drizzle. The screens show a few shy returns, harmless as birds. He steps outside into air heavy with soot and dew. Foil litters the grass, thin ribbons clinging to fences, to boots, to the edges of puddles where the sunrise gathers. He picks one up. It is lighter than breath. He holds it between thumb and forefinger until the wind takes it again. It twists once, catching the light, and disappears. Back inside, his commanding officer dictates the report. Radar malfunction due to atmospheric anomalies. Recommend investigation. Carl writes it faithfully, though he knows the atmosphere that betrayed them tonight was not of nature's making. Echoes of reflection. In Britain, the news filters quietly through secure corridors. Losses minimal. Effect decisive. Jones reads the summaries, the praise couched in bureaucratic language. Countermeasures successful. He feels both pride and unease. He knows the war has crossed an invisible threshold. For centuries, armies built walls to hide from eyes. Now they build illusions to hide from minds. He writes a single sentence in his notebook before leaving for home. The moment the enemy trusts his instrument more than his senses, victory becomes arithmetic. A brief aside to the listener. You might wonder, as he does, whether truth can survive technology designed to mimic it. Perhaps it can, if someone still listens for the spaces between the notes, for the silence that no machine can counterfeit. Close your eyes and hear it. The sweep of a radar beam, the faint hum returning through air that has learned to echo itself. Each pulse says, "I see you." Each reply says, "You see what you wish to see." Between them lies the thin distance where humanity lives, too wise to believe, too afraid to doubt. The long reverberation. Weeks later, German engineers study the captured foil, calculating, experimenting, failing, learning. Within months they, too, will drop their own chaff into Allied skies. The illusion will become universal, the trick a dialect spoken by both sides. But on this first night, it is still singular, a secret symphony conducted by one quiet physicist across a continent of darkness. Jones sits alone in his office as the dawn creeps up behind blackout curtains. The kettle rattles once on the burner. He opens a folder, writes window, success confirmed. Then, almost as an afterthought, he adds a second note. Reality now negotiable. He closes the file. Outside, London begins to stir. The streets gleam with rain, and in every puddle the city doubles itself. Reflected, inverted, beautiful, untrue. Chapter 6. The Ethics of Illusion. The war quiets for a moment. Or perhaps it only seems quiet because the echoes have stopped arriving. In London the sirens rest, the blackout curtains hang loosely, and for a few nights the air feels weightless. Window has worked, so perfectly that success itself hums like an aftershock. The city breathes, unsure whether to trust the pause. Inside a narrow office above Whitehall, R.V. Jones sits with the lights off, listening to his own machines. No signals tonight, only the soft crackle of valves cooling. It sounds like rain falling somewhere far away. The burden of silence. You might think victory would sound like applause, but it doesn't. It sounds like paperwork and quiet. Reports pile up. Enemy confusion total. Radar countermeasures effective. Future use authorized. Each line is factual, bloodless, final. Jones reads them slowly. The words feel lighter than the lives they carry. He takes off his glasses, rubs the bridge of his nose. In the glass reflection, he looks older than his 30 years. The trick has aged him more than failure ever could, because every illusion, once born, becomes a question. Was the lie worth the truth it preserved? Letters never sent. On his desk lies an envelope addressed only with a first name, Eileen. He has written it a dozen times, never mailed it. Each draft begins the same. My dear, tonight the sky was full of things that weren't there, and because of that, men are still alive. He stops there, each time. How does one explain to someone outside the circle of secrecy that absence can be mercy, that falseness can be grace? He folds the half-page, sets it under the lamp, and goes back to equations. Reflections in glass. Across the Channel, the Germans have learned quickly. Their own foil falls now from their own aircraft. The trick has become a language spoken by both sides. Jones studies captured samples. The measurements are precise, the imitation almost flattering. He feels no anger, only inevitability. In war, knowledge is contagious. Still, something unsettles him. A technology created to protect has become an instrument of symmetry. In teaching the enemy blindness, he has also taught him sight. He looks out the window at the Thames, the surface catching glints of morning light. The river looks metallic, thousands of tiny mirrors moving together. He wonders if the water feels guilt for reflecting everything it touches. The argument with himself. A colleague congratulates him. You've given us the edge. You should be proud. Jones answers softly. Edges cut both ways. Later, walking home through fog, he turns the phrase over again. Edges cut both ways. Science, faith, deceit. Perhaps all progress is double-edged. One side shining with salvation, the other hidden in shadow. He remembers a boyhood fascination with magic tricks, the joy of revealing the mechanism, the sadness that followed once wonder was gone. War is the same performance on a larger stage, astonishment weaponized, innocence spent. He mutters, "We've turned knowledge into theater." The fog does not answer. An aside to the listener. You might wonder what becomes of conscience when it lives too long among circuits. Does it hum at the same frequency? Does it drift out of tune? Imagine sitting in a room of machines designed to deceive. Every signal you send might save a life. Every silence might cost one. Between those two outcomes lies only judgment, your own. Jones's judgment is careful, almost tender. He does not relish deceit. He uses it the way a surgeon uses anesthetic, to prevent greater pain. Still, even mercy leaves a scar. Echoes of philosophers. He spends nights rereading fragments of Spinoza, of Bacon, of scientists who believed understanding itself was virtue. He smiles at their innocence. In the margin of one essay he writes, "Truth is not the opposite of deception. It is its beginning, because to deceive effectively, one must first know the truth precisely. To bend light, you must understand how straight it travels." He realizes then that science and illusion are siblings, not enemies, each searching for control over uncertainty. Dreams of light. Sleep brings no rest. He dreams of a sky made entirely of reflections, every star a strip of foil tumbling slowly through endless night. He dreams of operators on both sides staring at identical screens, each convinced of victory, each equally blind. He wakes with the taste of metal in his mouth. The consolation of purpose. Dawn again. He pours coffee gone cold and opens a new folder. Work continues. New countermeasures, new puzzles, new ghosts. He tells himself that purpose is absolution, that if he can stay one discovery ahead, maybe the moral noise will fade. But it never does. It lingers like background hiss, the frequency no filter can remove. He learns to live with it. He learns, even, to listen to it as if it were a conscience encoded in static. The river and the reflection. One evening he walks to the embankment. The air smells of coal and salt. Barges drift under the bridge, their wakes stretching into perfect ripples. In the water's skin he sees two Londons, one upright, one inverted, both real, both incomplete. He thinks of the operators he will never meet, the German young men with the same notebooks, the same fatigue. For them too, the world now comes as double image. He whispers, almost in prayer, "May we all learn which side of the reflection we stand on." Then he turns away, coat buttoned against the wind. The unanswered question. Back in his office, the machines hum again, new tests, new signals. He writes a single line on the blackboard, leaves it for his team to ponder. When truth and illusion protect the same lives, which one is righteous? No one erases it. For weeks the sentence remains, white chalk slowly fading to dust. It fades, but it never disappears. The war continues elsewhere, on seas, in fields, in codes. Here, in this quiet room of flickering screens, the battle has shifted from physics to philosophy. And yet, amid all his questions, Jones keeps working, because sometimes doubt itself is a form of faith, the faith that somewhere, hidden in the interference, humanity might still be detectable. The beam sweeps. The room glows. Outside, dawn unfolds like paper. For a moment, the light on the horizon looks exactly like a return on the screen. Soft, steady, believable. He watches it fade and whispers, "Perhaps that's enough." Chapter 7. The Counter-Trick. The enemy learns quickly. They always do. What begins as wonder soon hardens into method, and the fog of illusion gives way to the geometry of revenge. Somewhere beyond the channel, engineers who once trusted their instruments now rebuild them to doubt less. The Germans call their new effort Gegenmaßnahme, countermeasure. It means the refusal to be fooled twice. The gathering of mirrors. At Peenemünde and Rechlin, small rooms bloom with chalk and smoke. Physicists stand over maps crossed with red lines and frequencies, whispering about window and how to see through it. One writes on the board, "Every deception leaves a shadow of truth." They decide to follow the shadows. New filters are designed to discard the slow-falling echoes of foil, to listen only for the firm heartbeat of real aircraft. Oscilloscopes flicker, headphones crackle. They listen to their own disbelief until it becomes science. You can imagine the fatigue, men tracing graphs at midnight, coffee gone to sludge, the quiet fear that perhaps the machines have developed a will of their own. Outside the test bunkers, wind drags fragments of old foil across the fields. Even garbage glints like mockery. The duel reopens. In London, Jones receives the first reports. Enemy screens cleaner, interceptions more precise, losses rising again. He reads without surprise. He knew they would answer. Deception survives only while wonder lasts. He sketches on paper, a sine wave, then another, offset by a hair's breadth. Below it he writes, "Truth repeats itself. Lies must improvise." To improvise, he returns to fundamentals, the rhythm of echoes, the pulse of engines, the music of movement. If the Germans now filter by tempo, he will teach his ghosts to sing in tune. Tests begin in the coastal labs. They suspend strips of foil from balloons, set them swaying in the breeze, record the signatures. They find that foil cuts slightly longer, slightly twisted, breathes with a pulse closer to that of a moving plane. They call it shivering. On radar, it looks almost alive. The counter-measure. The Germans reply with still tighter discrimination. Machines that measure the tiny Doppler shift of real flight, the difference between stillness and motion. Jones studies the captured manuals. He realizes the race is no longer about invention but interpretation. Their radar, he tells his staff, has become an eye that knows it can be fooled. We must become the lie that knows it will be seen. So he layers illusions, true echoes woven with false, packets of foil released in alternating rhythms. The new pattern fools not by hiding but by mimicking honesty. In war, sincerity itself becomes camouflage. When the next raid crosses the coast, German operators see both phantoms and planes. They cannot tell which is which, and indecision blooms like weather. The listener named Greta. In a bunker near Bremen sits a woman named Greta Bauer, mathematician turned radar specialist. She watches the green line sweep again, each time dividing reality from rumor. Her supervisor mutters about clever English tricks. She says nothing. She has begun to feel affection for the screen, its patience, its soft breathing. Tonight it feels almost sympathetic. The returns drift, tremble, fade, reappear. Each could be a bomber, or only the memory of one. Greta marks them all anyway. She has learned that the difference between existence and imagination can be measured but never proved. The conversation of ghosts. Jones receives fragments of enemy transmissions. Somewhere, a voice complains of echoes with intent. He smiles, a small, tired smile. To hear the other side describe your illusion as willful is the highest compliment. He writes in his notebook, "Perhaps the machines are talking to each other through us." For a moment he imagines the invisible dialogue, beams crossing above the sea, exchanging secrets the humans below will never decode. He likes the thought. It makes the war feel almost human. The storm of adaptation. By 1944, both sides are awash in counter-tricks, chaff, jamming, false beacons, shadow raids. The sky itself becomes bilingual, fluent in deceit. Controllers speak in cautious tones. Analysts hedge every report. Even victory now arrives with a footnote, subject to verification. Jones keeps his calm. He tells his younger staff not to chase perfection. The point, he says, is not to be invisible forever. It is to make the enemy look long enough in the wrong direction. He could be describing war. He could be describing life. The brief return of sight. For one strange week in spring, the weather clears and the frequencies align. Both sides, by accident, see truly. Screens show single blips, honest and bright. No haze, no ghosts. Pilots on both sides report clear guidance, precise interception. Losses spike, then fall again when the next storm arrives. Jones notes it in his diary. Truth makes a brief appearance, confirms its own fragility. A small aside to the listener. You might ask why he continues, why a man so weary of illusion keeps building new ones. Because he has learned that in war, truth is not a possession, it is a moment. To reach it, one must pass through fields of necessary lies. And so he keeps tuning the dials, not for power, but for proportion, the delicate balance between deception and mercy. The mirror without end. By midsummer, the Germans unveil a final defense, the Naxos detector, tuned to catch the faint emissions of Allied radar. Now the hunters can find the hunted by the very beams meant to protect them. Jones reads the intercept report, closes it slowly. He feels a chill, not of defeat, but of recognition. The circle is complete. Every trick becomes a mirror, every mirror a trap. He tells a friend, "We are all reflections now." The friend laughs. Jones doesn't. The Whispering Sea. At the edge of the North Sea stands a forgotten station, one of the early towers of Chain Home, its wires corroded, its purpose obsolete. Jones visits at dusk. Wind rattles through the frame. Gulls cry like static. He runs his hand along a beam gone rough with rust. The air smells of salt and thyme. Somewhere far off, invisible signals still cross, as they always will, the endless duel of detection and disguise. He listens to the wind whistling through the broken metal and thinks it sounds like breathing. For a moment he feels peace. The machines may go on arguing forever, but for this heartbeat of evening, the frequency belongs to silence. Chapter 8. Turning the Tide. Before the invasion, the world must first learn to lie completely. It is 1944, and the Channel holds its breath. On every coast, men wait beside sealed orders. Ships sit motionless under camouflage nets. The sky itself seems to hesitate between weather reports. The real armies prepare in silence. The false ones prepare to be seen. And somewhere in that delicate balance between truth and performance stands R.V. Jones, part scientist, part conjurer, part weary witness to the invisible machinery of faith. The Great Concealment. The operation has 100 code names: Fortitude, Glimmer, Taxable, Quicksilver. Each is a trick nested within a larger trick, an architecture of illusion meant to guard one unspeakable secret, that the Allies will cross the Channel at Normandy, not Pas-de-Calais. Every deception depends on the same fragile principle. The enemy must choose to believe. Radar, once built to reveal, will now become the stage lighting for the grandest play ever performed. Across southern England, false convoys appear overnight. barges made of canvas, tanks sculpted from plywood, whole armies built of air and imagination. Above them, the sky hums with coded transmissions. Pilots fly in circles where maps demand straight lines. And in secret rooms, operators tune their radar sets to create echoes where there are none. You stand among them, the quiet engineers of unreality. The air smells of wet grass and oil. Someone counts the minutes between sweeps. Someone else scribbles altitudes that never existed. The work feels like rehearsal for a play whose audience holds rifles. The ghost fleets. In late May, small squadrons of aircraft take off from the southern coast carrying bundles of chaff. Window, reborn as theater. Their mission: to build phantom fleets on enemy radar, to paint entire invasions in the wrong direction. At midnight on June 5th, as the sea darkens under low cloud, the first packets fall. Thin silver ribbons unfurl into the wind, drifting like slow rain. They create shapes, long, symmetrical, deliberate, the outline of a convoy sailing toward Calais. German operators wake to screens alive with movement. Echoes advance in neat lines, too regular to dismiss. Fighters scramble, coastal guns swivel, reports rush toward Berlin like water down a drain. To them, the invasion has begun. They do not know that the ships they see are made of silence and foil, drifting nowhere. The Shadow Army. Jones reads the first intercepts at dawn. Everything unfolds exactly as designed. The false fleets draw defenses northward. The real armada passes unseen beneath storm clouds further west. He allows himself one deep breath, no more. Victory in this kind of war is measured not in explosions, but in absence. The targets never bombed, the soldiers never ambushed, the lives unlost. He listens to the hum of a distant generator and thinks how strange it is that so much depends on air vibrating at the right frequency. Later that day, as the invasion begins, he walks to a nearby field. Clouds hang low. The wind tastes of salt. Above, aircraft move in slow procession, vanishing into grey. He cannot see the beaches, cannot see the men below, but he knows that somewhere, amid all the chaos of truth, the quiet architecture of deceit is holding strong. The other side. In a bunker near Boulogne, Greta Bauer sits once again before her screen. For hours the pattern of returns has been perfect, almost too perfect. Now she notices something odd. The echoes seem to pause, as if waiting for her to look away. Then they resume, steady, obedient. She frowns, checks calibrations. Everything normal. And yet, a feeling lingers, that the night itself has learned to play along. Her superior enters, breathless. They've landed. Calais, or near it. Greta looks back at the screen. The echoes have shifted slightly east, continuing their march. She nods without speaking. Only later will they learn the truth, that the real landings came from the fog, that while they watched these patient ghosts, history walked in from another direction. The cost of clarity. For Jones, the success feels both immense and unbearable. He knows what the newspapers will never print. That deception now outperforms courage. That illusion has become the surest defense. The age of the battlefield has turned into the age of belief. That night he cannot sleep. He lies awake listening to the hum of distant bombers returning home, the faint metallic whisper of foil falling into the sea. He whispers into the dark. The truth no longer needs to exist, only to be imitated better than the lie. He regrets the thought even as he forms it. An aside to the listener. You might feel it too, the unease that follows every clever invention. What happens when protection becomes performance? when survival depends on how well we deceive. Perhaps every era faces this in its own language. Ours speaks in signals. Close your eyes and imagine those screens, thousands of points of light crossing the glass, each one a heartbeat of belief. Which of them are real? Which are ghosts? Does it matter if both save lives? The Quiet Tide. By dawn of June 6th, the Channel churns with ships that no one saw coming. The first waves reach Normandy's sand. The world tilts toward liberation. In the control huts, British radar operators stare at their own screens, still clear, still calm, untouched by the chaos they have helped unleash. They mark coordinates, sip cold tea, and say nothing. When the confirmation arrives, landing successful, someone claps once, softly, then lowers his hand. Outside, gulls circle the cliffs. The sea keeps its secrets. The letter sent. That evening Jones writes again to Eileen. This time he finishes the letter. My dear, the invasion has begun. I watched the sky today and thought how strange it is that truth and illusion can march in step. Perhaps history itself is only a kind of echo, the sound of what might have been, returning. He signs it simply R. He seals the envelope, places it by the window. Outside, the air smells of lilac and rain. For the first time in years, the war feels finite. Not over, but finite. The echo that remains. In the following weeks, reports confirm what the radar screens first whispered. The deception worked perfectly. German reinforcements stayed north for critical days, chasing shadows on glass. By the time they saw clearly, the tide had already turned. Jones stands at the coast one evening, wind tugging at his coat. Waves crash in patient rhythm. He imagines each crest as a pulse of radio energy, crossing, returning, fading. He smiles. Even the sea understands radar now. Then the smile fades. He wonders how long the world can live on reflections before forgetting the original light. The invasion has succeeded. But for the man who made the sky lie, victory carries the taste of silence. The silence that follows when illusion becomes fact, when the map replaces the territory, when every echo returns home. He turns from the shore. The wind carries a whisper through the dunes, soft, repetitive, uncertain, as if the world itself is asking whether it, too, has been deceived. Chapter 9. The Sound of Empty Skies. The war ends quietly, as all vast storms do, first in rumor, then in air. Guns fall silent before minds believe they have. Across Europe, the towers still turn, the screens still glow, reluctant to forget the language of vigilance. And when at last the orders arrive, stand down, it feels like blasphemy against the machines that have learned to dream in echoes. The Last Sweep. On a damp morning in 1945, Jones stands inside a radar hut near the Suffolk coast. The room smells of rust and dusted paper. The set before him hums faintly, green lines sweeping through nothing. No blips, no movement, only the faint snow of the atmosphere itself. He waits for contact out of habit, not hope. For 6 years the world has answered him with ghosts. Now even ghosts are gone. He switches off the transmitter. The silence that follows feels immense, a cathedral of absence. Outside, the sea rolls indifferent and forgiving. A gull drifts across the horizon, untracked, unmeasured, perfectly real. The return to light. London wakes slowly from its blackout, each bulb a small rebellion. The river mirrors the city like an apology. People walk with cautious wonder, blinking as if sight itself were fragile. Jones moves among them unnoticed, one more tired man in a worn coat. Only he sees the invisible infrastructure still humming above them, the ghosts of beams, the forgotten frequencies looping through the air like faint afterthoughts of war. He thinks, the world will never be unlistened again. Transformation. In the years that follow, radar sheds its camouflage of secrecy. Towers once built for warning begin watching weather instead. Airports bloom across continents, their dishes turning slowly like mechanical flowers. Ships cross oceans guided by the same reflections that once guided fear. Jones advises on the new civilian systems, patient as ever, explaining to fresh engineers how to read the language he helped invent. He smiles when they call it peaceful work. Inside, he knows peace is only another kind of vigilance. The memory of mirrors. Occasionally, he is asked to lecture about Window and the age of deception. Students take notes. Historians applaud. He always ends with the same thought. Technology is never moral by itself. It inherits the conscience of those who tune it. Afterward, he walks home along the embankment. Lights shimmer on the Thames. In their ripples, he sees both victory and repentance. Each reflection breaks and mends with every passing wave. He pauses by the railing, murmurs to no one, "Perhaps we fooled the sky to learn humility." An aside to the listener. You can stand beside him if you wish. Feel the cool rail under your palms, the hum of the city now unthreatened. Listen long enough, and beneath the traffic you'll still hear it, the low electrical heartbeat of a world that learned to see through air. It is the same hum that guided pilots through storms, that watched coastlines through fog, that whispered, "Here you are." Even now, decades later, the planet pulses with those quiet affirmations. If you listen carefully, you might sense how small they are, how kind. The last letter. One spring afternoon he writes a final letter, not to Eileen but to himself. We have taught the world to see by listening. The danger now is that we may stop hearing altogether. May we remember that every signal once began as silence. He folds the page, leaves it in his desk, and never sends it. The paper yellows gently, untouched, like a fossil of thought. The field of echoes. Years later, on a coastal road, the remnants of chain homes still stand, towers skeletal against a pale sky. Jones visits one last time. Wind moves through the hollow girders, producing a faint whistle that sounds eerily familiar. He closes his eyes. For a heartbeat, it could be radar again, sweeping the horizon for dangers that no longer exist. He smiles. "Still listening," he says. The sound of empty skies. At dusk, the light turns copper over the water. The horizon looks clean, undecided, infinite. The only sound is the wind moving through the grass, the same frequency as breath. He knows that somewhere above, satellites, descendants of his own machines, circle the planet, sending back pictures of clouds and continents. They are the grandchildren of deception, now dedicated to weather and peace. He finds comfort in that symmetry. He sits on the grass until the stars appear, steady, faithful, unjammable. Each one an ancient signal crossing the void, truth traveling at the speed of patience. And for the first time in years, R.V. Jones does not listen for war. He listens for nothing. He listens for the sound of empty skies. Aftermath. Reflections that never fade. The world moves on as it always does, not with applause, but with the quiet efficiency of forgetting. Wars end the way tides end, withdrawing inch by inch until only salt and silence remain. You stand on a coastline that could be anywhere. The air is clear, the horizon unbroken. And yet, if you close your eyes, you can still hear it, the faint, rhythmic hum that once connected every heartbeat to the sky. Radar has become ordinary now, invisible in its usefulness, guiding planes through fog, measuring storms, tracing the slow breath of the planet itself. The same frequencies that once deceived now protect. And perhaps that is what redemption looks like. Technology turned toward tenderness. Once, a young engineer taught the sky to lie. He built a curtain of mirrors and called it mercy. He fooled an empire with math and kindness intertwined. He never asked for glory, only understanding. That strange, gentle kind that arrives too late to matter. In later years, he would walk beneath clear skies and wonder if the air still remembered the noise of war. Maybe it does. Maybe every wave that leaves a transmitter carries, hidden inside it, the echo of a man choosing conscience over certainty. Because what Jones created was more than a weapon. It was a lesson in human paradox. He proved that truth could be preserved through deception, that compassion could travel disguised as cunning. And in doing so, he revealed something quietly divine, that morality, like radar, depends on reflection. You might think of him now, standing by the rusted towers, coat collar up against the wind, the same wind that once carried his illusions across Europe. He touches the metal, hears it whisper, and feels no guilt. The air forgives faster than men do. Behind him, the sea folds over itself again and again, like film rewinding. Every wave a replay, every foam line a caption. What once was terror has become texture. What once was secrecy has become sound. If you look up tonight, you'll see stars, patient, indifferent, burning as they always have. Each one is a pulse of energy crossing an impossible distance, a signal from a past that refuses to die. They are the universe's original radar, returning messages from the beginning of time. And maybe that's the real meaning of reflection, not light bouncing back, but memory refusing to leave. In a way, we are all echoes of something, of choices made, of silences kept, of kindness disguised as cleverness. The world we inherit is built not just on invention, but on restraint, on the quiet decision to use intelligence not for dominance, but for mercy. So, before the signal fades, listen once more to the hum beneath the quiet. It's there, low, constant, ancient. The sound of machines learning to serve rather than to hunt. The sound of skies that no longer need to choose between truth and illusion. It is the sound of peace pretending, beautifully, to be ordinary. And if you've drifted this far with us, through darkness and static, through invention and remorse, then perhaps you've already understood what he meant when he said, "To deceive in order to protect is to see the world as it truly is, fragile, brilliant, and worth the trick. Now, let the noise settle. Let the lights dim. The last echo fades, leaving only the pulse of the earth, steady, merciful, alive." Echoes beyond victory. The silence that learned to speak. It begins where the noise ended. The air is still, but it hums differently now. Not with fear, but with memory. You stand on a cliff above the North Sea. The towers that once whispered war now only listen to weather. Wind threads through their skeleton frames, producing a sound like breath through glass. It is the same song, slower now, older. The kind of silence that remembers what it used to be. R.V. Jones stands beside one of them, a thin figure in a thick coat, eyes following the horizon. He's older, but the stance is the same. Patient, curious, alert to the unseen. The war that once defined his life has dissolved into textbooks and archives. Yet the air still carries his invention. Radar beams crossing continents, invisible, ceaseless, polite. He once taught the sky to lie. Now he's teaching it to tell the truth again. It's 1952. Britain has traded blackout curtains for television screens, secrecy for bureaucracy, and yet the feeling persists. That need to watch the horizon, to measure what's coming, to prepare for something that never fully arrives. In Whitehall, committees form around words like defense and warning and early detection. The ghosts of the last war are now blueprints for the next. And somewhere in the new labyrinth of acronyms, Rota, AI, DW line, Jones's signature still lingers on the circuits. The child of window and deception has grown into something vaster. A network of vigilance stretched from Iceland to Alaska, from the chalk cliffs of Kent to the snows of Greenland, an electronic horizon that circles the planet like conscience itself. He had wanted peace. What he built instead was perception. Inside an Air Ministry basement, a new generation of engineers tune screens that glow a colder shade of green. No bombers now, only test flights, weather, echoes of ships crossing invisible lines. But each blip still carries weight. Each return still stirs the same question. Is it real? A young radar officer, not yet born when the war began, glances up at the aging physicist and asks, "Sir, do you ever miss it? The urgency of those days?" Jones shakes his head. "No," he says quietly, "but I do miss the clarity." The boy laughs politely, not understanding. How could he? He's growing up in a world where vigilance has no enemy, only possibilities. You move through the corridors with him, through rooms where new machines pulse softly, where vacuum tubes have given way to transistors, and the rhythm of protection sounds almost like progress. He runs a hand along a console humming with power. "Listen," he says. "You do." The tone is constant, serene, like a prayer written in electricity. It's beautiful and faintly terrifying, because somewhere within that hum lies the legacy of a single decision: to make the invisible visible, to trust the echo more than the eye. That decision has outlived its war. It has become architecture, philosophy, a way of existing. Outside, the sea glints with peacetime industry. Ships cross channels not in fear, but in schedule. Airliners climb through clouds tracked by the same mathematics that once guided bombers. The world has inherited his trick, and no one even calls it a trick anymore. They call it progress. Jones watches a jet leave a white scar across the blue sky. He notes its trajectory instinctively, still half an analyst at heart. He smiles. "So clean now," he murmurs. "So visible." But visibility, he knows, is its own kind of illusion. The more we see, the less we believe. The clearer the signal, the quieter the meaning. He thinks of the old days, of radio static and dim screens, of guessing and grace. Then he looks at this new, sterile precision and wonders whether uncertainty might have been the last true form of faith. The wind rises. A gull arcs above the tower and disappears into sun. Jones pulls his coat closer, feeling the years between wars like static between frequencies. He has no illusions left, but he has something better: perspective. And as the sky hums softly with his own invention, he whispers to no one, "Perhaps this is what peace sounds like, a silence that learned to speak." Chapter 1: the horizon that watches back. The war was over, but the machines refused to rest. They had grown accustomed to listening, and the sky, once interrogated, would never again be silent. You can hear it still, that faint pulse across the spectrum, a heartbeat woven into modern air. To the untrained ear it's only hum, but to our V. Jones it is habit, the world making sure it still exists. Return to service. London smells of dust, coal, and cautious optimism. The old Air Ministry has been reborn under new names and committees, yet the same corridors echo with the same clipped footsteps. Jones walks them again, summoned not by secrecy now, but by necessity. Britain needs minds that understand uncertainty. He carries no weapon, only a folder marked scientific intelligence. Inside are sketches of post-German technology, new radar frequencies, captured prototypes, rumors of Soviet experiments with jamming and reflection. The war's language of deception has become a dialect of deterrence. At his first meeting, a general asks, "Professor Jones, do you still believe the enemy can be fooled?" Jones smiles faintly. "I believe the enemy is now everyone's imagination." The room laughs uneasily, unsure whether it's a joke. The rotor age. Britain begins to wire itself again, this time against an invisible future. The rotor network rises across the countryside, hardened bunkers, circular domes, new dishes spinning beneath reinforced earth. The design is practical, almost humble, built not for glory, but for duration. From above, the coastline glitters with antennas like steel flowers opening toward the horizon. Jones visits several sites, notebook in hand, measuring signal lag, checking calibration, listening to the low animal growl of generators underground. He notices how the engineers talk about the sky, not as space, but as territory. Coverage to 200 miles. Blind sector at 30 degrees. Language turning distance into defense. One evening he stands at the top of a new station in Kent, wind roaring through the latticework. He writes a single sentence in his field book. The horizon is no longer where the earth ends, but where attention does. Ghosts in peacetime. The first false alarms arrive that winter. Migrating geese, thunderstorms, even the moon rising through coastal fog, all mistaken for intruders. Each misreading triggers a chain of checks, phones ringing through the night. The nation learns again how fear travels at the speed of light. Jones observes quietly. He doesn't scold the operators. He knows they're fighting their own imagination. Every echo, he tells them, is innocent until proven hostile. He spends evenings tuning the receivers himself, trying to teach machines humility, the ability to ignore what isn't real. Across the sea. In Washington, American scientists mirror his work. New towers climb along northern Canada, the distant early warning line, stretching across tundra like a necklace of vigilance. Steel domes glisten under aurora light, connected by thin lifelines of cable and radio. Jones receives photographs of these sites, men in parkas beside glowing consoles, snow illuminated by green radar light. He studies them with fascination and unease. The same invention that once saved Britain now guards the entire hemisphere. It feels less like progress than escalation disguised as patience. An aside to the listener. You might wonder what it feels like to live inside an age that never blinks. Imagine knowing that the sky itself is awake, every second, watching for shapes that might never come. Peace begins to resemble insomnia. The world sleeps with one eye open, and yet, within that vigilance lies comfort, the illusion that awareness equals safety, that light can keep away what darkness might invent. Jones understands the illusion better than anyone. He built it, and still he stands beneath it, listening, hoping the hum will never stop. The new silence. By 1950, the radar maps of Europe glow like constellations. Each green dot marks a transmitter, a listener, a promise. To an artist they might look beautiful. To Jones they look inevitable. He visits one site at night, alone. Snow drifts against the door. The room inside glows softly, machines whispering to themselves. He switches off the overhead light and lets the consoles paint him in phosphorescent green. The silence feels alive, attentive. For a long while he simply stands there, neither triumphant nor afraid, only thoughtful. He has seen what happens when the world stops listening. He would rather it never sleeps again. The hum deepens, steady and tender. Outside, the horizon watches back. Chapter 2. The Line of Listening. The world has redrawn its map of fear, not by borders or treaties, but by signals. From the pole to the equator, the air hums with watchfulness, lines of radio, radar, and reason stitching the horizon into a seamless net. It isn't empire anymore. It's attention. The cold frontier. The first stations rise from snow. Plywood walls, diesel heaters, wires trembling in polar wind. Men with frost-stiff beards tune oscillators inside tin shelters, their breath clouding the air. Above them, auroras shimmer like spilled frequency bands, nature broadcasting on every channel. They call it the distant early warning line, a chain of listening posts stretching across Alaska, Canada, Greenland, Iceland. Thousands of miles of silence broken only by static and the slow ticking of transmitters, each one manned by a handful of operators who measure time in blips. You can almost hear it, a faint, rhythmic tone carried through the snow, like a heartbeat echoing through frozen ground. R.V. Jones studies the first reports from afar, sitting in his London office surrounded by maps of magnetic fields. He knows what it means. It's the same logic he once applied to Europe's skies. Only now the horizon has no end. He writes in his diary, "The world is learning to listen to itself." North of silence. At one Arctic station, a young operator named Frank Davies marks the time every 6 seconds. He has never seen combat, only weather. Outside, wind carves the snow into glass. Inside, the console glows a gentle green that feels almost human. Sometimes he talks to the machine, as if it might answer. He taps the metal edge and says, "Still awake, old boy?" The screen replies with its steady sweep, loyal and wordless. Jones visits him one winter, a brief inspection tour, unannounced. He steps out of a small transport plane, wrapped in wool and ore. The horizon looks infinite, the color of tin and forgetting. "Why here?" he asks the station chief. "Because nothing else is," the man answers. Later, inside the control room, Jones listens to the radar's hum blending with the wind. It sounds like the war, only calmer. He looks at the young men, faces raw from cold, eyes tired from monotony, and realizes they are guardians of something intangible, the absence of surprise. The American Mirror. Across the Atlantic, the U.S. Air Force builds its own horizon. Massive radar domes swell across mountaintops, white geodesic spheres that look almost gentle, like clouds anchored to the earth. They name it SAGE, a computer brain linking every radar pulse into a single map of North America. Inside its rooms, vacuum tubes glow like constellations. Operators move small plastic markers across digital maps that never sleep. Jones watches from Britain, half impressed, half wary. He sees the same impulse that drove him, but scaled to a level that frightens him. He calls it the architecture of anxiety. Once, deception had been a scalpel, a small, precise trick to confuse an enemy. Now it has become a mirror the entire world must stare into, just to reassure itself it's still there. The whisper of progress. By 1955, radar is no longer military technology. It guides planes, ships, storms, even birds. The word detection has lost its menace. The same wave that once found bombers now measures rainfall. Jones gives a lecture at Cambridge titled Peaceful Uses of Reflection. Students take notes, unaware that their professor once weaponized illusion. He smiles as he speaks, proud yet cautious. He warns them gently. When you see everything, you risk seeing nothing clearly. That night he walks home under drizzle, streetlights flickering like small beacons in fog. Each halo reminds him of radar, light returning to its source, seeking permission to exist. He stops on Westminster Bridge and watches the Thames shimmer. Ripples spread under the glow of a passing bus. In each wave he sees the same truth. Every signal needs something to come back from. Aside to the listener. You might think of radar as mathematics, but to Jones, and perhaps to you standing here now, it's closer to faith. It requires belief in what you cannot touch, trust in a return you might never see. Perhaps that's why he feels oddly calm in this new era of suspicion. Where others hear threat, he hears continuity. He knows the hum in the air isn't fear. It's attention, remembering what silence cost. The world, in its guarded way, is trying to stay alive. And for now, that's enough. The map that breathes. By decade's end, the entire northern hemisphere glows in radiolight. Arctic snowfields, Scottish moors, American plains, all dotted with towers, all humming in quiet coordination. From orbit, if you could see it, the planet would look like a breathing lung of electricity. Exhale, signal sent. Inhale, echo received. Jones traces the pattern with a pencil across a map, then closes the notebook gently. The world has become his experiment, and though he never meant it, he realizes that perhaps it needed to be. He looks out the window, where a thin line of dawn divides night from day, and in that faint line, the horizon is listening. Chapter 3: Operation Eye Shield. The name sounded harmless enough. Not sword, not thunder, not retaliation, just eye shield, as if the act of looking could somehow protect you. The Pact of Mirrors. By 1957, the English Channel was no longer a border. It was a wavelength. Signals bounced from Dover to Dieppe, from Norfolk to Norway, forming a quiet alliance of vigilance. R.V. Jones watched the cables cross oceans and politics alike. Britain's rotor system had merged into America's SAGE, and soon their radar stations would speak a shared language. Binary, magnetic, unblinking. He had once taught nations to deceive. Now he taught them to share. But sharing, in this new age, meant surrendering secrets to machines. Each station was a small conscience humming in the fog. each antenna a promise. If we can see it first, maybe it won't happen at all. And so began Operation Eye Shield, an Anglo-American experiment to simulate invasion patterns, without firing a shot. Decoys, false targets, controlled reflections, not to mislead the enemy, but to test themselves. Illusion as insurance. The radar maze. Somewhere off the coast of Scotland, a fleet of bombers flies ghost missions through invisible corridors, their real path disguised by clouds of metallic echo. Below, radar operators in Cornwall watch a sky full of phantoms, friendly illusions sent to test the reliability of truth. R.V. Jones observes from a dim control room, headphones pressed to one ear, pencil poised. He listens not for sound, but for failure, that moment when belief and data drift apart. The lines of green light dance across screens like veins pulsing in a vast, mechanical heart. He remembers the war, how radar once meant life or death, and how simple the choice seemed then. Now it feels different. Every false signal is both protection and provocation. Each test proves how fragile peace has become. He writes in his notes, "We deceive ourselves now, to make sure we cannot be deceived by others." The invisible border. The Cold War frontier is not a wall, but a waveform, a shimmer over the Arctic, a whisper between frequencies. British radar pings the edge of Soviet airspace. Soviet radar pings back. A duet of mistrust played at the speed of light. Sometimes they overlap, creating ripples, ghost contacts that appear on both sides. Each side believes the other has made the first move. Each side prepares to respond. Jones watches the reports come in, calculating error margins, advising calm. He sees how easily war can return, not through intention, but through reflection. He thinks of the old deception missions, cardboard tanks, wooden airfields, brilliant in their simplicity. Now the battlefield is made of electricity, and no one can tell where it ends. The weight of knowing. At a late-night briefing in London, a younger officer turns to Jones and says, "It must feel good to know you've built the shield that keeps us safe." Jones looks at him, then at the glowing maps covering the wall. Thin arcs of green light drift across Europe, gentle as eyelids closing. "I'm not sure it's safety," he says quietly. "Perhaps only delay." He doesn't say the rest aloud. That every delay is bought with a deeper fear. That every signal sent into the sky asks the same question. Are we ready to believe what we might see? Aside to the listener. You might imagine the Cold War as stillness, but it was never silent. The air itself was full, not of music, but of maintenance. Signals looping endlessly, machines listening to themselves in the dark. Imagine standing beneath that invisible storm, hearing nothing, but knowing that the sky is crowded with attention. That's what peace felt like. An orchestra of watchfulness, each note a warning disguised as comfort. The night of false dawn. One morning in 1960, a radar station in Greenland reports incoming objects, hundreds of them, moving fast. The screen glows frantic with light. Alarms rise through command centers. Phones ring. For 3 minutes, the world holds its breath. Jones, called from sleep, rushes to verify the data. He studies the frequencies, The echo consistency, the strange symmetry of the contacts. He exhales slowly. It's the moonrise, he says. Only the moon. Later, when comm returns, he walks outside and watches that same moon hanging over the frozen horizon. Quiet, innocent, blameless. He almost laughs. The same sky that once hid danger now mimics it perfectly. He whispers, "The machines are learning imagination." Epilogue to the chapter. In his office that night, Jones writes one more note. If radar taught us to see, perhaps it must also teach us when not to. He closes the notebook, switches off the lamp, and lets the dark reclaim the room. Outside, the world hums, steady, endless, faithful. The eyes are open. The shield holds. For now. Chapter 4. Reflections of the Atom. The hum deepened. It was no longer a question of who might come, but what might arrive. Radar, once the eye that saved nations, was now the heartbeat of the bomb. The nervous system of deterrence. It began, as all new fears do, with precision. Missiles replaced bombers, and speed made distance meaningless. The sky could no longer be watched by men in towers. It needed nerves, reflexes, instant decisions. And so the machines took over. Circuits connected to circuits. Loops of data without rest or doubt. They called it automated defense. But Jones knew what it truly was. Mechanized fear. From his advisory chair at Whitehall, he watched radar evolve into something colder, faster, more absolute. Lines that once traced aircraft now traced the fate of humanity. He had always trusted reflection, the quiet conversation between signal and silence. Now the conversation could end the world. The age of equations. In the 1960s, the vocabulary of safety changed. No longer enemy or ally, but yield, trajectory, probability. Mathematicians replaced generals. Fear became geometry. Jones, now older, walks into a NATO laboratory filled with humming consoles. Young scientists speak in numbers. Radius of blast, seconds to impact, response latency. On the central display, a model of the planet covered in moving circles. Warning zones, radar ranges, early warning arcs. It looks like art. It looks like madness. He traces one glowing arc with his finger. It represents 2 minutes. 2 minutes to see, to think, to believe. He smiles faintly. Even God, he murmurs, took longer than that to decide. No one laughs. The men who wait. In an underground command center outside London, operators sit before screens that never sleep. No sunlight, no seasons, only signal. They live in 12-hour shifts of vigilance, listening to the world breathe through static. Jones visits them one night. He brings tea, out of habit, and stays to listen. "What's it like?" he asks one young lieutenant. The man shrugs. "Like holding your breath for a living." Jones nods. He understands too well. During the war, every blip on a screen meant danger. Now, every blip means everything. The line between watching and waiting has vanished. When he leaves, he writes in his notebook, "We have replaced battle with rehearsal." The mirror in the sky. That same year, the first radar satellites appear. Steel mirrors orbit above the Earth, watching all that moves, reporting every flicker of light or motion. Jones sees the photographs, the planet veiled in cloud, the faint glint of ocean waves mistaken for fleets. The same principle, just turned upward. For him it feels like inevitability. He tells a journalist once, "Every invention wants to know what else it can see." The journalist quotes him out of context, and the line becomes famous. It follows him for the rest of his life. He doesn't regret saying it, only that people mistook it for pride. Aside to the listener. You might imagine the atomic age as silence, but silence is not absence. It's the sound of holding still, a planet listening to itself breathe through wires. In this era, fear is no longer loud. It hums beneath everything. Radios, televisions, heartbeats. A tone you stop hearing only when it stops existing. Jones understood that hum. He'd lived inside it for decades, and sometimes, late at night, when the static on his radio turned into faint Morse-like whispers, he would close his eyes and pretend it was still 1940, that the signals meant hope again. The test. In 1963, Britain conducts an underground nuclear test. Jones is invited to observe. He hesitates, then goes. He watches from a reinforced viewing room as instruments tremble. No explosion is seen, only measured. When it's over, a technician announces the success. Jones remains silent, staring at the oscillographer's gentle pulse, returning to calm. The same kind of wave he once used to find planes, now used to measure destruction. He writes one line in the margin of his report: "We have taught reflection to fear itself." The night of the long pulse. Weeks later, he stands on a coastal bluff in Scotland, looking toward the North Sea. The radar towers are gone now, replaced by slender white domes. Inside them, the future hums patiently. The air smells of rain and static. He thinks of his students, his machines, his long career of listening. He feels both proud and weary, a man whose invention outgrew his intent. He wonders, if radar could dream, what would it dream of? Perhaps calm seas, perhaps no echoes at all. The wind carries the sound of distant surf. The domes gleam like moons half buried in earth. For a moment, they seem to breathe with him, steady, unafraid, as if the sky itself were whispering back. Chapter 5. The Listening Earth. The world has grown ears. They hang from satellites, nest in valleys, spin above deserts and seas. They do not judge, only notice, and for the first time in history, the planet is aware of its own shape. The second invention. By the late 1960s, the word radar has become too small. The air now holds new names: sonar, LiDAR, side-scan, satellite array. Each one a variant of the same idea. Send a pulse, wait for the world to answer. Jones watches from the sidelines now, semi-retired, a quiet advisor. He sees his old trick reborn as cartography. Ships trace the ocean floor with echoes. Astronauts map the moon with microwaves. Airliners glide across continents guided by beams he once tuned by hand. It is no longer deception. It is revelation. He calls it the listening Earth, a phrase that appears in one of his final lectures. Half poetic, half prophetic. The students don't write it down. They'll understand it decades later, when satellites begin to show the planet breathing. The sound of rain. In a Cambridge laboratory, he watches radar capture a storm. The display blossoms with shifting patterns of light, rainfall rendered as movement, clouds drawn like thought. An engineer beside him explains how each color represents intensity. Jones smiles. "It's painting," he says softly. The engineer laughs. "No, sir, it's data." But he's right, of course. It is painting, a world sketching itself in frequencies, every droplet a note in a symphony of return. He stands silently for a long while, listening to the machine translate thunder into truth. It feels like forgiveness. Eyes in orbit. The first weather satellites drift above the equator, their cameras capturing the slow pulse of continents. Clouds curl like breath. Storms spiral like living thought. To most, these images are mere science. To Jones, they are revelation. The Earth, for the first time, seeing itself whole. He imagines how it must look from up there, a pale blue signal, delicate, uncertain, radiant. In his notebook he writes, "When we taught the sky to see, we gave the Earth a mirror." The language of echoes. In an Oxford lecture hall, Jones addresses a new generation of physicists. He no longer speaks of war or technology, but of philosophy. Every echo, he tells them, is a conversation between what we send and what returns, between intent and reality. He pauses, letting the quiet settle. Sometimes the truest part of an echo, he says, is the silence before it. The students listen in stillness. Some take notes. Some simply look at him, a man who has turned noise into understanding. Aside to the listener. You might think of listening as passive, a lack of action. But to Jones, and perhaps to anyone who has lived through noise, listening is the purest act of will. To listen is to wait for truth to come back, to trust that it will, to let reflection teach you patience. Perhaps that is why the world still hums, not out of paranoia, but habit, the habit of caring about what might return. Reflections without fear. It is 1972. Jones visits a meteorological station on the coast of Devon. The radar dish turns slowly in drizzle, measuring rainfall for farmers and fishermen. A young technician recognizes him. "Professor Jones, your work made all this possible," she says. He smiles, half embarrassed. "I only taught the weather to introduce itself." They laugh, and for a moment, the war feels impossibly far away. He stands outside afterward, watching raindrops hit puddles. Each ripple expands, meets another, merges, a quiet geometry of connection. He feels something like peace. The planet that listens back. By the end of the decade, the first satellite images of deforestation appear. Scientists overlay them year by year, seeing, in reflection, the slow wound of the Earth. Jones receives the report and studies it in silence. He realizes the same technology that once guarded nations is now guarding the planet itself. The echo has grown wiser. He writes one final note before leaving his office for the last time. We began by fearing what might come from the sky. Now we listen to protect what's beneath it. Outside, gulls circle the coastline. The dish continues to turn, slow and patient, catching rain, catching time. Somewhere deep in its hum, the world is still learning to listen. Chapter 6: The Memory of Light. Evening settles differently when you've spent a lifetime chasing signals. For most people, twilight means quiet. For R. V. Jones, it is the hour when reflection grows visible. The room of instruments. His study smells of dust and ozone. Coils of wire, notebooks, and half-assembled devices fill the shelves. In the corner, a small cathode ray tube hums faintly, a relic from another century, still obedient, still alive. He sits at the desk, spectacles balanced low, light from the lamp spilling over graphs and memories. Outside, the sky fades to the color of copper. Each evening, he performs the same ritual. Switch on the old set, tune through the static, and listen to the faint whisper of nothing. To anyone else, it would be emptiness. To him, it is presence, the sound of the world remembering itself. Letters unsent. There's a drawer in his desk filled with unfinished letters. One to a former student, one to a German colleague, one to Eileen, his wife, long gone. In one draft he writes, "We thought we built machines to measure distance, but we built them to measure ourselves." He never sends it. The words feel too final, too complete. He keeps the drawer open, as if the sentences need air. The long reflection. He visits an old radar tower near Dover. The structure is rusted now, paint peeling, gulls nesting in the rafters. He climbs the stairs slowly, hand brushing the cold steel rails, each step a year. At the top, the sea spreads beneath him, grey, infinite, forgiving. He remembers standing here as a young man, listening to echoes that carried both salvation and sorrow. Now there is only the wind. He closes his eyes and imagines the pulses still traveling, bouncing endlessly between sky and water, ghosts of all those signals he once sent. Every wave remembers its source, he thinks, even after the sender is gone. Aside to the listener. You might wonder what becomes of sound after it dies, where the whisper goes once it leaves the mouth. Physicists will tell you. It fades, disperses, turns into heat, into motion, into almost nothing. But there's another kind of echo, the one made of thought, and that kind never disappears. It travels through people, through choices and inventions, through stories like this one. You are hearing one now, somewhere between fact and remembrance. That is what it means to live in the memory of light. The interview. Late in life, a young journalist visits him. Her recorder clicks softly between them. "Professor Jones," she asks, "do you ever regret teaching the world to deceive?" He thinks for a long moment, the way only old men can think, slowly enough for honesty to arrive. "No," he says at last, "I regret that we learned to deceive ourselves so easily." The journalist waits. He looks out the window, where rain streaks across the glass like signal traces. "Truth," he says quietly, "was never about certainty. It was about listening carefully enough to doubt. The photograph. On his wall hangs a black and white photograph. A young man beside a radar tower. Wind in his coat. Determination in his eyes. Sometimes he studies it as if it belonged to someone else. In a way, it does. That man believed knowledge could protect the world. This one knows it can only illuminate it. He doesn't envy his younger self. He envies the clarity. The lantern. One night, the power flickers. The lamp sputters, then dies. He finds an old lantern in the cupboard, strikes a match, and watches light bloom through glass. It's different from electricity, warmer, slower, alive. He sets it beside the cathode ray tube and smiles. Two kinds of light, one born of flame, one of signal, both trying to hold back the dark. He whispers to the empty room. After all, that's all any of us ever did. Closing the circuit. He returns to his desk, writes one last note in the margin of a blank page. Reflection is not repetition. It's the universe checking whether it still remembers. He leaves the notebook open, as if waiting for an answer. Outside, dawn begins to color the edges of the sky. For a moment, the old tube flickers on its own. One final pulse of green, a signal sent, received, and at last, understood. Chapter 7. Echo Chamber. By the time the century turns, the world hums louder than ever, not in anger, in conversation. Billions of signals, crossing oceans, circling satellites, each one saying the same thing in 1,000 different ways. I'm here. Do you hear me? The network of mirrors. The Cold War has cooled, but its architecture remains. Every radar tower has become a cell tower. Every wire once built for vigilance now carries laughter, commerce, distraction. The air that once trembled with warning now pulses with connection. Yet the shape of it, the rhythm, feels familiar. Jones would have recognized it instantly. This, too, is reflection. Only faster, only louder. From orbit, satellites trace invisible lattices over the globe. The same geometry he once drew on chalkboards in smoke-filled rooms. The sky has become a library of echoes. Voices without weight. In a London cafe, decades after Jones's passing, students scroll through glowing screens. They speak in bursts, quick, transient, each sentence bouncing from one glass surface to another. Their words travel farther in a second than any radar pulse he ever launched. But when they look up, their eyes are tired, as if from listening too long to themselves. Somewhere, a newsfeed scrolls through crises, storms tracked by satellites, wars live-streamed in color. The instruments he helped design have made the planet transparent, and yet truth seems harder to see. The long return. High above the Atlantic, a weather satellite drifts in quiet orbit. Its sensors map cloud cover. Its radar penetrates storms. Among its circuits, the same principle hums. Send, wait, return. Below, a child asleep in Reykjavik dreams under the same frequencies, wrapped in the same invisible web of vigilance. Every pulse Jones once sent into the sky is still out there somewhere, weakened but endless, a soft vibration of care. If you could hear them all at once, they'd sound like rain. The Museum of Signals. In a small hall at the Science Museum, a brass plaque bears his name. Beside it, an old radar console glows faintly, a ghost light from another age. Visitors pass by, murmuring. Children press buttons. Screens replay the blips of a world newly awake. None of them notice the faint warmth, still emanating from the cathode glass. It's not electricity, it's memory. Every machine remembers its purpose, even when we've forgotten. Aside to the listener. You live now in the echo Jones began. Every message you send, every signal you trust, travels through the same quiet faith that something unseen will answer. It's the same principle, reversed and multiplied, the universe replying to itself. You might not think of it this way, but each click, each connection, is a small act of hope, and hope, like radar, requires both silence and return. The inheritance. When the first global positioning satellites launched, engineers quoted Jones's early papers without knowing his name. The equations survived, even if their author faded into history. That is how reflections work. They preserve the shape, not the face. Yet his influence lingers, not as ownership, but as guidance. Every map, every forecast, every transmission is a fragment of his original whisper. Listen carefully. The world is speaking. The mirror of empathy. Sometimes, late at night, in homes lit by quiet screens, people watch the earth turning in real time, storms forming, ice melting, the pulse of the planet visible and fragile. They do not realize that the same frequencies once carried fear. Now they carry awareness, compassion, even. Technology has learned to feel, or perhaps people have learned to listen again. The human echo. You might close your eyes now and hear the faint murmur of devices around you, the refrigerator's pulse, the phone's breathing light, the soft hum of the wireless network. It's not noise, it's continuation, proof that we are still talking, still reflecting, still waiting for the signal that means we're understood. Somewhere, between the hiss of static and the glow of the screen, the spirit of R.V. Jones endures, not in machines, but in the instinct that made them, the need to listen, the courage to doubt, the grace to believe in return. Chapter 8. The Light That Remembers Us. Light remembers everything. It carries what it touches, faces, walls, oceans, grief, and folds it quietly into the past. Even now, every signal ever sent still drifts somewhere in the dark, too faint to find, too proud to fade. Perhaps memory works the same way. The world in the wires. The machines Jones built to see the enemy now see storms, forests, galaxies. They have outgrown fear. They have become instruments of wonder. On a clear night, the sky hums with the traffic of satellites. Each one blinks in silence, a bead of moving starlight across eternity. Every orbit a reminder that the human need to watch was never about control. It was about care. And maybe that's what he left behind. Not invention, but attention. The last equation. In his final years, Jones wrote less about war and more about balance. He filled his journals with fragments. Every measurement carries mercy. Reflection demands responsibility. To detect is to protect, unless we forget why we looked. He never finished a memoir. He said history was too loud already. Instead, he left notes. Small, precise, almost prayer-like. His handwriting was steady until the end, each line a frequency drawn in ink. If you hold them under light, you can almost see the rhythm of his thought, like radar pulses made visible. The sea beneath the signal. Years later, a researcher finds his old notebooks and brings them to a coastal archive. They rest there now, pages curled by humidity, smelling faintly of salt and dust. Outside, the tide moves with the patience of a machine. Gulls sweep the same air that once carried waves of radio. Everything repeats, but softer. If you listen long enough, you might hear it, the distant hum beneath the wind, the world rehearsing what it learned from him. That listening is its own form of prayer. Aside to the listener. You've been listening too, through static, through silence, through the spaces between words. And maybe that's the point. That memory isn't what stays, but what returns. That light, once sent, never dies. It only drifts until someone looks up and notices. If you look up now, you might see a faint pulse moving through the night sky. It's not a star. It's not a plane. It's the echo of understanding, a signal from another time, still searching for home. The window. At the end of his life, Jones's office faced west. Each evening, as the sun dipped, the glass would catch a brief flare of reflection, a small, golden echo of the day. He used to pause his work, turn toward that light, and whisper, almost playfully, "Still there." It was his way of measuring continuity, of checking that the world still answered back. And it always did. The room is dark now. The instruments are still. But the light that passed through that window once has traveled outward, through air, through space, through memory, and somewhere it's still moving, still remembering, still returning. Chapter 9. The Afterglow. The war ended long ago, but its frequencies never stopped moving. They faded, softened, folded themselves into the background hum of the world. You can hear them now, if you listen carefully enough, not as sound, but as patience, the patience of light finding its way home. The shore of signals. The tide is out along the English coast. Pebbles glint like circuitry in the dusk. Wind moves through the grass, and the old radar foundations lie half buried in sand, their cables long gone, their ghosts intact. Even without power, you can sense their rhythm, as if the earth itself still remembers the hum. Each gust of wind carries it, a soft, invisible song, a hymn for vigilance, a requiem for invention. The continuum. The world Jones helped awaken has grown vast. Every ship tracked, every cloud mapped, every whisper carried by invisible threads. And yet, beneath all the noise, the same truth remains, that every act of perception is also an act of care. Technology was never about control. It was the universe learning empathy. And maybe that's what he gave us. Not machines, but mirrors. Ways to see ourselves in motion. Ways to remember that we exist because we are observed. The quiet return. Evening settles across the channel. The horizon glows faintly, as if lit from within. Somewhere beyond sight, a signal bounces once, twice, then fades into the ocean of static that encircles the planet. Its message is simple, still listening, and that is enough. Aside to the listener. You've walked a long way through this silence, through rooms of shadow, through hums and reflections, through the soft machinery of conscience. You've listened to a man who taught the sky to see, and in doing so, helped the world remember itself. If there's a moral, it's not grand. It's this: that light, once born, never truly belongs to anyone. It travels on, gathering meaning as it moves, until one night, it reaches you, and in that instant of understanding, you become part of the return. The last reflection. Dawn comes quietly over the sea. Mist glows faintly where the towers once stood. The water breathes against the shore, each wave a pulse, each retreat a pause. The world is calm again, not innocent, but wiser, every frequency gentled into memory. Somewhere, the faintest whisper of radar still sweeps across empty skies, a trace of vigilance turned into peace. And for a heartbeat, the earth feels whole. You stand there, watching the horizon breathe. The air smells of salt, and the first gull of morning drifts across the light. You can almost hear it, the last echo folding into silence, the afterglow of a century that learned to listen. You've traveled through the hidden mathematics of the air war, a place where deception glowed faintly on dark screens. Now we step into something colder, quieter, harsher. The Winter War is a landscape where sound disappears into snow, and survival becomes a long negotiation with the cold. Let the tension ease from your shoulders as the story slows, deepens, and drifts into winter light. The night is long, but you are safe here. The final chapter waits in the quiet. Part 3. The Winter War. Finland's frozen resistance. You're kneeling in snow that creaks like old wood. The cold is not a temperature anymore. It's a pressure, a hand on your back, steadying and warning. Breath feathers out and vanishes. The world is reduced to white, to bark, to the thin metallic note that a rifle bolt makes when it settles into certainty. Somewhere ahead, a road wanders through a forest that pretends to be empty. It isn't. Nothing is empty here. Even silence has a weight. Snow falls in slow grammar. Pines hold their sentences. You listen for engines the way you'd listen for thunder at sea. Far off, rolling closer, shape without shape. A thread of sound unspools and winds itself through the trees. Treads, gears, steel complaining in winter's grip. The air tastes like flint. Your fingers, layered in wool and will, learn the trigger's language by touch alone. A shadow loosens from the tree lean across the road. The shadow has a rhythm. Men moving in grey, the stiff pantomime of fear against orders. A hand rises, points. Something answers in the mechanical case of a machine gun, yet nothing moves here that isn't meant to. You exhale, and the barrel steadies. The snow watches, impartial. Your heartbeat counts the smallest unit of time a person can own. Then, the world widens an inch. Above, light spills in with no warmth. Below, the crusted surface sighs under a boot you were sure you had learned to forget. A thought arrives like a bird landing on a frozen branch. This place should not exist. Not like this. Not tonight, and not for you. But it does, and you do. And in that braid of certainties a country makes itself again. The pace loosens. You lean back against a drift that remembers the wind that shaped it. The trees are pillars and pews. The forest is a church you didn't choose and cannot leave. Snow whispers against your hood. Metal hums through gloves. In the far distance, a field gun speaks in a dull, slow syllable, and the echo returns as if the land itself were thinking it over. Days like this carry their own calendar. They are dated by wind direction, by the way ice lattices on eyelash and scarf, by the salt in soup when it finally warms your hands, by the smell of pine pitch and wool smoke in a dugout you share with strangers who are less strange every hour. The map is brief. A line of lakes, a line of trenches stitched from logs and frost, a road that is an artery for someone else's body. Years later they will call this a winter of astonishment. They will give it a neat title and argue about numbers while a kettle steams in a quiet kitchen. But the place where you stand is not an argument. It is a fact in white and iron. Men on skis ghost between trees, their coats the color of the snow that carries them. The wind keeps its counsel. The forest does not volunteer more than you ask. Somewhere beyond the birch bark and the breath and the waiting, cities are full of voices. Somewhere a map room clears its throat. Somewhere a general leans over a line and says the word advance in the grammar of inevitability. But inevitabilities have always been vulnerable to weather, to distance, to hunger and the stubborn geometry of a small nation's resolve. The days grow shorter and brighter. The light has edges now. You learn the sound of frost tightening, boards in a bunker cracking a little at dawn, ice singing across a lake like a bow drawn across a giant's violin. You learn the shape of patience. You learn that stillness, properly held, is a form of movement. Nothing dramatic moves. Everything crucial does. It is late autumn turned iron winter, somewhere in the north where maps leave room for sky. A line has been drawn that no one can see and everyone can feel. A line through fir and muskeg, over lakes with names like prayers, into a defense of earth and timber stitched by hands that expected to be elsewhere by now. The wind keeps count. The snow does the rest. Chapter 1. A border of pines and powder. The last quiet maps. Light arrives like a pale confession over the Karelian isthmus. Lakes lie under new glass. Bogs harden into pathways no summer would allow. On a kitchen table that now serves as a staff desk, a map unfolds where breakfast used to be. The penciled lines are hopeful in the way pencil always is. Erasable, revisable, a human answer to the certainty of winter. You can read the questions in each line. Where will they come? Where will we hold? How long can we ask the trees to carry what men cannot? Along the old frontier, farmers stack logs with a carpenter's stubbornness. Trenches begin as ditches and end as rooms. Boards are fitted, straw is shaken out. Stovepipes poke up like awkward periscopes. A child's sled becomes a supply sledge, then disappears into the adult business of survival. Boots dry over tin stoves. Socks steam like small clouds. The smell is wool and smoke and sap. The air, when it moves, sounds like pages turning in a heavy book. On the roads that will matter, men test skis the way sailors test sails, feeling wind, surface, balance. White smocks are stitched in kitchens, the thread carrying the small talk of a nation. Weather, prices, the arm that still hurts from last summer's work. You listen for trains and hear only the intimate noises of preparation, axes answering trees, saws drawing breath, the soft arithmetic of ration lists. Timber, earth, and intention. Defenses are not declarations. They're sentences carved into ground. The line that will be named after a field marshal is not a wall but an understanding. The right hill to watch, the right swamp to refuse passage, the right lake to become a barrier. Logs stack into parapets with the weight of decision. Wire runs between posts like music that doesn't want to be heard. In the dugout's low light, a pencil writes to a mother, "It is very cold. Do not worry." The sentence is both untrue and necessary. You mark the places where armor will hate to go. Narrows between forests, bridges with honest capacities, culverts that can be taught to vanish. On margins you sketch the old footpaths and the new winter routes, across ice that will hold, around islets that will listen. A lantern guttering in a bunker throws a kingdom of shadows against log walls. Each notch and nail becomes a geography of its own. The stove ticks as it cools. The frost waits to return. White ghosts, quiet feet. Night is when the forest misplaces its distance. Men on skis pass at 20 meters and seem like memories. White over white, faces wrapped to the eyes, lashes jeweled with ice. Rifles ride low. The little clink of mess tin against belt is a bright star you learn to hide. Breath is currency. You spend it carefully. The snow gives back only what you ask. No more, no less. Practice is patient. You learn to read tracks like a newspaper. Toe in, toe out, wait, haste. You learn the grammar of exhaust plumes in extreme cold. The way they stand, the way they drift, the way they reveal what the trees tried to keep. A motor coughs far away. Someone chants a cadence under his breath, just to name the seconds. Far above, the aurora lifts its curtains, and the world glows as if from within. You do not look long. Light like that belongs to things that don't need you. There is a word that lives in the mouth differently here. Sisu. Not roar, not charge, not the noise of banners, but the quiet hinge inside a person that does not break when asked to bend forever. You do not define it. You wear it like wool, like white, like the small knife you keep close without bragging about. The first weight of iron. Dawn shakes white dust from the pines, and the sound you've been waiting to meet finally arrives unhidden. Engines, a growl becoming a sermon. The road ahead holds its breath. Figures in grey uniforms thicken along the verge. The first armor noses forward, unbelieving of winter's limits, believing instead in numbers and steel. You feel the old human astonishment at machines designed to overrule landscape, and the older human reply. Landscape is more patient than steel. Positions that were lines on paper now have voices, rifles low and measured, a machine gun stitching and unpicking the same sentence, a mortar cracking open a pocket of air, stuffing it with hot fragments and command. You and the men around you become the kind of stillness that has nothing to do with peace. Through binoculars, the road is a ribbon under boots that don't love it. You note the way officers point, always the same, as if pointing could shorten the distance they secretly fear. When it happens as winter wants it to. Not a blaze of cheer, but a series of small, accurate rudenesses to ambition. Tracks skid where saplings were left to become spears. A truck leans into a ditch that was once a stream, then a rut, then a plan. A shell lands in powder and shoves up a white, slow flower. The forest coughs smoke and then inhales it again. A bottle arcs, breaks, and teaches flame to run across a surface it shouldn't love. The crowd of noises does not become music. It remains the hard prose of survival. You do not count victories. You count distances closed, hours endured, matches dry, toes warm, a letter folded and refolded until the fold itself becomes a form of prayer. And when the engines wind down and the forest remembers its manners, what remains is the sound of frost tightening again. Boards, wire, breath, the small purr of a stove in the earth. Night enters early, as if invited. Men on skis pass by, white within white, their shadows long on snow that will keep their secrets until spring. A lantern goes out, and you sit in a darkness that does not frighten you. Somewhere a wolf draws a line through the silence. Single, clean, sufficient. The cold deepens by 1 degree. You pull your hood a little closer and lean your back into timber warm from bodies. Above you, the aurora lifts and falls like a curtain between scenes. You close your eyes and see the road, the pines, the disciplined white. The last sound is metal settling. The last thought is simple. Hold. Chapter 2. The Line That Learned to Breathe. Under the same pale sun. The morning light returns thinner each day, as if the sky itself is rationing. It slides between pine trunks, strikes frost, and fractures into 1,000 quiet prisms. You wake beneath a ceiling of logs sweating resin, the smell of it sharp and alive against the cold. Somewhere close, a stove ticks its steady clock of heat. Beyond that, silence. A Finnish silence. Not absence, but discipline. Even birds have learned to lower their expectations. You crawl out, stretch, and the snow greets you like a second uniform. Everything you touch hums faintly with cold. Metal cup, rifle, sleeve button. Steam lifts from a pot. A small miracle of motion in a world trying to stop. Men murmur in 2 languages, Finnish and Swedish, sometimes Russian learned from trade, sometimes just the shorthand of hands. In this place, differences dissolve faster than frost. All that remains is intent. You walk the trench line and see the country condensed into gestures. A soldier brushing snow from a telephone wire, another mending a pair of mittens with fishing line. Small repairs for a vast problem. The sky doesn't change color anymore. It simply exists, an idea above the real work. Across the frozen lake, faint columns of smoke rise where the front folds around villages that used to have names. Those names are now coordinates. Houses exist as rumors, barns as maps of char and snow. The world has learned to whisper in topography. The first thrust of fire. When the attack comes, it is not a roar but a punctuation, one long exhale of artillery. Shells arrive like questions no one asked out loud. The forest flinches. Trees shed weight they have carried too long. You press into earth that isn't yours but holds you anyway. The air tastes of metal and birch ash. Through binoculars you see movement, armor again, and infantry trailing behind, breath visible, faces hidden by scarf and order. They advance as though convinced of inevitability. But the forest disagrees. Under the snow lie mines disguised as frost heave. In the ditches, teams crouch with bottles in gloved hands. The simple, fragile physics of defiance. A tank grinds forward, unbothered by small arms fire, its turret sniffing for threat. Then a shape rises from the roadside, white over white, calm as an afterthought. The bottle flies, arcs, kisses armor. A moment later, flame blooms like a sunrise that has lost its patience. Men cheer without shouting. Even celebration must be muffled. The column halts. The sound changes. Less metal, more wind. You realize that resistance, properly measured, is not loud. It's the act of continuing after probability has left. Lotta lines. Far behind, in towns where the front is an echo, women work in quiet choreography. They are called Lotta Svard after a poem no one recites anymore. They mend, cook, drive, signal, nurse. They measure morphine by drop and ration by handful. The barracks smell of disinfectant and bread, of fatigue held together by willpower. They pin letters to the corners of maps, trace routes with fingers, note the ones who will not write back. One writes in her diary, "The cold is heavier than grief." Another answers without seeing the page, "But grief keeps us warm." The ink freezes sometimes. They breathe on it, patient, until words return. Outside, sleighs wait like punctuation marks. Each one knows the way to a hospital tent, a supply dump, a line of graves that has started to look organized. You stand in the doorway and see the dual rhythm of war. Men holding the line, women holding the world. Both are endurance set to different tempos. Enemy eyes. On the other side of the same forest, another camp breathes steam into the dawn. Soldiers wrap scarves tighter, curse their boots, curse their orders. They were told it would be simple. Small neighbor, short campaign. They learned otherwise before Christmas. The snow eats their tracks. The pines hide everything worth finding. They march by compass because the landscape refuses to explain itself. A commissar reads an order with the authority of distance. The men listen the way frost listens, without warmth. The engines refuse to start. The oil has turned to stone. They light fires to survive and discover that flames invite artillery. They move again, colder and wiser. A captured map shows the same lakes, the same roads, but theirs are drawn in arrogance, not accuracy. You imagine them looking across this same whiteness, seeing what you see, trees, horizon, silence, and realizing that superiority is a poor insulator. The long dusk. Evening falls sideways in these latitudes. The light doesn't leave so much as forget why it came. Patrols move by instinct, skis whispering on powder. Lanterns are forbidden, cigarettes hidden behind cupped hands. In the distance, the northern lights stir again. Green smoke, violet veils. Someone mutters a prayer half in joke, half in faith. A radio crackles low with coded weather reports. The same sentence read 4 different ways. Wind finds every seam in every coat. Yet morale, that fragile architecture, holds. Maybe because the men believe they have already gone as far as fear can chase them. You look up at stars too sharp to name. The front sleeps unevenly. Here a shout, there a cough, somewhere a harmonica trying to remember a tune about summer. And in the spaces between, you hear it again, that slow, creaking sound of frost tightening its claim. When morning comes, the snow will have erased footprints, smoothed battle scars, made the impossible look untouched. You breathe in the cold, and it answers back with the only blessing it knows, survival measured in another sunrise. Chapter 3: Engines in the Snow. The convoy that lost its echo. You hear them before you see them, engines that don't belong in forests. The sound is strange here, mechanical, rhythmic, uncurious about the land it invades. It swells, fades, returns again, a tide of steel in slow motion. Somewhere to the north, the Rate Road threads through pines like a scar no one meant to reopen. Through binoculars you see them, trucks, tanks, supply sledges, endless grey columns wrapped in exhaust and certainty. The Red Army moving toward a village they can't pronounce. The snow under them is deeper than their plans. They expected distance to surrender. Instead, it multiplies. They expected roads to behave like roads. Instead, the roads breathe, narrow, vanish under drifts that reform overnight. They expected Finland to end where the map said so. It didn't. You crouch behind a fallen pine, skis crossed like a question mark, breath locked to your heartbeat. Around you, others wait, white over white, faces erased by design. 100 meters away, the first truck stalls. Another swerves to avoid it. The convoy ripples with confusion. Then winter itself joins the ambush. Wind rises from nowhere, carrying the powder into blindness. Branches shake loose their weight of snow, dropping curtains between friend and formation. The forest becomes a labyrinth, and somewhere inside it, you strike the match that changes a chapter of history. A single rifle cracks. Then another. The sound doesn't echo. It absorbs. Engines falter, men shout, and the quiet hunters melt back into trees. When the smoke clears, the road is no longer a road, but a graveyard of metal trying to remember motion. The geometry of cold. The temperatures fall below imagination. -40, -45. The air moves like glass. Every breath feels borrowed. The Soviets learn a new language here, the dialect of freezing oil, of rifles that refuse to fire, of bread that can't be cut because it's harder than the spade used to dig graves. You see them from distance through periscope binoculars, men clustered around useless engines, slapping hands, rubbing faces, lighting fires that betray position but by life. Some have wrapped feet in newspaper, hands in torn bedding, thoughts in superstition. You remember a saying, "The forest has two faces, one that hides you and one that keeps you." Here it keeps the defenders. Finnish patrols move in crescents, ghosting between trucks, cutting supply lines, disappearing before retaliation can form. They slice a 100-kilometer column into fragments, each one isolated, confused, and colder by the hour. The land itself becomes an accomplice. Frozen lakes that hold until they don't, pines that groan like ships in storm, auroras too bright to be merciful. You realize that cold is not weather, it's strategy, it's memory preserved in air. Fire in the white distance. When the counterattack comes, it isn't a charge, it's an unfolding. Men on skis drift from the treeline, shadows detached from origin. Bottles arc fire licks at armor seams. The air becomes thick with contradiction, flame against frost, motion against paralysis, silence against the artillery's stutter. A tank collapses into its own smoke, tracks turning once, twice, then still. The crews that escape the wrecks vanish into forests that do not forgive. Someone yells in Russian, the sound torn apart by the wind. You steady your scope on a fuel truck. The shot is clean, the consequence immediate. A pillar of orange blooms upward, feeding on spilled spirit and gasoline. The snow reflects it back like a painting refusing to dry. The attack lasts hours, but memory edits it into seconds. A flash, a scream, the smell of burning wool, the whistle of rounds through furs. Then, silence again. Always the silence, returning like conscience. When the men regroup, they count fewer faces but more certainty. A sergeant remarks quietly, "They brought too much of everything except what they needed." You nod. Winter doesn't punish arrogance. It studies it. Suomussalmi. By New Year's, the battle moves to Suomussalmi itself, a village once known for sawmills and summer markets. Now it's a shape in smoke. The snow glows faintly from embers buried beneath it. Charred beams stick up like ribs from a pale carcass. In the ruins, you find a harmonium frozen mid-note, keys crusted in ice. The church bell is cracked but standing. Around it, the ground is marked by boots that won't thaw until spring. Civilians have fled south, their sledges pulled by thin horses and thinner hope. A grandmother, wrapped in wool, tells you that her home burned quietly. You understand the precision of that word. As you move through the wreckage, You see a soldier painting over old Soviet insignia with soot and spit, erasing one story to make room for another. Reports later will speak of strategy, flanking maneuvers, encirclement. But what you see here is the human arithmetic of endurance. One man replacing another at a sentry post because frostbite moves faster than orders. A medic pouring hot water over a canteen lid so the wounded can drink. A priest cutting his cassock into bandages. In the middle of the square, a flag stiff with ice still moves when wind finds the right angle. That, you think, is what persistence sounds like. The Road of Bones. The Rate Road becomes legend by necessity. Kilometre after kilometre, it winds between lakes and pines, each curve a trap. By the time the Soviet 44th Division tries to retreat, the route has turned against them. From the tree lanes come volleys. Measured, invisible, effective. Each burst of gunfire carves another page in the geography of regret. The columns break, scatter, freeze. You follow their tracks days later. Abandoned artillery, half-buried trucks, sledges still harnessed to horses that no longer move, letters found in pockets, frozen into unreadable curls of paper, icons clasped in hands that forgot to let go. A radio operator notes in his diary, "The forest closed around us like a fist." He never sent the message. You stop beside a wrecked field kitchen. The soup inside has frozen into amber glass. A spoon stands upright in it like a marker. Above, the wind keeps playing through the pines, unbothered, melodic. At night, flares drift upward and vanish, like tiny prayers that lose faith before reaching heaven. After the engines fade. When the fighting ends, it doesn't feel like victory, more like the temperature-changing key. You walk through the captured road, boots creaking, rifle slung. Around you, quiet reigns with authority. The smell is smoke, fuel, pine, and something unnamed but permanent. Men begin to dig, not trenches now, but graves. They do it methodically, without ceremony, because the ground is too hard for anything else. Somewhere behind you, a phonograph plays a waltz that doesn't belong here. You listen for a moment, then move on. A commander dictates a report. 100 trucks captured, 20 tanks destroyed, thousands of rifles. The cold remains undefeated. He folds the page carefully, as if afraid of smudging the silence. You look up at the sky. The aurora has returned, faint, tired. For a second, it resembles the reflection of all those fires now gone out. You realize that the forest has eaten the war the way snow eats footprints. Slowly, thoroughly, without prejudice. And yet, beneath it all, something lingers. A conviction. A sentence without end. The engines are gone. The snow remains. Chapter 4. The Frozen Nation. When the sky forgot its distance. The first bombs fell with a sound that no one in Helsinki recognized. Not thunder, not storm. Something stranger, mechanical, deliberate. The sirens tried to imitate urgency, their voices shaking the calm architecture of the city. You stand in the street among others who have not yet learned how to run. The air feels too thin for its own fear. From the harbor to Tullo, windows bloom outward. Glass becomes dust. Dust becomes silence. Somewhere a child laughs, not understanding. Somewhere else, an old man crosses himself. The noise folds in on itself like a wave meeting another wave. When it ends, snow begins to fall again, as if correcting the scene. The flakes drift down through smoke, landing softly on what remains. Someone says quietly, "They missed the Parliament House." Someone else says, "But they won't stop missing forever." and the sky, pale and heavy, pretends to listen. Civilians of the North. The city reorganizes itself around habit and hope. Trams run again within hours. Bakers sweep glass from counters and begin measuring flour. In apartments where windows are gone, blankets are nailed to frames. The light changes, softer, slower, filtered through fabric and determination. At dawn, volunteers patrol roofs with buckets of sand to douse incendiaries before they can learn to spread. Women carry water, bread, telegrams. Men dig shelters in courtyards. Every action feels smaller than the threat, and that is exactly why it matters. You walk through Esplanade Park, benches dusted white, statues wrapped in protective planks. The sea nearby exhales mist. From open cellar doors, the sound of radios seeps out. Weather reports, orders, music half swallowed by static. A voice on air says, "The capital stands." We ask only patience and calm. You can almost hear the effort behind those words, the trembling of a hand just off microphone. In the evenings, blackout curtains turn every apartment into a secret. Families eat by candlelight, their shadows larger than themselves. Someone tells a story about midsummer, about swimming in warm lakes, light that never ends. For a moment, everyone believes the story. Letters and silence. Mail arrives irregularly. Each envelope carries both hope and statistics. A mother unfolds a note that says, "Cold, but all right. Don't worry." She knows the script by heart now. The handwriting itself becomes a kind of prayer. In the post office, the clerks wear gloves with fingertips cut away. The ink freezes if the bottles aren't warmed by lamps. Stacks of letters are sorted by village, by regiment, by rumor. Some are returned unopened, addresses turned obsolete by war. You pick one up from the pile. The envelope smells faintly of smoke and pine. The return name reads only, "Coco, somewhere near the isthmus." Behind you, a clerk whispers, "It's like sending words into snow. They vanish if they don't land fast enough." The radio reads the names of the fallen every evening. Listeners pause whatever they are doing, stirring soup, mending socks, when a familiar syllable surfaces. Then they continue, slower, quieter. Somewhere a violin plays. It sounds fragile, and that's why it feels true. The map room. In the defense headquarters, the air smells of cigarettes, pencil shavings, and unspoken decisions. Officers stand around a long table under low lamps, tracing front lines with compasses and blunt fingers. Each line represents both geometry and grief. On the wall, a clock ticks without empathy. Outside, snow taps against the glass, reminding them how temporary warmth can be. A young lieutenant adjusts his glasses and says, "They're massing again near Viipuri." Someone else adds, "Let them. The ice will hold our side longer." The conversation stays low, rhythmic, almost hypnotic. Orders are drafted in tidy handwriting. Names become numbers, and numbers become units, and units become the thin wall between freedom and loss. You stand by the door, unseen, and notice the smallest thing: a mug with frozen coffee at its rim, a pencil bitten nearly in half. Objects absorbing tension so humans don't have to. In the corner of the room, the heater coughs and gives up. No one complains. The silence resumes, punctuated only by the soft rasp of map paper being folded again and again, as though repetition might change its outcome. The Museum of Waiting. Every city at war becomes a museum of waiting. On tram stops, women stand with baskets of potatoes, scarves drawn high, eyes on the sky. They know the sound of engines now, can tell friend from foe by pitch alone. When planes pass without sirens, they count to 60 before breathing again. In hospital corridors, nurses move like ghosts. They whisper instructions, adjust blankets, trade exhaustion like currency. The air smells of antiseptic and snow. Children's drawings hang on the walls. Suns, birds, stick figures holding hands in summer meadows that no longer exist except as memory. You watch a nurse wash her hands until they bleed, then wrap them and continue. Her motion is ritual, not hope. Hope is something postponed until spring. On the harbor, frozen ships sit like fossils. Their decks are white and soundless. Men chip ice from ropes, though no voyage waits. They do it because movement is proof of belief. The city learns to live inside the interval between alarms. The snow that listens. At night, Helsinki looks almost peaceful from above. Blacked out streets tracing faint geometry, the harbor glimmering like spilled mercury. Snow covers everything, smoothing the edges of war into something that could be mistaken for calm. You walk through the empty streets past statues wearing helmets of snow. The air smells faintly of burnt oil and frost. Somewhere distant, artillery murmurs, too far to fear, too near to forget. You stop by the cathedral. Its steps are buried to the knees in white. A single candle burns on the landing, left by someone who couldn't go inside. The flame flickers in the wind, then steadies, a heartbeat refusing to end. A passing patrol nods to you. No one speaks. Speech feels too expensive in this weather. Your boots leave perfect prints behind you, and you think of how quickly the snow will take them back. Above, the aurora appears again, faint green strokes against indigo. You've begun to think of it not as light, but as memory, the sky remembering fire, but refusing to name it. When dawn returns, it does so reluctantly, grey light seeping through a city that refuses to surrender its silhouette. From the harbor, a horn sounds once, long, low, steady, the kind of sound that says, "We are still here." Chapter 5. The Siege of Viipuri. The Gate to the South. Viipuri, a city of bridges, of markets, of gulls that once argued over bread by the water. Now the harbor is a mirror broken by shellfire. You stand on what used to be cobblestone, though snow has rewritten it into a single unbroken page. Smoke rises from warehouses along the canal. The air is grey, tasting of limestone and oil. Somewhere behind the cathedral, the sound of hammering continues. Not panic, just necessity. Every board nailed across a window is an argument with inevitability. From the ramparts, you can see the lake frozen into a white plain. The horizon looks close enough to touch. The line has moved south, closer every day. Soldiers drag guns across the ice, their silhouettes thin, deliberate, unwavering. They look less like men and more like the continuation of landscape, shapes obeying physics and faith. A lieutenant mutters, "We'll hold until the thaw." You know what that means. Until the earth decides it's time to remember color again. The Wall of Air and Earth. The Mannerheim Line. It was never a wall, only an idea built from soil, rock, and hours. Now, what remains of it trembles under constant impact. Artillery walks across it like a blind giant counting steps. Each hit lifts a cloud of powdered frost and earth that drifts down on the shoulders of men who have stopped flinching. Inside a bunker, the air smells of sweat, pine, and gun oil. The walls weep moisture that turns to ice before it reaches the floor. Someone hums softly, a tune with no words, just rhythm. It keeps the heartbeat honest. Messages arrive by field phone. Sector 12 holding. Sector 14. Lost, regained, holding again. The repetition becomes comfort. You look at the men, faces chiseled by exhaustion, eyes calm in ways that should not exist. One rubs his wedding ring like a talisman. Another sketches the outline of home on the bunker wall with charcoal. The image smudges almost immediately, but that doesn't matter. The motion itself is proof of memory. Outside, wind funnels down the trench line, dragging snowflakes like sparks from an invisible fire. Every blast outside lands with the same grammar. Impact, echo, silence. The silence, somehow, always wins. The air that burned. By mid-February, the bombardment becomes constant. You stop noticing beginnings and ends. The city breathes in dust instead of oxygen. Roofs collapse into attics full of snow. Street signs twist and point nowhere. Bridges split into ribs across the canal. And yet, between barrages, the market still appears. A woman sells bread that tastes of smoke. A boy hauls a sled full of firewood past a crater. Someone has chalked the words, "We are still here," on a wall that barely stands. You walk through this theater of persistence, hearing footsteps as applause for endurance itself. Every sound feels ceremonial. Boots, shovels, coughing. Even fear seems tired of its own echo. Planes arrive at noon, black crosses against a white page. The sirens cry. The people do not. They move toward cellars in orderly lines, the way believers move toward altars. When the bombs fall, the light inside the shelter trembles. Dust dances in the candle glow like exhausted snow. Someone recites a prayer halfway through, stops, and finishes it silently. Afterwards, the air is filled with flakes of paper, fragments of yesterday's newspapers, advertisements for concerts that never happened. They drift through streets like lost ideas, landing gently on helmets and ruins alike. The last bridge north. Retreat is not defeat. It's an act of care, for what still lives, for what might rebuild. Orders come in curt sentences. Evacuate civilians. Destroy munitions. Do not look back. Trains stand ready, steam pluming against the night like the breath of some reluctant animal. Families board with what they can carry. Quilts, icons, dogs that will not stop shaking. A woman holds a child wrapped so tightly in wool you can't see its face. A soldier lifts their suitcase, nods, and walks away without waiting for thanks. You stand by the bridge as the last convoy crosses. Behind you, fires bloom in warehouses, controlled, deliberate, erasing what cannot be surrendered. Ahead, the road stretches north under an indifferent moon. Snow begins again, soft and absolute, each flake a signature on the end of a chapter. You look back once, not for sentiment, but for certainty. The city still burns, but it burns with dignity. Flames move slowly, like old music. Then you turn, and the wind erases the footprints almost instantly. The river remembers. Days later, the front contracts toward Viipuri's outskirts. Those who stayed behind fight room by room, street by street. The river freezes and unfreezes within hours, caught between seasons and loyalties. A sniper's report reads, "Enemy crossing at dawn. Visibility poor. Shot echoed too long." He doesn't mention the smell of wet stone, the way smoke curls from rifle barrels like memory leaving the body. The river reflects everything. Fire, aurora, faces leaning over its banks. You kneel, scoop water into your gloved hand. It freezes before you can drink. Somewhere a gramophone plays a scratched record. Sibelius, maybe, or something older. The notes bend, break, resume. You think, this is how countries sound when they refuse to vanish. By evening, Vie Paris is no longer a possession, but a promise postponed. The flag comes down, folded without ceremony. Someone writes in a notebook, "We will return when the lakes melt." No one answers, but everyone hears it. What endures? March arrives, hesitant, grey around the edges. The war begins to shift toward negotiation. Men still dig, still freeze, still shoot, but the rhythm changes. You can feel it in the pauses. Longer now, almost hopeful. The soldiers sleep deeper. The radio reports smaller numbers. A kettle whistles without being drowned by artillery. You step outside one morning and realize the sun feels heavier, as if it's remembering its old job. Snow drips from eaves in slow applause. In a field not far from Vie Paris ruins, a patrol finds a frozen photograph. A wedding, summer long gone. The bride's smile has blurred in the ice. They place it on a stump, salute, and move on. Even loss, properly remembered, becomes form of possession. The city will change hands, the maps will redraw, but the story underneath will not move. It will stay here, in the frost, in the way wind still moves carefully over the ruins. Night comes earlier again, but it no longer feels like an ending. It feels like the breath before a new kind of silence. You stand facing north, listening to the wind across the lake. It sounds like pages turning. Chapter 6. Negotiations in Ice. The pause that wasn't peace. The guns didn't stop. They only learned to hesitate. At the front, soldiers notice it first. The longer silences between shells, the uncertain intervals between patrols. The air itself feels undecided. Somewhere behind the line, rumors begin to move faster than orders. You sit in a dugout, stirring tea made from melted snow. The flame beneath the tin cup whispers in blue. Someone says, "They're talking in Stockholm." Another replies, "They've been talking since Christmas." No one laughs. Outside, frost etches patterns on the rifle barrels, delicate as handwriting. The horizon glows faintly with aurora or artillery. It's hard to tell now. There is no such thing as a quiet front. There is only the illusion of one. Every soldier knows, while words are spoken elsewhere, the ice here still listens for footsteps. Smoke, coffee, and maps. In Stockholm, the air smells of civility. Cigars, wool coats, strong coffee. Delegations arrive wrapped in the etiquette of exhaustion. Finland's envoys carry notebooks filled with numbers, promises, and unspoken grief. Across the table, men with polished shoes study papers that smell of ink and distance. Outside the window, snow falls softly on neutral ground. Inside, the temperature feels political. They speak in tones designed to hide fatigue. Every phrase begins with regrettable or unavoidable. A secretary pours coffee and listens to history condense into clauses. Someone adjusts a tie while explaining the geometry of surrender disguised as compromise. Another clears his throat, murmurs about strategic depth, as if kilometers of forest and frozen lakes could be summarized into a paragraph. A translator hesitates. There are no words in any language for what men feel when they are trading pieces of their country to stop the bleeding. At the table's edge, a Finnish delegate scribbles a note to himself. Every centimeter has a name. He folds it into his pocket. No one sees. The waiting trenches. Far away, The soldiers wait for peace the way frost waits for dawn. Patient, doubtful. Each rumor arrives slower than the cold. Someone says the war will end soon. Someone else shrugs. So will winter. They patch roofs, boil snow, clean rifles already clean. They pretend the silence means safety, though every silence they've known has been followed by sound. In one trench, a corporal reads a newspaper weeks out of date. The headline says, "Negotiations continue." He laughs once, quietly. Continue where? Not here. A message runner brings hot soup from the field kitchen. It's thin but warm. The corporal raises his cup toward the forest and toasts nothing in particular. Steam rises, vanishing into air too cold to remember it. At night, they still post guards. They still write letters. They still wake to the sound of ice cracking like distant gunfire. Peace has not arrived, only its rehearsal. Telegrams and terms. Back in Stockholm, pens begin to move faster. The words on paper are exact, formal, stripped of adjectives. Each sentence begins with shall. Each line erases another town, another stretch of road, another forest where someone once learned to ski. The room is warm, too warm. Men remove gloves, then jackets, then illusions. No one mentions the soldiers still buried under snow, or the families waiting beside unlit stoves. A telegram from Helsinki arrives. The city endures. Civil morale steady. Bombings continue. It is read aloud, nodded at, placed neatly aside. Outside, the clock tower strikes. The sound seems louder than usual, as if the city itself is listening to what it should not. When the final draft lies on the table, no one speaks. One man signs with a steady hand. Another pauses, then writes his name anyway. Paper accepts the ink without argument. History never refuses a signature. The train home. The delegation boards a night train back toward Finland. The carriages are dimly lit. The windows frost over almost instantly. No one removes their coats. Cigarettes burn quietly in the dark, one after another. Outside, the snow passes by like static, endless, directionless. Someone murmurs, "We've saved lives." Another answers, "We've sold land." The silence after that feels heavier than motion. At dawn, the train crosses into familiar country. Towns slide past, half empty, half rebuilt, all quieter than memory. In one station, a woman waves a handkerchief, though she doesn't know who's inside. Her gesture is the kind of forgiveness no treaty can draft. The men inside the carriage don't wave back. They sit, each with his own map folded like guilt in his pocket. The front learns the news. It's mid-March when the message finally reaches the trenches. A captain reads from a slip of paper smudged with fingerprints. Ceasefire to begin at 11 a.m. The men stare, not reacting. One asks, "Today?" The captain nods. "Today." Someone laughs. Not joy, just disbelief breaking its shell. Someone else weeps without sound. They stay at their posts, rifles ready, because habit outlives orders. When the hour arrives, the front goes still. No artillery, no small arms fire, only wind. You hear boots shift, coughs, a bird somewhere testing the air. Then, gradually, the new sound of nothing spreads across kilometers. Not absence, but release. The men remove helmets, stand taller, look around as if expecting the landscape to change color. It doesn't. The snow remains the same white it has always been, impartial and infinite. One soldier lights a cigarette and says, "We did not win." Another replies, "We did not die." Both statements are true enough for history. What words cannot undo? By evening, the ceasefire is complete. The front becomes a museum of steam and breath. Men walk openly across no man's land, trading cigarettes, shaking hands, staring too long at faces they were taught to hate. A Soviet officer offers a flask. A Finnish sergeant accepts. They drink, nod, part ways without ceremony. The war has ended, but not the winter. You walk among them, hearing languages mingle like thawing rivers. The air smells of smoke, cordite, sweat, and beginning again. Somewhere, someone hums a tune. Finlandia, faint but unbroken. It rises into the pale sky, meets the aurora, and lingers there like an unfinished promise. In Helsinki, church bells ring, hesitant, uncertain whether to celebrate or mourn. In the north, wolves answer, because they always have. The war has ended. The snow has not. Chapter 7. The Spring That Never Came. The Long Way Home. The war ends without applause. No parades, no speeches, just orders folded into pockets and boots turning north. Men walk home along roads that no longer recognize them. The snow is thinning now, melting in patterns like veins on old hands. Rivers groan beneath ice that has outstayed its welcome. Somewhere, a raven circles low, its shadow moving faster than the men below. You follow them, skis slung over shoulders, rifles quiet, eyes unsure of what to look for. At every bend, they pass wrecks frozen mid-motion, burnt trucks, shattered sledges, helmets half buried in thaw. The war lingers as debris. Villages emerge from smoke and frost, half alive, half rumor. Windows patched with cardboard. Dogs that bark once, then remember. A church steeple tilted like a man leaning into wind. At a crossroads, a signpost leans, its arrows melted into anonymity. Someone jokes softly, even directions deserted. No one laughs. The march continues. Behind them, the silence walks too. The rooms they return to. Houses that survived are colder than they should be. Doors open with sounds like apologies. Inside, the air smells of damp wood, ash, and absence. A soldier hangs his coat by the stove, though the stove is broken. He touches a chair and remembers its previous weight. Someone sitting, sewing, talking. He sets his rifle in the corner, where a broom used to stand. Neighbors visit in pairs. They bring bread, silence, sometimes questions. Who made it? Who didn't? They speak of repairs, of roofs and fences, but avoid names. Names are fragile currency. You spend them only when you must. Children peek from doorways, unsure whether to smile. The men smile back, awkward, mechanical, grateful and frightened all at once. When night comes, the houses breathe in the quiet again. The walls seem to exhale slowly, remembering voices. Somewhere nearby, a cow bellows, the sound echoing across empty fields. It feels like the earth testing its lungs. The missing. Lists begin to circulate. They arrive by courier, by rumor, by priest, typed on thin paper that wrinkles like skin in cold. Families unfold them carefully. Each name is a fuse. Some ignite tears, others disbelief, some only silence. A woman traces a name with her thumb until the ink fades. Another refuses to read at all, saying, "He'll walk through that door when it's time." You see photographs pinned to church doors, faces smiling at the camera, never at the future. Next to them, candles gutter in the wind. In a corner of the churchyard, a soldier kneels beside a mound of snow marked with a cross made of birch twigs. He whispers something you can't hear. The wind carries the syllables anyway. The priest says the ground is too frozen for proper graves. He says spring will come, and with it, the earth will open. You look around and think, the earth has already opened, it just hasn't closed again. The thaw that refused. March ends, but winter doesn't. The sun climbs higher, but its warmth feels like memory pretending. Lakes soften around the edges, but refuse to break. The forests drip quietly, branches shaking off icicles like unwanted memories. Mud appears, then freezes again overnight, like hesitation made visible. Farmers return to fields that smell of iron and smoke. They find shrapnel instead of stones. The plows drag up shell fragments, buttons, sometimes bones. Each discovery slows the work, as if the soil insists on conversation before forgiveness. In the cities, scaffolds rise. Men patch holes in facades while women scrub soot from walls. The rhythm of brushes, hammers, and buckets becomes a new kind of music. Children play in courtyards again, their laughter thin but real. Every sound seems miraculous, even those that remind you of what's gone. At night, frost still creeps in through window cracks, delicate and determined. It sketches its signature on glass. Winter's refusal to leave quietly. The faces in the glass. Every mirror tells a story no one wants to read. Men stare at themselves as if meeting a stranger. The lines around their eyes are deeper, the color of skin grayer, the silence behind their faces heavier. One man lifts his hand to his reflection and says, "So you made it too." The mirror fogs from his breath. When it clears, he looks older again. In hospitals, the wounded learn new definitions of time. Days measured by dressing changes, nights by the rhythm of morphine. A nurse hums lullabies to grown men who weep without embarrassment. They dream of trees instead of trenches, but always wake in the same bed. A doctor writes in a ledger, "Healing proceeds. Morale low." He closes the book as if to keep the words warm. You pass through the wards and feel gratitude and guilt share the same heartbeat. The living envy the certainty of the dead. The dead envy the warmth of the living. No one says it, but everyone feels it. Peace can wound differently. The music of what remains. By April, birds return, thin, tentative notes breaking the monotone sky. Their songs sound wrong at first, too light for the heaviness below. Then, gradually, they fit. In Helsinki, the church bells ring at noon. People stop in the street, unsure whether to bow or smile. Some do both. On the radio, the newsreader's voice trembles. Reconstruction begins. The words sound rehearsed, but the air around them feels honest. At night, musicians gather in a cafe with boarded windows. A piano still works, though a few keys stick. They play Finlandia. No one sings. The melody alone is enough. You sit in the corner, eyes closed, and feel something small but insistent stir inside you. Not joy, not relief, but a rhythm. Maybe it's hope, testing its voice again. Outside, the first real thaw begins. Water drips steadily from roofs, marking time like a metronome. The streets smell of wet wood and ashes, an old grief beginning to soften. But when you look to the horizon, the snow still holds the higher ground. Winter hasn't left. It has only paused to listen. And you understand the truth. Spring will come, but not yet. Not for everyone. Not for everything. Chapter 8. The Quiet Defiance. The hammers begin. Morning arrives earlier now. The light no longer hides. It leans against the ruins as if inspecting its own work. In towns and villages, the sound of hammers replaces gunfire. Wood knocks wood, nails bite grain, roofs rise like slow breaths. Every swing feels deliberate, almost ceremonial. Men build with gloves still patched from war. Women pass them planks, buckets, bread. Children watch from fences, the smell of sawdust replacing that of smoke. No speeches, no flags, only rhythm. Even silence seems to step aside to make room for progress. You walk down a street where every wall wears a new scar. Someone has painted over bullet holes with pale blue. Someone else has left them untouched. Reminders, punctuation marks in a sentence too long to rewrite. The baker's sign hangs again. The forge glows orange. In the square, a clock that stopped in December ticks once, hesitates, and decides to continue. The city exhales. Not loudly, but long. Letters returned. By summer, the post boxes overflow. Letters that never found their readers make the journey home. Each one is a time capsule from a season that refused to melt. A woman opens an envelope postmarked January. Inside, a note, a pressed pine needle, a promise. She reads it twice, then places it on the windowsill beside a cup of thawed snow. At the office, clerks sort the backlog in near silence. Every paper sounds like a heartbeat when unfolded. Ink has blurred in some, tears or rain, no one asks. You help an old man read his son's last line. He nods slowly, says. He writes as if tomorrow still existed. You answer. Perhaps it still does. Later, walking home, you realize that survival itself is a form of correspondence. The living writing back to the dead with every sunrise. The Museum of Memory. Near the edge of town, a new building rises, modest and square. It will be called a museum, though it feels more like a chapel. Inside, glass cases hold relics of endurance. A white camouflage suit, still smelling faintly of pine. A frozen diary, thawed just enough to reveal the word sisu. A tin cup dented by luck. Visitors move slowly, hats in hand. No guards, no velvet ropes, just distance maintained by respect. A mother stands before a photograph of her son. The label reads simply, Karelian Front, 1940. She touches the glass, leaves a print that fogs, fades, and disappears. At closing time, the caretaker dims the lamps one by one. In the half-dark, the relics look alive again, ready to step back into snow. History here doesn't shout. It breathes. The border rewritten. Along the new frontier, surveyors stake lines through wilderness. Maps have changed. Hearts have not. You stand by a border post newly painted red and white. On one side, Finnish pines. On the other, the same pines. Only the silence knows the difference. Families displaced from Karelia build new homes farther west. They arrive with sleds, oxen, and memories too heavy to lift. They plant gardens first, because roots are the only rebellion that never needs permission. A man from Viipuri carves a sign for his new barn. Home too. He smiles at the absurdity, then leaves it there. When asked if he misses the old one, he replies, "Every day. That's why I keep building." The wind moves through the border forests like a messenger, unsure which side to favor. At dusk, the trees hum softly, as if rehearsing the anthem of a divided land that still sings in unison. Children of the cold. A new generation learns winter differently. For them, it's not a war. It's the story told beside stoves while the snow thickens outside. In schools rebuilt from barracks, teachers trace maps on blackboards, their chalk leaving white scars that look suspiciously like the old front line. The children listen, fidget, then ask, "Did the snow really stop tanks?" The teacher smiles. Sometimes, but mostly, courage did. They recite poems about frost and light, about forests that fought without weapons. During recess, they throw snowballs at invisible enemies and laugh. Their laughter reaches corners of the world still learning to heal. In the evenings, mothers mend mittens by candlelight. Fathers sharpen skis. Outside, the sky shimmers with green aurora, quieter now, as if watching over them. A nation begins to grow again, root by root, breath by breath. The sound of tomorrow. By autumn, the forests have found their color again. Gold, rust, fire, all the shades that winter stole and finally returned. You walk a road once used by convoys. Now it carries school children, bicycles, and trucks of lumber. Every passing wheel erases a little more of the old fear. At a bridge rebuilt from the bones of the last one, an old sergeant fishes alone. He says, "I caught nothing yesterday, nothing today, but I'll try tomorrow." His patience feels like strategy. In Helsinki, a symphony hall reopens. The conductor lifts his baton. The audience holds its breath. When the first note sounds, it feels like Thor underfoot. The music rises, not triumphant, not mournful, just steady. You realize this is what survival sounds like when it learns melody again. And above the city, the evening sky glows the same pale blue as that first camouflage cloth, stitched in kitchens 5 winters ago. A color that never stopped meaning endurance. Chapter 9. The Echo and the North. The snow that remembered. Years pass. The war settles into memory, but the land does not forget. On certain mornings, when fog drifts low across the lakes, you can almost hear it. The muted clatter of unseen skis, the click of a rifle bolt, the whisper of a command that never made it into books. Fishermen on the Karelian border say the ice breathes in March. Old soldiers nod and reply, "So did we." Every winter, the first snowfall arrives with ceremony. Children run to the windows. Elders fall silent. For them, snow is not weather. It's a visitation. Each flake a page returned from an unfinished story. You walk along the tree line where the trenches once ran. There is nothing left now but moss and a few rusted nails. A birch has grown through what used to be a bunker roof. Its bark curls where concrete once held heat. You place your hand on it and feel the faint hum of continuity. The forest is doing what humans rarely can, forgiving without forgetting. The faces of time. In Helsinki, veterans gather once a year at the monument on Mannerheimintie. They stand straight despite their canes. Their coats are heavy, medals pinned like punctuation. Each face holds both pride and disbelief, that they are still here, and that the world went on. A band plays softly, brass, low, respectful. The national flag ripples in slow motion, its blue cross pale against the sky. You see a young boy beside his grandfather. The old man's hand rests on a wooden cane, the boy's on his sleeve. The boy whispers, "Was it cold?" The man answers, "Colder than silence." Wreaths are laid, speeches given, brief, dignified. A priest reads from Psalms, but the congregation seems to pray in another language, the silent one shared by those who have seen things words cannot translate. After the ceremony, They gather at a cafe near the esplanade. Steam fogs the windows. Laughter returns in fragments. Stories begin, drift, circle back. Someone says, "We fought for a winter, and it gave us a century." No one disagrees. North of memory. Far beyond the cities, the wilderness has kept its distance from clocks. Up here, the lakes are mirrors for sky. The mountains hoard their snow like secrets. A reindeer herder finds an old helmet thawed from peat. He washes it in the river, sets it on a rock, and leaves it there. He says later, "The earth wanted it back above ground." Archaeologists sometimes come in summer, walking carefully among the lichen. They find buttons, bullets, sometimes bones. Each discovery handled as if still warm. At night, under the aurora, campfires glow against the dark. The northern lights unfurl like silk banners. Green, white, violet. They move soundlessly, a celestial reenactment of courage and cold. You sit beside the fire and feel the heat on one side of your face, the chill on the other. That's how history feels too, warmth and frost sharing the same breath. The letters kept, the words not sent. In attics across Finland, old boxes sleep under dust. Inside, photographs, ration books, field notes, maps drawn on cigarette paper. But the letters are what matter. Some are written in pencil that has nearly vanished. Some are sealed but never sent. One reads, "We can see the northern lights tonight. They look like home finding us again." A granddaughter unfolds it 70 years later, reads it aloud to an empty room, then places it beside a candle. The flame dances, illuminating the handwriting, the pauses, the human distance crossed by time. She doesn't cry. She smiles, softly, as if realizing that the past isn't gone, only quieter. Outside, the wind moves through pines exactly as it did in 1940. The difference is only in the ears that listen. The new silence. Modern Finland hums, trams, laptops, turbines, the low electric sigh of comfort. But beneath that hum lies the old rhythm, patience, endurance, restraint. The war has become part of the country's pulse, not its wound. You stand on a bridge overlooking Helsinki harbor. The air is clean, the water dark and calm. A ferry horn sounds, deep and resonant, echoing between buildings that have long since healed. Somewhere nearby, students gather in a cafe to study history. They talk about geopolitics, strategy, numbers. They do not know that the man sweeping snow outside once carried a rifle along the Rate Road. He moves slowly, deliberately, his shovel scraping the pavement in a rhythm older than he is. You realize, survival isn't an event. It's a posture, a way of standing in wind without asking it to stop. The aurora returns. In Lapland, winter comes early and stays politely. The lakes harden again. The reindeer dig through snow for lichen. The world folds back into white. One night, the aurora ignites the sky. Green at first, then gold, then violet, the same colors that once burned above frozen battlefields. You stand beneath it, alone but not lonely. The air tastes of pine and memory. Somewhere in the distance, an owl calls, one note, perfectly round. The light ripples across the horizon like breath under glass. For a moment, it feels like the past answering. You whisper to no one in particular, "We are still here." And for once, the wind doesn't take the words away. It carries them forward, through the trees, across the frozen lakes, over the graves and the cities, until they vanish into the dark where stories rest. The echo that remains. Decades have erased the noise, but not the resonance. The Winter War lives now in songs, in museums, in the national habit of understatement. It lives in every porch light left on during snowstorms, in every pair of hands that builds instead of breaks. You think of those who never returned, and those who returned but never really arrived. You think of the word sisu, still untranslatable, still the truest description of how the human spirit endures when it has no reason to. If you listen closely, you can hear it even now, not in gunfire or engines, but in the heartbeat of a nation that once stood barefoot in the snow and said, "Enough." The echo lingers, low and endless, woven into the timbre of the north itself. The rivers carry it, the birches hum it, the wind keeps it in tune. And when the first snow of each year begins to fall, it feels like a curtain closing, not on defeat, but on a lesson fully learned, that small nations can hold enormous silences, and that sometimes silence is the loudest form of defiance. The aurora bends, fades, returns to darkness. You close your eyes. The last sound is the snow itself, falling without hurry, each flake another note in the longest song ever sung. Epilogue. The quiet that outlived the war. Morning returns to Finland in tones of silver and ash. The snowfields gleam faintly under a sky that seems older than before. You stand on a rise above a lake, and the horizon looks the same as it did 80 winters ago, a white silence without conclusion. The war is long gone now, folded into archives and anniversaries, but the air still remembers. You feel it in the texture of cold, in the weight of stillness between gusts. Every breath here tastes faintly of history, not as pain, but as presence, something invisible that refuses to leave because it has nowhere else to go. You walk along the frozen shore. Under your boots, the ice hums softly, like a living thing dreaming beneath sleep. Somewhere beyond the trees, an axe rings, deliberate and slow. It's not war anymore. It's work, continuation, the ordinary heroism of survival. A house stands near the edge of the forest. Its walls are new, its foundation old. Smoke rises from the chimney, thin as memory. Through the window, you see a woman stirring a pot, a child laughing, a man repairing a sled. The firelight flickers against the glass, tiny fragments of the same flame that once burned on battlefields, now teaching warmth instead of warning. This is what victory looks like when it forgets to call itself by name. You move on. The landscape opens, lakes stitched together by forest, forest stitched to sky. Somewhere deep within it lies everything that was lost. Names without graves, graves without names, prayers that froze before reaching their destination. Yet the land has absorbed them all, folded them into its rhythm, the way a melody hides inside silence after the last note fades. You stop by a birch scarred by shrapnel. It's wound long since healed into a dark knot. The bark gleams white, indifferent, eternal. You touch it, and it feels warm from the sun. Nature doesn't remember the way humans do. It doesn't replay. It rewrites. The wind shifts, and you hear something faint. Not gunfire, not engines, but a hum. The sound of a world resuming its slow, patient song. In towns and cities, life has long since reclaimed its tempo. The baker kneads dough before dawn. The ferries move across the harbor with a calm born of repetition. Trains whistle through the night, carrying timber, grain, and the quiet conviction that tomorrow exists. Every church bell that rings now does so for routine, not alarm. Every radio that crackles speaks of weather, not war. And every face in every tram window is proof that the human story did not end. It simply changed seasons. You pass through a cemetery dusted with snow. Rows of white crosses lean slightly under their winter coats. Someone has left a sprig of pine on one, tied with blue ribbon. On another, a single candle flickers, refusing to die in the wind. The flame bends but does not go out. You realize it's always been that way. The bending, not the breaking. That's what the war taught, what the silence carried, what the generations kept. Endurance doesn't shout. It whispers, and its echo lasts longer than the sound of any gun. As the day fades, the sky begins to glow, soft, green, living light unfurling from the north. The aurora returns, stretching across the night like a curtain parting for remembrance. Its movement is slow, deliberate, almost human. The same lights once witnessed soldiers standing in snow, breath clouding, hearts refusing surrender. Now they shimmer above a land at peace, their color gentler, their purpose fulfilled. You tilt your head back and breathe in the cold. It tastes like nothing and everything. Pine smoke, iron, salt, forgiveness. Time itself feels thin here. If you listen closely enough, you can almost hear their voices layered beneath the wind. Not words, but tone. The rhythm of those who built fire in frost, who carried silence like armor, who looked at the impossible and said, "We will endure." You close your eyes. The aurora moves overhead, quiet as breath. The lake below mirrors it, a second sky trembling in water. This, finally, is the end of winter, not when snow melts, but when memory softens. The dead are not gone. They've merely changed address. They live in the calm of every sunrise, in the discipline of patience, in the hush that follows each snowfall. The war is over. The silence remains, vast, tender, unbreakable, and if you stand still enough, you can hear it speaking, softly, in the oldest language there is. We were here. We held the line. We became the land. Aftermath. The silence that holds the north. Spring does not hurry here. It arrives the way trust does. Slowly, cautiously, unsure its welcome. The snow withdraws 1 inch at a time, revealing earth that still holds the memory of boots and fire. You walk across it carefully, as though it might remember too loudly. The forest stands as it did before the war, patient, unjudging, tall enough to keep secrets. But something in the air has changed. It feels heavier now, as if even the wind has learned reverence. The trenches are shallow furrows in the thawing ground, filled with water the color of pewter. The dugouts have collapsed into themselves, roofs sagging under last winter's stubbornness. You find a single glove half buried in the mud, its leather stiff, its story unfinished. A spent casing glints near a pine root, small enough to be mistaken for nothing, large enough to contain everything. The war has passed, but the land hasn't forgotten its shape. It never does. They called it the Winter War, a brief, brutal contest between vastness and resolve. A handful of months when the world looked away, assuming small nations could not endure large storms. And yet they did, because the Finns, when pressed, discovered a kind of stillness that could fight, a patience sharpened into will, a quiet that could cut. You stand now in that same quiet. The lakes are still rimmed with ice, the color of dull glass. Somewhere a raven calls once and is answered by nothing, a sound that feels almost ceremonial. The air tastes faintly of smoke and pine resin. You breathe it in and feel the cold settle in your lungs, not as pain, but as clarity. What remains of the war fits into small things. A dented mess tin, a torn page from a field manual, words blurred by meltwater, a name carved into the stock of a rifle, letters trembling where the hand that wrote them froze. History often celebrates victory, but up here, survival was the only triumph that mattered. To endure was to win. You imagine the men who fought here, the skiers ghosting through white forests, their breath visible in the dark. The medics wrapping bandages with hands cracked from cold. The lookouts counting seconds between artillery shells and snowflakes. Most were farmers, students, hunters. Few had seen war before. None would forget it after. They fought not for conquest, but for distance, for the right to decide how far silence could stretch before it broke. When the guns finally stopped, no one cheered. The snow kept falling. The forest absorbed the noise the way it absorbs everything. And when the soldiers went home, those who still could, they carried the war with them in the small rituals of peacetime, chopping wood, boiling coffee, mending fences. Work that was ordinary, but never simple again. You can still feel it now, if you listen. The echo of their discipline in the rhythm of a saw, the scrape of a shovel, the steady breath of someone refusing to give up. That is the legacy of this place. Not monuments or speeches, but motion continued past exhaustion. The understanding that endurance is its own language, and that silence, when held properly, can speak louder than sound. The light fades later now. The horizon stretches wide, its edges softened by dusk. Somewhere across the lake, a single cabin window glows. You imagine a fire burning inside, the hiss of melting snow on logs, the small sigh of heat meeting cold. The kind of peace that is not relief, but acknowledgement, a peace earned one frozen heartbeat at a time. The wind returns, gentler this time. It moves through the trees without hurry, touching bark, snow, water, all the things that outlasted the noise. And in its movement, you hear it again, that deep northern truth that strength does not need to shout. It simply holds. You look once more across the white field, now dim with twilight. There is no sound now but your breath and the far-off cracking of ice as the river begins to wake. It is enough, because in that sound you can hear the land remembering and forgiving. Thank you for listening. You've been part of Echoes of War, where stories rise on quiet wings, and the past still circles above us, refusing to land.